Verde in Del Rio, Webb County, for example, in your area. So we got as quick as we could get there. We got there, okay, but we want to make sure that when we show up, it doesn't matter where. In Santa Fe, we had 2 troopers right in there with the chief, one taking a shot at the shooter. Okay, we want to make sure they have the equipment that they need. And one thing that's recurring thing that's just disappointing over and over, that we have to have shields. No, you don't, but you know what? Why not have one? So we want to put a go bag in every patrol car in the state. And in a go bag, we want to have a ballistic shield, not a SWAT version, not full body, enough to cover the face in that regard, and breaching tools, and train them on the breaching tools. So everyone, right now, our breaching experts are going to be on our SWAT teams or special response teams. That's where our breaching expert is, because it's usually used for search warrants and stuff. I want every trooper to know how to breach and have the tool to do it when they show up. So we're not just supporting in terms of having an officer on the scene. We're also bringing equipment that may or may not be needed, but at least we have it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Kokorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Mccraw, at the beginning of your remarks, you were very defined in the characteristics of the shooter. You went through his age and different things. I have a couple of questions on that. You mentioned animal cruelty. That's been talked about a lot. Did he commit animal cruelty, and was anyone aware of that?
First of all, this is where I get to digress and say, based on interviews and not on physical evidence, the reports that he was involved in cruelty, animal cruelty, particularly cats, walked around with a plastic bag of dead cats. And there was other information, okay, the reports. None of that was brought to the law enforcement attention. It's a crime in itself, but it's another key. I didn't include it on the timeline, didn't include it in terms of the suspicious, because it's not, we're depending on witnesses telling us this after the fact, but clearly it was, we believe, I'll say this, I believe as of right now that he did engage in, okay, animal cruelty, and of course that's a part of the pathway, okay, to become individuals involved in, suicidal, fatalistic, and certainly animal cruelty is something to look for.
You did not mention a toxicology report. Do we have a toxicology report?
No, autopsies have not been, we don't have the report, the final report yet. The medical examiner is doing will do the final report.
And do you believe
on all the individuals involved? And the district attorney is also recognized that it's appropriate to have additional expertise. I think she's enlisted the support of well-regarded medical professional.
At this point, no toxicology report on the shooter?
That's correct. Yes.
And then of his characteristics, was he a gamer? Did he?
Yes, he played Fortnite with friends at school and friends, other locations that he found online.
First-person shooting games?
I can't tell you exactly what games he played.
And then truancy. I've seen different reports on how long he had been truant. Are you aware of how long he had been truant?
I know that he hadn't completed a lot of the curriculum, and he was well behind. It's been reported as far back as a sophomore when he left his what would be normally a junior year. But I believe that TA can do a better job in terms of answering that question in terms of truancy. I can tell you that we've yet to find anything in his files, disciplinary files, anything that you would expect to find with somebody with this type of background. We just haven't found it.
And then to your timeline, you talked about the door. Mr. Chairman, you asked some questions. I want to clarify and make sure that I heard this correctly. The classroom door that he entered, did I hear you correctly say that the lock was broken, that it did not?
The lock was not broken. Okay, the strike plate was dysfunctional, and the only way you can get it to lock is from the outside is lock in the lock position, and it's nuanced, and that's why we brought one of the doors in the lock position, and then pull on it and get it to seat, the throw to seat in the lock plate. Well, if you can do that, then it would be locked, okay, or I'll call it secured. It would be secured at that time.
So while there was a lot of time lapse in your timeline waiting on a key, and there's a lot of the communication that you have transcribed, the fact, could we ascertain here or conclude that there was never a need for a key because the lock was not working, the swipe plate was not working properly?
I don't believe, and I don't believe, based on the information that we have right now, that door was ever secured. In fact, I have great reason to believe it wasn't secured. The subject doesn't just walk in, as I've testified before, then shoot the classroom, walk back out of the hallway, then walk back in again seamlessly, okay? And he didn't have a key, and he couldn't lock it from the inside. So the door was unsecured, and we've gone back and checked in our interviews, and did anybody touch the door and try it? How about, do you need a key? Well, one of the things they teach you in active training, I'm sure that one of the experts can talk about it, how about trying the door and see if it's unlocked? Okay, what we used to call a clue at that point. Why not? And of course, no one had. And so even if you're a part of the breaching team, we've gone back and talked to them, and they've been led to believe that it's locked. Even they, when you go back and talk to them, they didn't try the door. They took the key. As you can do the key, it'll open it. Okay, whether it's locked or unlocked, it will take the throw and put it back into the door, and you move it, and you can walk, and you go right in. So that's.
So out of lessons learned, what we would conclude from your testimony today would be that no one tried the door. There was a lot of time waiting for a key, of which a dysfunctional door was never locked because the shooter was able to walk in and, as you say, go back and forth.
Yeah, but
finally,
but moreover, though, you didn't need a key, okay? There's tools, and the alert program, and you'll have some experts testify, I think sometime today, they're going to be here. We had them go in and see if they could breach, and you can talk to them what they figured out, what they can do, how long it took. But the point is, you don't have to wait for a key, and shouldn't have to forever wait for a key to breach. And they'll talk, I'm sure, Windows. Windows are great access points. And oh, by the way, you're protected.
And my last point of clarification on your timeline, from 11:28 and 25 seconds, the suspect crashes vehicle. We've heard lots of different reports about how long he was outside. He obviously, I heard, how many shots did he fire outside before he entered at 11:33, which is 6 minutes and 35 seconds, according to my math.
He fired 3 rounds at the funeral home. Okay. He fired another 24 rounds while outside of the West Building in 2 different classrooms as he walked towards the door.
And did those bullets enter the classroom?
Yes.
They did not harm any children in those particular...
There was 2 other victims that were injured. It was a teacher who was shot in the stomach, and it was a teacher, and it was a student. They were in classroom 109, but the rounds came, rounds came from room 111 into the wall, through a classroom and into the classroom that they were in, which is 109.
None of the bullets from the outside harmed a child, but they did penetrate into the classroom.
Some children were injured, but we're talking about penetrated bullets. The only ones that I've talked about were the 2, the ones that I've already mentioned.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, and we need to probably say that the only time we found rounds that officers fired was in room 111, at the time of the breach.
Okay, I've got a number of members that are indicating to me they want to ask a question. Let me just say, I think everybody has their lights on and is requesting. So I'm going to start with my vice chairs. So Senator Creighton's going to be next, and then we'll take it by seniority all the way down. Then I have some of the non-members who would like to ask some questions once we're all finished. All right, so Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I think I can get through my questions fairly quickly. Within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the school, it says on the timeline here provided that 9 officers entered the school within the 5-minute mark. No, within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the school, 9 officers were in the school with rifles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, there's as many as 11, shortly thereafter, with 2 of them had rifles.
And so Chief Arredondo, incident commander, as it's stated, said many times through the audio that the officers in the school only had pistols. What is the discrepancy? Which is fact?
2 officers had rifles. And so there was never a need for rifles. I mean, the 3 initial UPD officers that arrived, but thereafter, there was, anywhere from 11, and the numbers kept increasing, and the number of rifles kept increasing over time.
So even though there was never a need for rifles, Chief Arredondo kept saying, we only have pistols, we need rifles. Why is that? What in law enforcement training would lead him to continue to say that over and over?
Well, first of all,
as if that was a necessary factor to advance.
Well, first of all, as a commissioned officer, you don't need a rifle. You have a gun. There's a reason you have one. You have body armor. So it's going to be risky. Officers, and Chief Arredondo was right. I mean, officers are likely to get hurt, and some may die. But it's less likely that they would than children without the armor, without the weapons, without the training, left alone with someone that had already brutally killed. At least at that time, we don't know the timing of it, but ultimately killed, 21 people.
So just to be clear again, within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the building, 9 officers were in the hallway with pistols and rifles. And within, at the 5-minute mark, Chief Arredondo was heard saying, he's contained in this office. Is there an office on the floor plan that you provided as an exhibit?
Not that I'm aware of. It's as referenced in the particular rooms. There's a janitor room, there's a restroom, but there's, I don't know. It's not an administrative building. These were classrooms.
So in a school within days of a summer break, wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that kids were in the classroom when making decisions about determining whether or not it's an active shooter protocol or a barricaded intruder protocol?
It's more than reasonable to assume that there were children inside those classrooms, room 111 and 112.
There's many references by Chief Arredondo about the door being locked and needing keys and more keys and a master key and just constant references to keys. But is there any evidence whatsoever that shows through the video as it was examined later that the door was ever, that there was an attempt to open the door or test whether or not it was locked?
We could never see anybody put their hand on the door, and of course up until the breach. And then at the breach, we've gone back and talked to the breachers, re-interviewed the breachers, and they said no, they didn't try the door handle beforehand.
And then there's a reference to a sledgehammer and a hooligan, and those are separate.
Yes, sir.
And then so was there any reason within your experience with in law enforcement training overall why either the door wouldn't have been checked as to whether or not it was locked, understanding there's gunfire, but with a hooligan and with an available sledgehammer, what would be a reason why the door would not be checked, and why would Chief Arredondo keep referring to the fact that keys were needed through the minutes and what it ultimately ended up being 77 minutes of delay?
Yeah. Well, respectfully, Senator, one of the reasons we wanted to have an outside independent review by subject matter experts is so they can answer those types of questions. because then it becomes my professional opinion as opposed to what's consistent with doctrine. But I would suggest that doctrine, I'll go back again, it's very, very simple. Okay, you don't wait for a SWAT team, right? No time for a SWAT team. If you got one officer, that's enough, right? So you don't have to wait for 11 or 12 or 50 or 30. You got one's enough. If you got to, you're there in the scene, you got an obligation to go and immediately engage the shooter, okay, and stop the shooting and really stop, which is really stop the killing, because there could be other ways to kill it, and then stop the dying. That's preached, practiced, and required in the state of Texas. It just wasn't implemented.
And the assumption in a school where the shooter's determined to be in one of two classrooms, the assumption being that children would be in those classrooms, I find it hard to believe that why in any way would there be a reference to the shooter as a barricaded intruder in an office when it's not even on the floor plan?
Well, I'm not sure, I don't know why. I can just tell you, certainly in the fog of battle, things, get confusing along those lines, but that's why it's important to have some things are unambiguous in terms of what the doctrine is. And I know that, just from my experience, hey, windows are an option. We saw in Santa Fe how effective, getting on the scene quickly was for an officer, even though he was seriously wounded, and the chief being right there, and of course, engaging the subject to these pains, because the pains work against you, but they work for you too. It provides you an opportunity, and the experts will be able to talk about how they can quarter a room, and you can look at it and wait for the suspect. So there's things you can do to protect the kids in the room, and that's why they say, in terms of, isolate is a word, and of course, distract. Things that can distract. I mean, obviously, if you're simultaneously hitting the windows, okay, in room 111 and 112, is going to distract the subject when you go in. It's human nature. It's practiced along those lines. None of that was considered. The only thing, at the end of the day, like I said before, we waited for rifles, we waited for a radio, we waited for a SWAT team, we waited for shields before the SWAT team. There's always some reason why we didn't go in. And of course, the result was 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. And in an active shooter environment, that's intolerable.
And I just want to make it clear for the record and for those listening that when you say we, and you've been very out front on your efforts to help participate and find the answers in this investigation as to what protocols were followed from the ABC News interview just a day or two after the shooting to being before this committee today. But DPS was in no way involved with either being incident command or with making decisions on site. You are just providing testimony today as to the agency's part in the investigation. Is that correct?
Well, let me put it this way. We sent substantial resources immediately to the scene. We even had a 20-man SWAT team and a 10-man SWAT team headed that direction. They didn't make it in time. So we're always going to flood resources into an area. By nature of where we are, where we're stationed, we didn't get there. The first officer was able to enter that west building was 11:42. That time there was numerous officers, and sometimes more is not better. In the hallway, more is not better. Okay.
But there was an established incident commander when your officers arrived.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I want to make this clear too. This is when I say we is the law enforcement community, and when one fails, we all fail. Plain and simple. I mean, and that's, it's something important. So take responsibility. It's easy when I appear to be hypercritical of the on-scene commander, and I don't mean to be, but the facts are the facts. Mistakes were made. It should have never happened that way, and we can't allow that ever to happen in our profession. This set our profession back a decade. Is what it did.
I appreciate your explanation on that and the way, the rhetoric that you use. It's very much appreciated. At the 19-minute mark, the first ballistic shield was brought into the school. Can you just, for the benefit of the committee, describe not only how the ballistic shield is used, but what kind of of gunfire it can take at what proximity, and would that shield, one shield with an unlocked door, been enough to advance and take down and neutralize that shooter at that 19-minute mark?
You never needed a shield, okay? For an active shooter, you don't have time for a shield. So the 19-minute mark, it arrived, but it was always called for. We have it on the timeline because it was called for. In fact, eventually 4 shields arrived. Now, I can tell you they're different rated. Some are rated for rifles, some aren't. But I go back to it, and at the end of the day, you got to get in there, plain and simple.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, and you've mentioned several times, you don't need the shield. There is no excuse for not advancing on the active shooter, and we all agree with that. But at that next interval, when a shield was even present, I'm just asking, at what point, how many gateways of excuses were there to not go in and save those kids that were still alive? If a shield would have been used to advance on the shooter, what would Chief, it's difficult because Chief Arredondo's not here today. So I'm trying to gain perspective in a way that I can understand the thought process of someone that made several decisions with the resources that he had not to advance into the classroom, take the shooter down, and save the kids that were still alive or that were wounded.
Well, I know. Well, first of all, I don't like, singling out a person and shifting and saying he's solely responsible. But at the end of the day, if you assume incident command, you are responsible.
I'm just starting with the commander.
Yeah, I'm kind of backing my way into it because I hate being in that position to do it. But it is what it is, number one. And by the way, even when the rifles were there, okay, not just 2, but more, many. When the radios were there, and radios never worked anyway. But when the shields were there, and not 1, 2, but eventually 4, when the first elements of SWAT got there was always a reason to wait. Then it became the key. So there's always something that was elated. And the time, I'll keep emphasizing, 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. It's not just a lifetime, it's many lifetimes. And we can't have that in a post-Columbine environment.
In law enforcement training, when does an officer make a subjective decision to choose not to follow the incident commander?
Well, quite frankly, it's dangerous to self-deploy. Be careful about what you don't know and don't know. What if the chief really wasn't in office, as reported to many of the members in that hallway? I think many Uvalde PD officers reported, they heard and reported, hey, the chief's in charge, he's talking to the subject now. He's in an office with the subject. Those words have matters. So those officers are operating under false assumption. BORTAC commander arrives. It's been described as a BORTAC, as a SWAT situation. Hey, the SWAT team from San Antonio deployed and got there on the scene. We sent 2 SWAT teams because this report is a barricaded subject.
But there were also officers that were questioning, and it was picked up on the audio, whether or not the decisions that were being made were correct, and questioning whether or not there were kids actually in the classroom. Other officers weren't referring to an office other than just reporting what the chief was saying, and they were questioning that. At what point is a subjective decision made to veer away from the incident commander's?
And I'll let you, that's a great question for some of the subject matter experts that you'll have. But it's been my experience is that, well, first of all, most decisions have this types of consequences in this regard. But it's always dangerous. For example, I'll use it. I got a trooper 3 years out of the academy, shows up, okay, to a scene, hasn't been briefed, has been told information. And my expectation that he's going to act like he's in charge of the situation is going to have disastrous results because he may not be that smart and may not be as smart as the on-scene commander and doesn't have the information as the on-scene commander. And if it's an ISD, they know the school. They know the layout. So it'd be my expectation when we arrive, we arrive there and do everything we can to support the men and women, the on-scene commander on the ground. Plain and simple, and that's our policy, it's our doctrine, and I think anything deviation of it, that there's a takeover by the state or takeover by the federal at some point in time, I think is dangerous.
Well, I appreciate your answers on that, and I think it's important for the committee and also for those listening to understand how those decisions are made or not made in a crisis situation where an incident commander is established and officers that are responding are following their lead.
There's no shame at all. When you're chief and you have a 6-man department to defer to the Uvalde Police Department that has as many as 60 officers, or the sheriff's office.
With the lack of interoperability of the radios that was mentioned, is there any conceivable scenario where the text messages in that 77 minutes of delay that were coming from the children inside the classroom to 911, is there any conceivable situation where those outside the school building would get that information from dispatch and simply courier or deliver that information into the school building where the officers were located, so that different decisions could be made to shift from barricaded intruder protocol back to active shooter protocol? How is it possible that that didn't happen?
All we know is one officer did hear that. Well, first of all, I can tell you the radio traffic is chaotic. There's hundreds of officers talking all over each other, is a term, when you're stepping on each other in terms of talking on the radio. So it's going bits and pieces out. As we've already talked about, you're not picking it up inside. But there was an officer that did hear that and asked it to be repeated and did have that particular information. We don't know who he told that to, okay? And if that information was ever communicated to the on-scene commander. I mean, that's something that we want to follow up on, but I'm not in a position to discuss that at this particular point in time.
So there's just, in a chaotic situation like that, there is no way to channel dispatch and information coming directly into dispatch straight to Command Central, where...
Well, not in this case, but it doesn't mean you can't be relayed. I mean, there's all those options. You know, the cell phones work, okay? You don't have to depend upon just one means that people are stepping over. There's other options. There's always other options.
Is there any protocol for breach of the exterior classroom window in a situation where an active shooter is in place in a classroom like we've discussed?
Certainly. And in fact, one could argue it's safer to do so. We've got an exterior wall that's got brick and mortar versus sheetrock.
But is there any evidence to show that there were officers on the exterior of the building trying to locate the shooter, or the students that were located in the classroom? Has that remained a mystery?
No, I mean, the officers rescued hundreds of children using those windows in different classrooms. And keep in mind, right across from 111 and 112, the children are in danger in any of those classrooms, so they had to be extracted not into the hallway, but through the windows, by breaking the windows out and extracting the kids and teachers through the windows.
Just a few years ago after Santa Fe, the Senate led an effort to remove the cap on the school marshal programs across the state. There was a cap on the number of marshals that could be implemented by school districts, and that cap was removed at that time. There are 62 districts out of 1,022 that currently use a program like that, whether it's a guardian program or a school marshal program. From a law enforcement perspective, do you have any objection to establishing a program like that on school campuses, knowing that there's eligibility established, training established, and cooperation between that designated school marshal and the local emergency operations plan for an active shooter situation? Do you have any reservation for school districts implementing a program like that?
I mean, no, I've testified before that there's not enough police officers in the state to be everywhere at once. And we've got many, many campuses and many thousands and tens of thousands of children that need to be protected. So at the end of the day, seconds matter. And we saw a white settlement. It wasn't a police officer, it was a civilian. Sutherland Springs, it was a civilian. He wasn't a marshal. He went home and got his rifle and took the subject out. So you can't ignore that as a particular option and the importance of the shooter getting confronted early and often.
Well, when Senator Birdwell and I were both advancing bills that both passed, they had nuances based on a locker and protocols for the safety of a locker being used. But both of those bills passed in that session, and the testimony against that legislation was mainly by organizations representing teachers, just saying that they didn't feel safe even under those protocols with that type of training and that type of collaboration with law enforcement that's responsible for those emergency operations plans in an active shooter situation. Much of the opposition in committee and in testimony were from the teacher organizations that just did not want to have those programs on their campus. But my information is out of the districts that have implemented expanded guardian or school marshal programs, we haven't had an active shooter situation on those campuses. That's the information that I have. Do you know any information different than that?
No, but I don't know that I can say that one's causal, but I can certainly say that, I've got 4 granddaughters, and I would expect or would hope that, that if somebody came on campus like this shooter, that someone would be in a position to do something before law enforcement got there. As you saw, even when they arrived, and they arrived relatively quickly, but even when these officers arrived, it was 3 minutes. They went to the door 3 minutes after the subject went in the door. And how many rounds did he fire? 100 rounds in minutes. So they, ideally he'd have been confronted is in that south-north hallway. It's a perfect T intersection, before the subject can get to 111 and 112, before he can put his hands on door 111. That's what right looked like in that regard. Moreover, one of the challenges in the West Building, and the experts can talk about it, is that you got officers overstacked on one side, east-west hallway, and they're at the other side. If the subject wanted to, kill police officers, he just had to step out in the hallway, okay, because of the crossfire. And that goes back to, how best, and of course the experts are in a better position to discuss this and make recommendations on that, and I'm sure that they'll be able to do so.
Director, I appreciate your testimony today and your willingness to continue to find the answers so that we can certainly make the decisions we need to make to keep these kids safe in our schools in Texas. And I just want to wrap up with this. Within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the building, 9 officers were in the school with pistols and rifles, and the classroom doors to classroom 111 and 112 were unlocked. Within 5 minutes of the shooter entering the building, Chief Arredondo is saying that he doesn't have the necessary resources to advance on the shooter. And then I guess I would ask you this last question again, and I know it's repetitive. How many minutes from the shooter entering the building did the officers eventually decide to advance and to neutralize the shooter? How many minutes went by?
1 hour, 14 minutes and 8 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator West, you're going to be next, but we've had the director, testifying for an hour and 50 minutes straight right now. And I think what we need to do is do a 5-minute break for everybody. And Senator, so I'm showing 11, let's call it 11:20. Thanks.
Just get ready to have to take a break.
We never do that. That's a good idea.
Director Mccraw, you ready? Okay. Recognize Senator West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Mccraw, you had made a statement during your testimony, at least this is what I heard, that when DPS was in control of the scene. Let's make certain we have clarity in terms of what you were referring to.
Yes, sir. Well, the EPS didn't have control of the scene. I just mentioned that we did have a trooper, and the first trooper arrived at 11:42 with 2 other officers and observed numerous officers in the hallway and left after 2 minutes.
So, in terms of what role, and let's make certain all of us want transparency as it relates to what's going on in this process, and that has been a problem, and I think that Senator Cole, of course, has mentioned that. As it relates to transparency concerning the investigation, where are we as it relates to that?
Yes, sir. Well, first, I know that the initial request, I think the local police department, specifically ISD, wanted to conduct the investigation. The district attorney asked the Texas Rangers to conduct the investigation, and we've had the lead on the investigation since the beginning. So this was on May 24th that we took leadership role in that investigation. As I mentioned, many different agencies assisted in this, and we continue to work with other agencies, and we have more to do. Much has been accomplished, but much more needs to be done. And importantly, we've got, well, I won't even go through the different areas we've got to cover, but those things need to be done before this investigation is completed and turned over to the district attorney for her review.
Okay, obviously, last evening there was a video that was released by, I think, the Austin American Statesman or Texas Tribune. It's been shown all over America. Is there other video that we should be reviewing as part of this investigation?
Well, you can remove all the videos needs to be reviewed, and at some point, will need to be made public, and I have great confidence that the district attorney will do that when the investigation is completed. I have no doubt. Certainly, body cameras are relevant. Certainly, the footage internal from the inside the school, the surveillance video, and I'll also say the surveillance video from the enhanced version from the funeral home is all appropriate.
So there's additional video that has not been released.
Absolutely. And let me, if you don't mind, Senator, give me an opportunity. Is that one of the concerns that the district attorney has not wanted to keep information from the public. She just wanted to keep misinformation from the public. Okay, inaccurate information. She's never really, and that's the challenge she has, and for only one reason, because of the impact on victims.
Well, let's go down that road just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
In terms of accurate information, is there accurate information that the district attorney currently has that could be released to the public so the public could get a better sense that transparency is in fact occurring?
Well, I'm sure there's no question that videos, when they're released, and certainly you as a member of the legislature would have access to it and a legislative privilege to look at it. The House Investigative Committee has access to it, and we provided them so they can review those themselves in detail. But we have asked, because we've been asked by the district attorney, to ensure that we don't, one, talk to the media, which we haven't done any press conferences since then. The only thing we've done is maybe refuted some of the statements and tried to correct those particular statements. And we've been very clear that we haven't released any information, videos or otherwise, to the media.
Okay, as it relates to the video that was released somehow, it shows at least one officer there with a rifle and another one with a shield. Is that correct?
Well, what we'll show is that within minutes after the subject entered.
I'm talking about the video.
Yeah, well, the video will show that there's as many as 11 officers and 2 rifles minutes after the law enforcement entering on the scene.
Okay.
Now, I think I said before 9, but it was really 11 because there's another 4 that came in. There was 3 initially, then 4. Okay, then another 4 came in, and then another 4 came in.
I understand that.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the video that we saw. I only saw.
Yes,
I didn't see 11 officers on that video. Maybe I didn't see the correct one. I saw one with a shield and one on the right with the shield and one on the left with the right.
And frankly, I didn't watch it.
Okay.
I've watched the entire video. I've watched snippets or whatever may have been released, so I couldn't comment.
And I'm going to go back to a question that was asked to you by Senator Creighton as it relates to the officer with the shield. And I didn't understand your response to that. The question, I believe, was whether that officer with the shield could have advanced and tried to breach the door, or at least try to save some of the kids in that room.
Well, it was my testimony, Senator, that you didn't need a shield.
No, I understand whether you needed one or not.
Yeah.
I'm asking the question, with that shield, could the officer have done that?
Yeah, absolutely. It could have been used immediately.
Okay.
And which is the point, is that when there never, one was, there was one, then later came 2, then 3 and 4, and eventually there was 4 shields available to be used. Okay. And for the record, I want to be clear about when that shield arrived, but the first one, didn't arrive until sometime after the officers went in. It was the second shield arrived at 12:03.
The first shield arrived when?
Yeah, the first shield arrived at 11:52. The second and third shield arrived thereafter.
And it's a fact that you heard that, well, I think that there were shots fired after the first shield arrived. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and I'm not going to be repetitive. I do have some other questions as it relates to recommendations that should be made that you're recommending. Now, but before I do that, the Department of Public Safety has no role in school safety audits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there, in terms of recommendations, I know that you were asked about school marshals and guardians. Is there any reservation from, let me back up, you are the chief law enforcement officer for the state of Texas. Is that correct?
Well, certainly the head of the Department of Public Safety. We can question in terms of who's the head of what, but I'm certainly head of the department.
You're the head of the Department of Public Safety.
Yes, sir.
Is there any reservations on the part of the department arming teachers in schools?
Not if they're trained. None whatsoever.
Okay. I want to turn not necessarily to schools, but an incident that happened in Duncanville, Texas last week. Mm-hmm. Let me just set it up for you. A recreation center where there was a summer youth program with over 100 kids in that program. And a person came in with a gun unrelated to any terrorist activity, but once in there, decided to fire the weapon, and he was taken out by a consortium of police departments there in the area.
Yes, sir.
Is there any concern by you, as the head of the Department of Public Safety, about similar types of settings where kids are in summer camp, as an example, or you have a large number of kids in their safety?
Absolutely. In fact, any time that you have a large aggregation of children in any location, especially outdoors or in this location in terms of Duncanville that you described, which is wasn't connected to a school, but certainly was affiliated with school outside activities, we're always concerned. It's a soft target to begin with. There's not the security usually in place, and certainly, people that are trying to do the most harm can do the most harm by killing our children.
Are there any best practices for protecting those kids?
Well, I know one thing is that Duncanville is an example. Texas law enforcement responding. They immediately isolated the subject. And certainly neutralized them, and he's no longer with us. And that's important that we have that type of response. And they were on scene almost minutes. They were right there. That's what, of course, the whole point of alert training has been designed, is that actions you don't wait on actions. Actions are immediately taken, and that's a good example of how things should be done.
Okay, and let me ask a couple of more questions. And as it relates to the weapon that was used in Uvalde, you mentioned that, and I think in our private conversation, that there was 170 rounds fired?
171 rounds, the subject total fired, 3 at the beginning, and we had another 24, 27, 57, and 60.
Is a person a reasonable person, you would not obviously consider this person a reasonable person based on what you're saying, that that person had some mental illnesses, that red flags for mental illness. But a person in the same or similar circumstances at 19 years of age, are they mature enough to be able to handle, or should we have a situation where a person 19 years of age be able to get an assault weapon, an AR-15?
Yeah, well, that's of course a policy decision on what that is and is not. I can just say that certain people shouldn't have one, okay? And certainly this is one person that should not have had one.
Should the average 19-year-old be able to have one without any training?
Yeah, it's hard to me because I was in the Army at that time in my life. There's too many people have served bravely and sacrificed for the country that are 18 years old. So it's difficult for me to say that nobody's mature enough at that age. All I can say is that certain people will never be mature enough, and certain people, are going to be a threat when they are able to get weapons.
Should they be? You had training to use those type of weapons in the Army, though.
I'm sorry?
You had training to be able to use those weapons.
Yes, sir, we did.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And also screenings, correct?
I'm sorry?
Psychological screening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you believe that in order to make certain that those persons that are able to get those weapons have psychological screening and also training?
Yeah, that again goes back to policy. It's hard for me to say whether that would work or not. I just know that we don't. Certain people, and I'll use this specifically, and you've already addressed this, violent offenders, for example, ought not to have access to weapons, and plain and simple. So there are certain people, and I can tell you from a professional standpoint, if someone has got, if we got some very specific and credible information, okay, specific and credible being the operative word, on individuals and that they're a threat in the community, that certainly, to the extent that they would have limited access to weapons, would be helpful.
Would you agree with me that if we increase the age to 21 years old, that most parents will feel confident, in addition to other things that we're doing, and as it relates to recommendations, that most parents would feel confident that their children's safety would in fact be safeguarded in the state of Texas?
Yeah, I'm really not in a position to comment on how they would interpret that, whether they feel safe or not, Senator. Frankly, I think that's way above my pay grade in terms of this particular issue.
I'm going to ask you one then. You have grandchildren, right?
I do.
Would their grandparents feel safer?
Well, the grandparents will feel safe if they're safe people with guns, not with unsafe people, if that's a quick cop-out. But at the end of the day, is that some people with guns are good people with guns at whatever age, okay, or as long as they're responsible, okay, is not necessarily a bad thing. And unfortunately, in a day like today, when there's not enough officers to be everywhere all at once, we may need someone at the White Settlement inside a church. We may need somebody outside another church in Sullivan Springs, or a teacher inside of a school. They may be the only thing standing away from a mass murderer and the lives of the children.
You would agree with me that when we begin to look at these mass shooters, that the age range is between, I think, 16 to 21 or 16 to 19, somewhere from there. Is that correct?
I would have to go back and look at some of the data that the FBI and the Secret Service have on the history. I've seen it before. We have a report on that information, but I couldn't tell you the exact average age.
I think the average age is around 19.
Okay.
If that's the case, then do you think that we need to take a second look at whether or not those persons are mature enough in order to operate such high caliber weapons?
I think it's less to do about maturity and more to do with about mental capacity. I mean, there are certain people that are, they may be immature, but they're not evil.
Well, and I agree with you. I'm not saying that we take the weapons away from those persons, but have it just like we have an age range for drinking and other cigarettes and everything else.
No, I understand.
Should we not look at saying that you need to be age certain in order to...
Well, you already restrict handguns, I believe. Yes, sir.
Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
All right. You should be an age certain before you are able to purchase a weapon of that magnitude?
Well, sir, I can see why you would want to, because at the end of the day, you've already restricted handguns, okay, from anyone until they're 21 years old. So, I mean, you've already, the state legislature's already done that, so that's certainly, like I said, goes back to a policy decision.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Birdwell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, Director, for the rigor that you've put into not just here today, but the response over the last 4 weeks. Let me return to the lock for just a moment. I wanted to make sure that for the teacher to have locked the door, they would have had to lock it from the outside, thus abandoning the children to a locked room with them outside. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As it relates to the breach, you've mentioned a hooligan, and I think one other type of breaching tool. Did any officer have shotgun slug capacity to breach on location?
Well, many officers had shotguns. I don't know that it's a recommended breach technique, frankly, especially with children in the room. I think it would be when you have other options. I don't think that would be but I'll defer to the experts in terms of that. Right. We certainly will use.
I consider you an expert, Director.
Well, we use breaching ourselves, okay? We use sometimes explosive breachings, usually a hostage situation or a barricaded subject, but certainly not an active shooter.
Say that last piece. Even though I have my phone on silent, it went into my hearing aids, and so I was.
Oh yes, sir. Said
my ringtone instead of your answer.
We'll certainly do breaches. We'll do it. Use a number of different methods. Okay, but the breaches that we're talking about, that might be explosive breaches, dual breaches, front and back. We would never do that in an active shooter situation. Right. Okay, I say never is never, but those are designed for hostage situations.
Right. Well, you're talking C4 blasting caps, and the
yes,
like.
Sir. Yes, sir. And the same thing with the shotgun breach along those lines. There's risk of projectiles and material going into the room and striking somebody at that point.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just was thinking through the.
Yes, sir.
Action or weight, and it's clear from your testimony that the weighting was the challenge.
Absolutely.
That's why I was interested in the answer to that question. Let me, at the very end of your timeline, you mentioned that the breach occurs.
Yes, sir.
The media has reported, but just because you read it doesn't mean it's true, that the Border Patrol agents are who actually made the breach. Do you know whether or not Border or Uvalde PD made the breach?
Well, both. Border was a stack of 7. We had the majority Border Patrol, but we had 2 deputy sheriffs, and I believe a PD officer on it as well in terms of the breach.
So with all of that representative rigor of it leads me to my next line of questioning, similar to Senator Creighton's, with all that representational rigor of various agencies. Mm-hmm. The Uvalde police chief is still the active commander of the scene.
Yes, it could be argued that he turned it over at some point from the tactical, because he did make the request for tactical capability. And when we say BORTAC, they've got an elite SWAT team, Border Patrol. Elements of the BORTAC because arrived, and so that's why you see the breakdown on the stack. And the stack is how many people get to go through the door. You don't get to put yourself in front of the stack. And the stack was 7 officers, and I think I mentioned 4 went in initially. Door closed, 3 followed shortly thereafter.
Okay. At 11:54. It says on your timeline that the DPS special agent enters the West Building.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between, for both our listeners and myself,
Sure.
I run into many troopers usually because I'm getting escorted from behind.
Yes, sir.
At 0 miles an hour on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
But I've run into DPS sergeants and, lieutenants, captains. When I hear the term special agent, the first thing I think of is the similarity of an FBI special agent with a set of authority. What sets of authority does a DPS special agent have that's different from the trooper that entered?
None whatsoever, but what they do is they focus full-time on, let's say, gangs, organized crime investigations, for example, undercover investigations, surveillance techniques along those lines. insubordinate development and operations, criminal enterprise investigation, sex trafficking, for example. You're going after the organization. So troopers patrol, okay, special agents focus on the organized criminal activity. Texas Rangers, have major violent crime cases and assist in those types of investigations, and certainly command and control of our tactical operations we put on the Ranger Division as well.
Okay. And I'm going to ask another question I think you've already answered, but in the timeline, it's clear that the DPS special agent is very focused on breaching now.
Yes, sir.
With his arrival. Is there, and I fully understand, not just from the law enforcement perspective, but of unity of command is one of the principles of war.
Mm-hmm.
So I fully understand your hesitance and standard policy to not arrive and commandeer the situation simply because you're a state police officer has arrived. Is there any protocol in your mind from seeing the lesson here or seeing the circumstances in its totality, would there be any change to that protocol where the assessment of sheriff or a DPS special agent or some senior law enforcement official from a senior law enforcement agency that has geographic jurisdiction as well?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any change in that protocol, that some situation that protocol should change where you should have the authority to not wait for a request from the chief of police,
mm-hmm.
but subsume that organization and take command?
Well, first, we wanted to make sure we put that his body camera statements in this as a matter of transparency. And we had people in the building, too, a chance to go in. He managed to work his way in. He wasn't invited in, work his way in, and eventually, as described, and you heard the statements, but it gave kind of the mindset in terms of someone coming in, what information is being provided. And certainly through his body camera, you can see as many as 15 officers stacked up, so you get an impression. That's why the information is included in that regard.
Okay.
It's my belief, okay, because we got some tremendous leaders throughout the state, and law enforcement is such a vital profession. We got such great law enforcement professionals at all levels, including Uvalde Police Department and Uvalde ISD. I mean, they've got great officers that would willingly give their life. Okay, but we can't afford as bad decisions as you indicated in that regard, and I'm quite, hopeful that with training, because sometimes this is a leadership issue, is that, hey, some people don't need to be in those particular positions, that this will never happen again, and people will be mindful is that, wait a minute, it's not a barricaded subject. You can't declare containment and declare victory and wait for the cavalry to arrive and to strike that home, and that's, I think, critical. And that's something we have as our profession. Okay, we clearly failed in that because someone didn't get it, and we just need to make sure that's in place. Inviting let's say a DPS captain shows up and a situation decides, well, he's going to exercise control. Well, first of all, he doesn't have the information, and you know what? He may not be as sharp as the on-scene commander that's there. In addition, not having the information. So I'm reluctant to encourage or even think of any situation where you'd want some level of hierarchy where a larger police department gets to come in and take over, that type of thing. I mean, but at the same point, we need leaders in place that recognize their capabilities. And if there's nothing wrong, and I do it frequently, I delegate it way on down. Because that's where the expert's not where I'm at. The expertise is always at least 2 levels down, removed from me, and we expect,
Yeah, just like I don't want division commanders fighting platoons. I want them to fight the division.
Yes, sir.
The same
Yes, sir.
logic and thought process. A different area of thought here is there, and I want to give you discretion to not answer this question if it's law enforcement sensitive. Is there any evidence that cartels, border gangs / belligerents provided any material support to the shooter, purchase of the weapons, finance of the weapons, because of the number of border agents that have kids in that school? Is there anything that you think that you've seen that relates to this being a hostile act supported by or belligerent opponents?
None whatsoever.
None? Okay.
And it was initially reported that he was linked or was a part of the individual, the two individuals who were involved in the conspiracy to commit capital murder at the school back in 2018. No, he was not one of them, nor was he linked to them in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Just
Yes, sir.
very sensitive to the nature of the work that both the Border Patrol and our own state agencies are doing down there, so.
We have no reason to believe that he has acted alone. The subject acted alone.
Okay.
He said some things that should have been reported, but he acted alone.
Okay. Different area, and I don't know if you've looked at this in the totality of the events, but did any state agency play a part in placing the shooter with his grandmother, or was that solely a family decision?
I'm sorry, what again now?
Did any state agency play a part in placing the shooter with his grandmother for custody, or was that solely a family decision?
All the information that I have, best available information at this moment, that was a family decision.
Okay.
He was estranged from his father, and effectively, when he moved in with his grandparents in February, was estranged from his mother.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Mccraw. Did the grandmother call the police after she was shot, or did the grandmother ever call the police?
Someone did. She ran across the street, okay, after she was shot, and went to a neighbor's house, and a neighbor was able to contact. The grandmother was unable to speak at that time.
Okay. We know no one checked the doorknob, right? And especially, I think that's an assumption that could be made that the shooter got in without a key, right? Did the shooter try different doors? Why did the shooter choose that room?
Well, he went to the west door,
Right.
and of course, that's clearly it was his direction where he was going. He could have gone to the south door. He chose the west door, and we don't know what reasons for that. And he walked deliberately. Now, there were not kids. They were at that particular time. The kids were at lunch in some of the rooms on the left as he proceeded down the east-west hallway, and he turned right. And then he went into 11 and 112 was his focus. Didn't fire down the hallway. All his focus was focused on those two rooms.
Was he just in room 111, or did he go into both rooms?
He went to both rooms.
Are they separated?
They're separated, but there's a connecting door.
So he went into inside.
And it's often left unlocked, the connecting door, and there's no bolts that you can bolt it from either side to prevent entry. So it would be easy for him, and he did access 112 from 111, and vice versa.
Okay, goodness. Are classrooms fitted with an alarm, an individual? Like in the emergency room, we have a button we can push if there's a situation where we need to call.
No, there's no, and that's one of the things we found in the vulnerability assessment. There was no, we'll call it a panic type of button that can alert the entire campus at the same time.
Right. So we don't have that in the school.
That's correct. Well, at least at this school, we did not.
Is there, do you know, is there a central place that if somebody, like the principal's office or administrative office, where if they're notified, they can push a panic button and it ring an alarm or make an announcement?
They use what they call the Raptor system, okay, to send out information. And very careful about alarms. As we ran in Santa Fe, a fire alarm, kids get them out of the classroom, right? They're getting out of the building. Mm-hmm. They could put them and teachers in harm's way moving towards the shooter, which is the case, which happens. So they use a system that did notify, but it was one of the recommendations, as I mentioned earlier, that we had is a centralized alert system that would notify everybody at the same time.
So do they use a code system? In hospitals, we use a code system. Code blue, code black, code orange.
No, ma'am. There's no.
They could just say overhead so the teachers would know that it was an active shooter situation, but the children don't know to run out in the hall.
No, but although they didn't have a duress system throughout the campus that was linked to a mass alert system, they didn't have it. Of course, I did indicate earlier the teachers took it upon themselves and the administrators to exercise their protocols, and they were really, even before the shooter got in school, they went ahead and implemented their active shooter protocol. And certainly they did in the West building, and Unfortunately, in the west building, as I described earlier, the west and south doors were open, but even if the south door was locked or west door was locked, he could have still entered in literally seconds just by breaching that door, in terms of breaching that door, so it wouldn't have been much.
Okay. How, and you may not know, or why did the chief say, we've lost 2 kids? Where did he get that number? What made him think?
I don't know. We were unable to re-interview him.
Okay. It is deeply concerning, I'll say, to hear a statement that if he starts shooting again, we're going to lose more kids, which is probably a true statement, obviously. But then for him to say, but we have to put those to the side right now. Was he?
Well, that's alarming, but obviously, and it was picked up by a body camera. And that said, we have, one of the reasons we wanted to re-interview the chief is simply because allow him to put that in context, why he said that, what he meant at that particular point.
It's just really important for in any trauma situation, any kind of an emergency such as this, it's most important to get the victim, somebody shot, somebody injured, as quickly as possible to an emergency room, because that first hour is called the golden hour, for which mortality, morbidity goes down if they can get to the hospital. And it seems like it was not, I'm not sure that was of concern, or the delay most certainly missed the opportunities to save any children that possibly could have been saved. And I think it was always an active shooter situation, but not always treated as an active shooter situation.
I think that's well said. It never changed. It was always an active shooter situation. The situation was always dire. The timeline was always critical. And, every second mattered.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your time and being here, and I'm going to try to be as succinct as I can and go through a few things. First of all, looking at the bar lock, it was the same door I had in my high school when I graduated 43 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Hadn't changed. But if my thoughts are correct, there's a little bitty hole to the very far end of that, and it's a hex key.
Yes, sir.
And that you literally can turn that to where it will not lock as it's closed, or you can turn it and it will lock automatically.
Yes, sir.
So someone consciously had made a decision that it was okay to have that as a non-locking door that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we know who that person is?
No, sir, we don't know that.
Do we know if it was standard operating procedure for the school district to basically allow that to happen and nobody oversaw?
I don't think the school district, but we have had reports. Again, these are interviews that those doors were often, the south and west doors were often left open.
So my point here is there's a conscious decision somewhere along the food chain, people responsible, and we don't know who they are. I feel sorry for what they're living through today that made a conscious decision to hex key that. And that is if I went through my districts of 150 almost school districts, I can almost guarantee you that is the door that's in these schoolhouses. Secondly, and I know you're not Texas School District Safety Administrator plan, but are you familiar with any of and we left a lot of discretion to the districts, and I think we're maybe seeing that wasn't the best choice, but I can talk from my district, and I won't name district specifics because sometimes you don't want to share the secret sauce, but you said at 11:21 grandmother was shot, 911 was called.
Yes, sir.
If 0.29 miles, if that event occurred in my districts, at least my ones that I'm familiar with, 911 would have been basically on a school lockdown mission at that point, that people have positions to say there's been a domestic violence, there's been an issue, there's a disturbance in the neighborhoods close enough to the district's campuses, it would have been shut down. Do you know, and if it's not your bailiwick, tell me that's TEA, but do you know if there was a safety plan in place that would have said lockdown in the event of X being close proximity to the school?
No, sir, I don't know that. And,
Is that something you're familiar with?
I am familiar with that, and I'm also familiar with that quite frequently some of the newer schools are far better. And in fact, they have some of these gaps that exist on this Robb Elementary don't exist at some other campuses that I've seen.
Is it fair to say that should be something that if there's a domestic or some other incident close enough to a school, that school should have immediate lockdown?
Absolutely.
Second,
I'm trying to look at the exact time the 911 call came in.
it was in your previous
Yes.
testimony,
so
1121.
yeah.
And it doesn't matter.
Yes,
I mean, that's off campus. But in my area of the woods, if that would have happened, schools would have been immediately locked down.
Yes, sir.
Automatic. Second time, the individual crashes into a ditch adjacent to the school property.
Yes, sir.
And the school to this date, was there any indication that there was a lockdown? That hey, we got problems and we need to lock this down? We had a teacher calling from the inside saying we got issues.
Yep.
Who's responsible, if you know? Was it to make sure the campus was locked down?
I'm not sure who was responsible for doing it. I know that teacher, her actions resulted in the campus being locked down.
But really not. We left the door open.
Yeah, exactly.
But somebody on the campus did take the initiative at the point of at least the wreck on the ditch of locking down the campus.
Yes, sir.
It just didn't get done.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Well, the two doors were open, exactly.
So I guess my whole point of this conversation was evidence that there was actual protocol to lock the school down. It just wasn't successful.
I think there was protocol, and we saw it in the Raptor system that went out, and the fact that the teachers got the word and were protecting their children in their classrooms, doing what they were supposed to do. So I would say that they did go into lockdown, and as they should have. Now, we did recommend some efficiencies that can be changed in terms of a mass alert system around campus. There's things to improve,
Sure,
but
I'm all about the panic button. Okay, so we'll move forward. 3 different occasions under current existing protocols. And do you know if Uvalde had a safety plan?
the high school or the school, Robb Elementary.
Do they have a safety plan? Do you know?
I'm not aware. That's one of the things we ask
That's DA.
School Safety Center to take a look at.
I get it. So to that lock, it's created by design to where an individual can keep it from locking. That's a conscious decision.
Yes, sir.
I'm not a safety expert, but there's a lot of Captain Obvious moments in these events, and I'm not here to put blame on any one person, but the truth of the matter is we're seeking answers that may be relevant. But to Senator Birdwell pointed it out finally in the group, but why would you have a door that doesn't secure from the inside, knowing that if there's a fire or something that the inside can open? It's like a bathroom door. Mm-hmm. Why would you have a door in place that required outside interaction to secure it from the outside in? I mean, what is the logic behind having a door like that to start with? Where is that miscommunicated? Would that, it's ingress and egress and safety protocol, right? Keeping people out.
Yes, sir.
Is that number one rule of safety?
Absolutely.
What would be the reason that door lock would be something that's universally around our school buildings?
I can't explain it. It makes no sense at all. In fact, I know there's things that have been designed that can be used in light of or in spite of locking system like this, but it makes no sense.
There's no reason you can believe that would make sense from a safety protocol.
Yeah, I can't imagine that this is safe. And another thing, Senator, is that there's no way for the teacher to know whether it's locked or not.
Well, I agree with that.
That's another problem.
That goes back to technology exists today with the panic button. It's immediately magnetically controlled. I mean, there's lots of options. down to a $5 doorstop on some level in
Yes.
some places.
Yes, sir.
Because you're just looking for resistance. Because
Exactly.
that person's looking for the easiest access, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're not spending time wondering whether the door, and they're moving, right? They're on a mission.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you said that because I couldn't, in my mind, believe, and honestly, that's probably universal in our school buildings too. We're locking we're locking the good guys into the area where the bad guys are. I don't understand how that would examine. So, camp identification. You said it kind of indirectly, and again, since you're not the safety school managers, it's more TA, but from a first responder, if I have multiple campuses on site, would it not be beneficial to have campus A, B, and then corresponding room numbers inside, along with that map that you said was inaccurate on the get-go, that y'all are trained on in that area?
Yeah, certainly standardization would be beneficial, and knowledge of the campus.
All right. I talked to my superintendents, several of them, and universally, their response to school safety was, in some respects, pretty thorough, but still left a lot to be desired on classroom lockdown. And some of them went to vestibules and beep-ins and stuff. But let me ask you the question this way. If you're limited on resources, and most school districts will say they are, that's debatable, but most will say they are when it comes to prioritization of safety. If you're looking at personnel versus hardening of the assets, keeping people out, acknowledging that there is a limitation to people, both in physical, logistically being there, and number two, we've seen where people are have human failures in making the right decision when stressed. Giving a budget from a local school district, if you had to pick a path, would you pick hardening and egress access issues over a resource officer that scope is very limited on what they get done?
Well, even though I'm in the law enforcement profession, I lean that way. If we have a resource officer on scene that knows the building, knows the schools, knows the layout, knows the students, knows the teachers, and he's there, just like in Santa Fe, immediately on site when that happened. And that's, and allows the law enforcement to do exactly what we've been charged to do, and that's to isolate and neutralize the.
That's reactive.
That's right.
That's reactive.
Yes, sir.
Big difference in reactive and keeping the individual out of the classroom to begin with.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm looking at the numbers as a dollar goes, and I say I can spend $80,000 for a resource officer, or I could put $80,000 into locking down, replacing locks, taking the human element out of it, are you still going to go with the personnel choice?
I hate to say this, I'd go with 160,000. I'd have both. Simply
Well, no,
put.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, because
But that's not the world I'm told I live
Hey, the longer we can wait, because you do have local law enforcement 911 calls respond, the longer you can keep them out of the building, the more likely they have a chance to engage him before he can hurt somebody. So I don't disagree with having the proper doors and infrastructure in place and really even the perimeter, okay, to make it difficult to get them into when kids are in school.
I agree. I think that most of the 1,200 districts need to do a rethink, because it goes back to my opening comments. We got resource officers. They're not on every campus, and some of them are one for 8 campus buildings. And I spent a lot of money to get that, all well-intended and well-deserved, those individuals involved in that role. But if I could have kept that classroom locked from the inside, we wouldn't have 21 people in that classroom today.
Hey, 3 minutes would have made a difference. We could kept them out for 3 minutes. Those officers would have been in the hallway, and he could have never got to 111, 112. He'd have been dead.
But there was a decision made to leave that bar X-nut and to have doors that couldn't protect from the inside. Moving on to a different conversation, but in the same genre of things we're told to do on this committee. A lot of conversation, and again, everybody wants solutions, and everybody's looking for blame, and what can we do to prevent this? So, under a background check, this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, I have no ownership or pride of ownership in this conversation. I am told, and you said this individual does not have a record that you can tell, but assuming that individual had a juvie record, that even if it's a juvenile record, that information is given over to you guys, which y'all forward every bit of that up to FBI, that then can make a decision whether to include that into the National Crime Database, which is the backbone of a federal background check when it comes to gun ownership. Is that true or not?
I believe that's true, that we can, and it would go into the NICS system, and it would be something we require before someone can purchase a gun.
So, to be clear, you know about this juvie record. You are required, and you do, I think, diligently send that to the federal authorities. And it is the federal authorities that decide whether or not that information is inclusive in a federal background database.
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
So, I want to remind members, this is the second, and if you really want to call it three. So the Midland shooter bought a gun and was not given a background check. Now that guy that was a FPL, federal license dealer, didn't do it, and he's in jail today. I'm not sure, but I think it was the Sutherland shooter that had a military background check that would have not, had it been done, had it been sent to the database, it would have been there for all eyes to see on a local background check.
Domestic violence.
And so that's two. And third, this not specific to this, but if a juvenile has a record, even though it's, quote, sealed, it is still accessible if the feds do their job and put it into the National Background Data Check.
Yes, sir.
So not only did we fail to lock a campus down, on 3 different occasions, at least from my districts, what their protocols say. Not only our response was horrendous, that some of the solutions out there are reflective of a lack of understanding, but more importantly, the check the box. Because these people that get these juvie records from DPS in Texas to these federal levels, there's somebody looking at that going, it doesn't warrant. There's some system that allows them to choose to include it or not, and it doesn't get included. So we're just pushing paper around and telling everybody everything's good. But we have laws and systems in place today. So social media, and it kind of goes to something that probably definitely is not in your bailiwick, but those messages that were in group context, you know who they are, I guess. By subpoena, you will. Are y'all having interactions with those people?
Yes, sir.
And there's really no recourse other than the guilt. But on the ones that were sympathetic, empathetic, or supportive, is there any recourse legally?
No, sir.
None at all. And without getting into the weeds, are those individuals like, so what? Or we're sorry, or we should have said something, or is it remorseful, or is it more along the lines, you can't touch me?
A combination of many of those, but anywhere from it already blocked him and to someone that thought something was wrong, just didn't report it, to some that, as I indicated before, by their own text messages were empathetic or sympathetic.
So, and this is a hard question if you choose not to answer it, but it's just a system. What is the recourse ultimately to officers that are found to be neglectful in their response? I mean, what is TCO's response as far as removing officers so that they don't show up at some other campus 3 months out?
I'm not aware of anything at this particular point in time that puts them in a position to be able to do that. And individual agencies certainly have the authority to be able to hold the officers accountable for their actions.
So today, in state statute, obviously we've heard about the commander-in-chief and the lack of response. There's nothing in the system that would not prohibit him from showing up in XISD 6 months out, a year out, and becoming an officer.
Not that I'm aware of, unless he's terminated for cause, and there's something in his that would change his FI rating, so law enforcement officers would know whether it's a general discharge, an honorable discharge, or dishonorable discharge. That could certainly affect employment. And I believe T-Cole, I'm sure, can answer the questions as it relates to in terms of some of the tools that they have right now or don't have.
So you mentioned it a couple of times, notoriety. Let me ask it this way from the social media, and it plays into human nature, men specifically, about wanting to leave their mark, wanting to be significant, wanting to have purpose, wanting to be something, and that can be good or bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you think the social media aspect or the platform, and it's just been up in the last 30 years, right? Because we had these individuals. We knew who they were when we were going to high school and schools. These are all existed. I'm 60. We had these individuals that weren't treated right or felt like they were mistreated and had issues, but they didn't have a platform. Mm-hmm. Do you think that the idea that this guy knew that the minute he pulled that trigger, that he just got notoriety on a worldwide basis that will live, unfortunately, into perpetuity?
Absolutely.
You think that plays into the psyche?
Yeah, well, some of the statements he made would suggest exactly that.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your efforts.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, I'd like the Director Mccraw to demonstrate the usage of the lock mechanism. If you could, Director.
Yes, sir. Hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move away from it, so it may not carry all the way down here, but as you'll see, this is a door. It's not just a facsimile, it's in fact one of the doors we took out of the West Building, an interior door as described before. This is the key. And right now, you may not be able to see it from that side, but this right now you can tell that it's unlocked because when you move this, the throw goes back into it. When you twist it around, one loop, you can still move it. It seems like it's the same thing. You're opening it, but you can't because it didn't move the throw. It stays. It remains in that location. And as you can see, there's no way to lock this device. You can, even though it's inside, you can open it and go out. Okay, even though it's locked, but you can't go back in because this is disengaged. And one thing I didn't mention, and you'll find it in probably many schools, is there's a device that what teachers will do a magnetic device, they just place on the side of it here. That way students can go to the restroom and come back in. Yeah. Now, obviously, that was not engaged. I mean, they had taken that out and of course, thought they had locked the door. But as I testified before, this door was, it was open. Okay, it was unsecured. Whether it was locked or not, it was unsecured because the throw did not fit correctly into the strike plate.
And Director, can that door be locked from the inside?
It cannot be locked from the inside. It cannot be.
All right. So I submit to you that you believe this door is commonplace at Robb Elementary?
This is ridiculous, and it's unexcusable. If you're looking at it from a security standpoint, there's many things. You said a doorstop will work. Okay, there's other techniques that are developed and you'll see promulgated around, whether YouTube videos or they made it around the country. But there's other things that can be done. They even teach in the CRAZE curriculum. That's a part of ALERT.
So, Director, when the school went into lockdown and the training that occurred, in reality, it's a myth. There is no school lockdown at Robb Elementary because the doors can't be locked from the inside. The external doors are open There is no barrier to a shooter walking into a classroom in this particular case because of the strike plate being broken. So we're training people in a situation where they simply don't have the equipment to protect themselves.
I would absolutely agree in this case. It starts with the exterior door. You didn't have, it was unlocked, but you didn't need to be unlocked for him to access. Even here, whether it's room 11 or 112, even with this webbing here, you can see it, but you can shoot it out. You can, and all you have to do is put your hand in there and open the door. So
and you certainly could shoot out that on, on multiple locations. So what we have is a situation that is, the school gets an alert and goes into lockdown, but there really is no lockdown at all.
effectively, no.
Now, that's a pretty stunning.
Or no, I may better correct that. It's not an effective lockdown.
That's certainly not an effective lockdown. And unfortunately, people were trained on that one. I just want to ask some things about, to confirm this. Channel 2 KPRC Houston said that the last active shooter training was in March. They have documentation to that. Can you confirm that?
I do. Can't say March, but I do know that they had active shooter training.
Right. So we've already seen. There's a ABC interview of the teacher, Mr. Reyes, who's miraculously survived. He said that he had already reported the strike plate problem.
Yes, sir.
So obviously, at least the school principal or someone in charge of the facility knew that this door was completely disabled from any ability to lock.
We can confirm he had reported it. Yes, sir.
Right. And in addition, so all the reports that have been out, whether it's the San Antonio Express News, I can go on for a list, New York Post, et cetera, we now have confirmed that these doors, and the door in particular in classroom 111, could have not have possibly been locked, so that the shooter egressed and he did it more than once. He walked in the hall. That's what I understand.
Yes, sir.
So, clearly, this door was of zero obstacle to the shooter, and so now we have a culture where we think we've trained an entire school for lockdown, and because the external doors are wired open with the hex nut, as Senator Perry said, and because these doors cannot be locked from the inside, we set up a condition of failure in an active shooter environment.
I would say so, yes, sir. I want to be clear. The door was either locked or unlocked, but it was unsecured.
Right.
So I'd want to use that term to be very careful and precise on that, because either way, when we got there, it was unlocked, but either way, it was unsecured.
Right, because the only way to secure everything would have been do an individual inspection of every door, and you've already said that it took an outside key to lock the exterior doors.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been the same thing that would happen on the internal doors, would they not?
Yes, sir.
And then the last piece of this, which is there is simply, between classrooms 111 and 112, no effective lock mechanisms there at all, right?
Correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, members, what's really stunning is I don't know how many other schools out of the 8,000 campuses in Texas train with an active shooter type of program, but they don't have the equipment to do what we want them to do, which is protect the children of Texas. Obviously, there's no external barriers at Robb Elementary. The fence was 4 feet tall and breached in many places. There were ropes instead of, again, because it goes to your point of trying to slow the shooter down to be engaged on the exterior.
Yes, sir.
As opposed to the interior.
Yes, sir.
But if they're not slowed down, and if the external door can be opened with a touch of a hand, and the internal doors are not locked, there's no stopping a shooter from walking in a classroom who obviously had personal experience with classrooms 111 and 112.
Yes, sir.
Now, speaking of that, let's go over some things about the shooter. Obviously you've conducted many interviews in Uvalde. Can I ask how many roughly?
We've been at over 500 interviews. It's probably up to about 700 right now.
About 700 interviews. This is a town of 17,000 people.
Yes, sir.
So that's a pretty big sample.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you did these interviews, was he employed? That was one rumor he was at one point.
He was previously employed. He was not employed at the time. He was at this time of the shooting. He was not employed. He worked in the fast food industry.
And he worked in the fast food industry for how long?
Well, that's all he ever worked at, and he off and on, and he certainly worked to the first quarter of the earning period.
So we have a student, maybe at best a student that's truant, that's working at the fast food restaurant. And out of all these interviews you had, how many times did they tell you that he was the one they were worried about?
Well, several times. We had only one teacher said that she always was worried about him. The one student that scared her most. So when he discussed, that last year he started, again, I mentioned earlier, started dressing as like a school shooter, started acting like a school shooter.
So maybe half a dozen times out of
yes, sir. Yeah.
That clearly identified this one person, Ramos, as the person they were extremely worried about.
Yes, sir. After the fact. They never reported that to law enforcement.
That was going to be my next
yes,
question.
Sir.
So at no time did they report this. Now, at any time, did anyone report the shooter Ramos literally carrying a sack of dead cats?
Yes.
They did?
Yes.
And who did?
They didn't report to the officials. That was observed and reported when we did interviews.
So again, they've seen apparent, quite frankly, aberrant behavior, and they're worried. And in a town of 17,000, we've got at least a half a dozen people that were worried to the point where they thought he was going to be an active shooter. We've got animal cruelty that's been identified, but yet somehow through all of the reporting of people's thoughts, there's no official record in HPD, ISD that we know of.
None that we can find.
Well, that's a major failure. When you look at the police response, and I think because Senator Campbell said this, that golden hour goes by and people die. And in this case, I think it was Senator Creighton that had 11 well, actually, there was 9 people within a few minutes and then 11 total within just about 7. So there's 11 officers in the building, and this is by the timeline you've got at 11:36.
Yes, sir.
That is 8 minutes after he crashed his car. So we had 11 officers in the building, and I don't know, I'm going to just tell you this, reading your timeline, I don't know if it makes you angry. I alternated from sad to disappointed to flat out angry when I read this timeline, because it is an absolute total breakdown of any command and control. This is a textbook example of it. I've never seen, it's almost like, a mirage appeared, because the group started talking about offices instead of classrooms, about no one except for the DPS officer talking about where are the kids. It's almost incredible to see this type of response. Now, I'm going to submit to you, I don't believe there's any training in the world that could have helped this incident, Commander, because this last 25 minutes from 12:21 to 12:46 is a disgraceful diatribe of somebody that cannot possibly have responded to this crisis. The reasoning, there is no reasoning. The torrent of illogical statements here, and it is preposterous. And all along, people are dying. And what makes this more incredible to me is that there are at least 6 shots fired during this time. And I submit to you and members of the committee, every shot is a death. Why is this person shooting? He's killing somebody. But yet, this incident commander finds every reason to do nothing. And that's the tragedy of this document. Because clearly people were killed in the initial barrage. You said up to 100 rounds. But at least 6 rounds were shot afterwards. Probably the individual targets, at least 3, you'd have to, because of the groupings. And that means 3 children probably died. A teacher bled out. An hour plus goes on. So is there any T-close or any way that officers coming into a situation like that with a clearly dysfunctional and total breakdown of command and control, that somehow that can be rectified at a shooting like this? Or are we just looking at a shooting that tragically and horrifically lasted so long that it's so abnormal, so out of what the possible realm of responses are, that they simply no way to replace an incident commander that has literally melted into protoplasm?
Yeah. Well, the only thing that will make you more mad is to see the video. It'll be worse, I can assure you, if you see it. It's, as we mentioned before, it's antithetical. Everything that we practiced, preached, I mean, it's in contrary, and it is, you know, unfortunately, what we're left with. And of course, we're trying to figure out solutions to this. And what solution? What can you? How do you overcome?
I mean, Director, that's my question. Yeah. There is no training that could have overcome this person's inability to command.
Yes, sir.
Person should have never even been in the job.
Absolutely.
Because there is no fact or supposition of fact that this response and the responses that are here are even remotely operationally correct. And there's so many opportunities that are lost. It's almost like a psychosis set in. And, you know, and I challenged this individual. I had challenged this chief to come testify in public as to what happened here. Don't go hide in the house and talk privately. Come to the Senate, where the public of Texas can ask these questions. It's just abominable when you have to read this. I can only imagine what it was like for law enforcement professionals to see the video. And we have to understand that we're dealing with people whose lives were lost and people that died that clearly shouldn't have, in my opinion. And more importantly, we have to design systems that don't have our teachers and our students, their families, all believing that we're doing lockdown drills and it's a good thing, that they're ready for this. We have to have incident commanders that are ready for this. And if they're not, they should have never had the job. This man should have removed himself from the situation immediately, because just by looking at his response, he's incapable of it. And the fact that we're having this discussion without him, Mr. Chairman, members, I think is a sad testament to that. But the bottom line is, we're going to get to the bottom of these facts. You're demonstrating what happened at the door clearly shows that there was no door that was going to prevent, there's no access to that room that was being denied. And I just want to express the outrage of reading this for the first time. Because at the end of the day, we could have done better, but we will do better. And every recommendation this committee makes is based upon getting the facts. Because until now, we didn't have the facts. Till now, we were told a whole variety of things. But now, we're going to have to take known facts to make good known law. Because I submit, there are no badder facts than these that are on this table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Mccraw, thank you for being here from the very beginning of this, not just for us, but to the state and the country and even the world watching. You have been a source of reliable information and of a steady hand, and we're glad you're here. we're glad we can get some answers from you, and we're thankful for you. Your training at the state and federal levels means something, and we're glad you're in this role. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Try not to cover too much ground that you've already dealt with. The grandmother, earlier that morning, after she was shot, I believe you said she made it to a neighbor's house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I've heard different things, as you know, so many sources and so much conflicting information. When the grandmother made it to the neighbor's house, there was a phone call for help. Was it a 911 call, or was it a call to a specific law enforcement agency, if you know?
A 911 call was made. At some point after that happened, a 911 call was made.
At some point after the grandmother was shot?
Yes.
So she made it to a neighbor's house, and they did call 911?
Yes, and then she was later transported, airlifted to San Antonio.
So if there were reports that the neighbor may have called a particular agency and that's not accurate, there was a 911 call as far as we know?
Yes. In fact, I think it's in the timeline. You'll see when the 911 call comes in.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I want to ask you also, you mentioned how the local officers, and in particular the school district officers on the scene, they know the layout, they know the buildings. Let's talk about that. Do we have a system in place where when officers arrive, they are given a floor plan, a blueprint? Tell us about that. This sounds like something we should be doing on a systemic level. How did that work here? How does that work? An officer arrives, and how do I know what's a classroom, what's an office? How does that work, and how did that work here?
Well, it just depends on the agency. Here they had an independent school district, you would assume, but they had many more campuses. They had 6 officers, chief, and many campuses, and I think at least 10 different campuses that they would cover. So the familiarity would be based upon, officers visiting the school, understanding the layout, having the plans in place, and of course, as I understand it, there was some practicing, and active shooter practicing done as well in training of those particular officers. I can say, and there'll be, I think chiefs of police will follow in that regard, what we found very effective is we practice together, and we train together, when we communicate together, and to the extent that we can do active shooter training with our local partners is always better. One of the things we were directed by the governor, and certainly supported and funded by the legislature since Santa Fe, troopers are required to stop by and visit the campuses. Get an idea get the layout, talk to teachers along those lines, understand. If you're gonna do paperwork, you might as well do it in the parking lot, to provide a visible presence. It doesn't cost anybody any money to be able to do that. In some cases, schools have offered offices, and we've taken advantage of that and have troopers in offices on campus, so we have somebody there at some point in time. One of the things we started doing after Santa Fe is try to get the blueprints, for schools. Because what we do is that way, when we have a tracker system, a text map tracker system, each patrol car, troopers can immediately push the school, and it takes them down, and we can see the blueprints. So when they're responding and they hear what building, they could also take a look in terms of the layout as they're going in. So just more information in that regard.
So the capability you just described, which we began to seek after Santa Fe, where the officer on the scene using his own technology can look at the layout, are we getting there? Are we making progress there?
Well, we're certainly working to it. All jurisdictions are different in terms of where they're at and what they have and what capabilities they have. So I can attest to exactly what was in place, there in terms of the ISD response. We've been just investigating what actually had happened.
So as we read the timeline and we see these references to the shooter being in an office, contained in an office, it's just crushing for us to read that today and knowing what was happening. But as a rule, we rely on the officers who serve there, who work there, to know the layouts of the buildings and to know what's what. That's what we have to rely on today?
Yes, but even the first arriving officers will always have better information, than the last arriving officers, and that's a recognition, and it's something that's practiced and expected when you go through these exercises.
You mentioned in the timeline at 11:37 where there's a gunfire from the suspect that's injuring officers who were approaching the classroom doors. And you shared with us the video. It was not the highest quality, but you were able to get it enhanced and get an idea of what happened. You talked about these sheetrock walls.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I'm clear. So the officers who are approaching the doors and who get shot or shot at, is that gunfire coming through the walls or the door? Do we know about that?
We can't say for sure. We're doing the trajectory right now, but it looks like both. And two officers that were Uvalde PD officers that bravely approached that door, and two of them were hit. Out of the three approached, two were hit out of the three that approached.
Right. Senator Betancourt and some other members asked you about training, and I think Senator Betancourt's question was focused on training of the teachers and the school personnel. You talked about our goal at DPS of training with the local officers. There have been reports about active shooter training that was done here. I believe I read where the Uvalde ISD chief talked about their training. Do we know what the officers at Uvalde ISD, were they receiving this alert training that we understand everyone gets, or do we know what kind of training they were getting, what kind of training they were performing?
TCOL can speak to the specific training of those officers, number one, and of course, alert will know whether they went through their version. Now, there's two different versions. There's a TCOL version, then there's a more intense version that the alert program puts on. And I think they'll document and certify who's attended their particular program and curriculum.
I want to ask you about what was going on outside the building while the events in the timeline were just taking place. And we've read media reports, we've heard from folks about people arriving, parents arriving. There was a reference to crowd control, I think. Give us an idea of what was happening outside as these minutes ticked by and parents and community members began to arrive on the scene.
Well, parents were continually updated through an email system to the school and told to go somewhere, but not the campus, to stay away from the campus. But parents being parents, as time goes by, where are you going to go? I mean, you want to know if it's your child. You would expect that. They're emotional.
That's right.
They're desperate.
That's right. So what happened?
Well, some parents, I can speak from the department in terms of we had to restrain at least two parents. One was trying to break through, and another one was trying to break through to students in a bus along those lines. Of course, you can't tell if they're parents or who they are at that point, and they were restrained, and understandably so. And I'm not saying that it's a bad call at all to have a perimeter and keep people out. I mean, especially if it's a barricaded situation. And you don't know. So it's understandable why the call was to keep parents out. It's also understandable why parents wanted to go in. And I'm not aware of any parents being arrested. Certainly we didn't arrest parents. Even one parent we put handcuffs on, we took him off, and I don't even have his name. We just, calmed down, everything was fine, and went on. But it was certainly understandable why he wanted to break through the perimeter and run into the area.
Sir. In just a couple of minutes, I'm going to ask you some questions about Classroom 111 and Classroom 112. But before we get to that, I want to talk about the rest of the building. You've commented on this a little bit, and we, again, heard reports in the media about officers from different agencies going in to evacuate, maybe get their children, other children. Give us an idea of what was happening in the rest of the West Building as far as clearing, evacuating, and getting those students to safety.
Well, as I indicated, buildings 132, rooms 132 and 131, that core third grade, they were at lunch, so they weren't they weren't there at the time. They were gone at that time. So as you can see, 116, 106, 105, 101, these rooms had to be evacuated and were evacuated by officers to the backside. They took out the windows and evacuate them safely and orderly through that particular location. So that's one of the very good things that would have happened. Like I said before, you can only have so many officers in the hallway. And you can take a look at the chart, and you see that east and west hallway is where it was easily officers amassed. What you didn't see in the video is sometimes there's the impression that there's a lot of people right around 111 and 112. And that didn't happen. They were far away from 111 and 112 until the final breach, except for the three officers that went in quickly. Okay, the shots are fired. Then from there on out, we're basically moving into the east and west hallway and down to the south side of the entrance and declaring it a containment.
So that was going on during the events on the timeline, which we rightly focus on classrooms 111 and 112.
And what you'll see is in the video, we got many officers, different agencies. They show up, they stick their head in, they spend a couple minutes, and they leave because they understand that there's enough officers on the scene that are taking care of business.
Colonel, thank you. I want to ask you one more question about the building and the classrooms broadly. And you've talked so much about the doors today. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for trying to explain this to us. Many times, folks back home who are watching productions like this, they're frustrated because we're not asking the right questions. So I just want to make sure this is clear. Let's speak for a moment about all the classroom doors in the West Building, right? So not 111 and 12, but all the classroom doors in the West Building, you've told us, have this doorknob, this locking mechanism. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it your impression that the classroom doors were kept locked all the time? Is the default position locked?
It's supposed to be the default position is locked. That's why I mentioned the magnets are loose sometime when students are going back and forth.
So ideally, we're not talking about a situation where the alarm goes off, the call goes out, and the teacher is taking the key and going outside the door and locking it. Ideally, it's already locked. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's for all those classroom doors. Now let's talk about 111, 112. You talked about the strike plate. I bet everybody knows what that is, but just in case, let's think about that. So when you open your door, whether at home or here, anywhere else, along the door jamb, if you will, where the door closes,
yes, sir,
there's a piece of metal and there's a hole in there that the door connects with. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
The strike plate. And so to make sure I'm clear, for this particular door at classroom 111, 112, when the door closed, the lock was not going into that strike plate.
Correct. It wasn't seating correctly.
It wasn't latching sometimes.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And we've had doors like this at home, at work. It closes, and the doorknob can be locked, but you can just push it open because it wasn't sealing, wasn't seating.
That's correct.
Okay, and so that was the situation here.
Yes, sir.
And to make sure we're clear, there's testimony that the teacher in that classroom had reported to the administration, this door is not closing properly. It is not properly. This door, let me back up. The teacher had reported, this door is not closing properly. This door is not securing when we close it.
Yeah, at least on one occasion. I know we have records of how many times it was reported.
Thank you. Colonel, you talked about those ballistic shields, and you've made it so clear, and I'm glad you've stressed that based on your training, officers, we don't wait for shields. We don't wait for anything. You go in and stop the threat. Thank you for stressing that.
I don't care if you have flip-flops and wearing Bermuda shorts. It doesn't matter. You go in.
Amen. That said, do you believe we should be equipping all of our officers, every vehicle, with these ballistic shields to have another tool to use to protect the people of Texas and our children?
I think so. I think well, that's what we're going to do with resources you provided, and if approved, okay, by the, I don't want to get way out there, but if approved by the Legislative Budget Board and the leadership.
And you've seen the Lieutenant Governor almost immediately come out in favor of that, and of course I suspect that would be a unanimous matter here in the legislature. And you also mentioned breaching tools.
Yes, sir.
Is that something else you'd like to see us provide for officers?
Yes, sir. I'd like to see a go bag for every trooper that has, the shield that I discussed. It doesn't have to be, as I talked about before, it doesn't have to be a SWAT version, and certainly a breaching tools, and not just issued, but trained on them.
Colonel, thank you. And just one more question. And this has been addressed by a couple of senators, but I want to make sure I have it in one place. So 11:33, suspect begins shooting into classroom 111, 112 from the hallway. And then in the next few minutes, more than 100 rounds are fired. if I read that correctly. Is that right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And so we know, again, this is just so painful to read, to go through what happened. And then that was 11:33, over 100 rounds. And then over the next hour, there are some more shots fired that are documented.
Yes, sir.
And then at 12:50, an hour and almost an hour and 14 plus minutes, the classroom is liberated and the officers go in.
Yes, sir.
Colonel, this is hard. You know about the injuries. You know what you found when you went in. Senator Campbell talked about that golden hour. Is there any way to determine how different this outcome might have been had we been able to go in right away?
I can tell you the district attorney is committed to doing so, and she's enlisted, I said, a medical expert. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention his name, but Dr. S. Scott here in Travis County is well regarded to do that particular meticulous analysis to answer that question.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a point of clarification to Colonel or Director Mccraw. On the timeline, you might have mentioned that the first 911 call, which happened after the grandmother was shot in the face, as we understand it, that is not on our timeline. Is that 11:21?
No, 11:21 was the text message from the subject to a CC, a juvenile in Germany, that said that he shot his grandmother in the face, and he's going to go shoot up an elementary school. That was 11:21. That was he was at 552 Diaz Street at that time.
And so, just point of clarification on that, because it's not on our timeline, but is 11:21, is that, am I hearing you, that was the 911 call that I think?
No, it was not. 11:21 was not the 911 call. That's when he announced just on text message that he just shot his grandmother and was going to go shoot up an elementary school.
Do we know what time the 911 call came in?
I do, or can get it, and I'll report it back to you if it's not right here. But
Okay, thank you. Sure. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. Director Mccraw, it seems like when I first read the timeline, there seems to be a complete failure of command and leadership at the site of the incident.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
It seems like nobody knew who was in charge. And the question is, why didn't DPS take command and in charge of the situation?
Well, first of all, the one that has command of the situation is the on-scene commander, the ranking official, the agency that has jurisdiction. That's by practice and doctrine. That local agency that had jurisdiction and that declared that they had command was the chief of police. The sheriff and the chief of police, the Uvalde Police Department, also deferred and said, yes, he is the on-scene commander. So by actions and deeds, he issued commands and had information and provided information and controlled the scene. One thing I left out, he was on the scene throughout the entire event. DPS, the Border Patrol, FBI, everyone that came in afterwards, U.S. Marshals that came in afterwards, is not the practice, the policy to take over anything, okay? Because first of all, you don't have self-directed action. One of the things that the experts you can ask them questions on is that in best practices, is there any situation where officers go in, okay, and they're self-directed, they decide they want to be a part of for example, everyone wants to be on the entry team and the stack. And we get the DPS officer moves in and decides to, like our special.
Let me just.
Yes, sir.
You testified a while ago that you trained in this type of situation where lives are at stake, that you charge, even though you have shower shoes or flip-flops. Mm-hmm. But you all didn't do that in this situation. And I understand protocol, but it took over an hour to try to breach that door, over an hour. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to use my military, but quite frankly, when you go into this type of situation, lives are at stake. If you really analyze the situation right away, and within 5-10 minutes, you know what's going on. You know that whoever's in charge is not making the right decisions. You got to take over and take command of the situation. I mean, we do that all the time in the military. I know that, and I don't see why you all shouldn't have taken command once you knew. You had DPS agents, DPS officers inside the hall that were pushing to breach the door in charge. I mean, to me, when lives are at stake, you have to be, and I don't care what the protocol is, if you have people there, officers who are well-trained and understand what the situation is, they need to take over a situation where you only have school district police officers who do not have the same type of training and experience. I mean, there's two different type of situations, or at least type of training we're talking about. I just, when I saw the timeline, I knew it was a complete failure. And if you all would have just taken over in charge, you would have been able to save lives in this type of situation. And I asked, I think I even texted you, whether or not DPS had authority by law to go in and assess a situation like this and take immediate action. When lives are
They don't have authority. No, sir, they don't have authority by law. I can tell you that one of the biggest problems that is reflected in the timeline, to your point, is not only the lack of leadership, but also the misinformation that's being provided. What officers were being told is the subject is contained, the chief is in the classroom or the office negotiating or talking to the subject. So everyone is treating it, that therefore comes in afterwards. You're in the hallway and you're looking at it and you're being told this. There's no reason to discount that. Now, certainly if you heard, well, wait a minute, we're getting 911 calls from children in the classroom. And we did note on the timeline, we got an officer, Officer Weiss, whose wife called him and said she was been shot and she's dying. So certainly those things, and what happened to him was he tried to move forward into the hallway. He was detained and they took his gun away from him and escorted him off the scene.
But here, look, I understand that there was misinformation. And in firefights, this type of situation, there is a lot of confusion. Mm-hmm. But once you had DPS officers inside the hall, what they're seeing is not what they're being told.
Yeah. Well, what they saw, the first one was one of our troopers, the first one arrives at 11:42. And what she saw is numerous officers in the hallway, and enough to commit the stack or a containment, and after 2 minutes she left. So that's where our next officer on the scene was a PIO sergeant, okay, and he's the one that drove. He drove him drove Officer Ruiz to the scene, and he similarly went in and was under 2 minutes before he left. We had a Texas Ranger, was the fourth DPS officer on the scene. And when he arrived, he was there for 37 seconds. He saw the same thing. Everyone stacked up. We got plenty of officers. He went off to help the other students evacuate and teachers evacuate, and duties as assigned. He later returned at about 12:16. When he returned, he also provided, because there was a request to cover the roof, so he got helicopter support. He tasked a special agent to get a UAV up, so he did some supporting thing, but there's no, at this point, that's we're now 12:16, and of course we had, I think, 4 other troopers that did the same thing. They went in the east hallway, looked, saw what was going on, and then left.
Well, there was a DPS officer in the hall who made the comment and asked, were the children inside?
Yes, sir.
And they said, yes, so we need to go in. We need to go in.
If there's children, he made a declarative statement, yes, if there's children, we need to go in. We need to go in right now.
I just, just from my experience, myself as a military person, and I know the training that police go through, this type of situation, in my humble opinion, is a complete failure by our law enforcement and the proper respond, and then DPS not taking over once they knew that the decisions that were being made from what you saw and what you heard, and I know it's misinformation, to take over the situation in order to save lives. I mean, that is the responsibility and there's the oath that we take, that law enforcement takes. In this type of situation, yes, some law enforcement might have been killed in charging in there. But that's why you sign up for the job. There's always a risk involved. And to me, I'm just very distraught when I read the timeline that if there being much quicker action, I don't want to blame anybody with Chief Arredondo. It was a complete failure among all the law enforcement agencies that were there, not able to take over and respond. But quite frankly, he didn't even know what the situation was. He wasn't talking to the shooter, and the shooter kept shooting at least 3 or 4 rounds. It just...
Hey, we had some...
It really questions the decisions that were made by the leadership and relying and with so much miscommunication as what you were looking and seeing and sensing, and all these children trapped in there. That was what really, I was just a complete failure.
Yeah, I described it as such. Absolutely a failure, and certainly antithetical to everything we've known, and as I said before, practice and preach for 2 decades.
And that's my point. That's why you should have just taken over. So something's wrong with the situation, and we need to make a decision now on what we know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Campbell and then Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just we're listening to events, how they unfolded on that horrendous day, but also looking for interventions and things we can do. We have a lot of strong obviously military-trained veterans. I think that we could have a volunteer program of veterans who are trained to carry and protect at least the perimeter of the schools. Do you have an opinion on that? I mean, I think it's a large, I ask you and then I think we have a large population of those who are, I mean, just like Senator Hinojosa, so well-trained in military experience with protection.
Yeah, I would certainly volunteer for that program if I was retired.
Yes.
When I retire,
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I would be the first in line.
Thank you, thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just a couple of questions. Director, an example, go to 1158-1201. Is that an example of some of the confusion that was going on in terms of who was in control there, who was the commander?
Yes. Good point, yes.
The fact is, it basically saying that, and we say DPS SA, what is that, SA? San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
Special agent or what?
Yeah. Special agent, yeah.
Okay.
At 1158, 1156, at the PD channel recording. Again, it's critical that everybody let PD take a point on this. When they say PD, they were talking about ISD.
And then we have a special agent that replies, he's not my supervisor. What are you getting at 12.0113?
Yeah.
He's not my supervisor. What does that, help us understand that conversation?
He indicated he wanted to go clear more rooms, and the officer he talked to said, don't you think we should have a supervisor approve that? And to which he replied, he's not my supervisor. And of course, that agent went ahead and started clearing rooms and found a boy that had been hiding in a restroom. So he self-directed action.
When he said it's not my supervisor, who was he referring to, do you know?
Well, the officer was talking about, well, don't we think we need a supervisor to approve? Well, his point was, he's not my supervisor. There's kids over there. I'm going to go over there.
I understand that. I'm just trying to understand the command structure at that point in time. Was he talking about the school chief or someone else, or do you know?
Yes, exactly. I mean, the response specifically from the officer or from the agent was, I want to be careful about here.
It says
it sounds like a hostage situation. Sounds like like a rescue. They should probably go in. And of course, to your point, indicates he wants to go clear more rooms. An unknown officer, at that point said, don't you think we should have a supervisor approve that? And of course, the agent is saying at this point, he's not my supervisor.
And so the question, are there any other instances of that in terms of it appears there's some sort of miscommunication in terms of the...
And we wanted to make sure that we had our agent there, which was any relevance that DPS officers in that building, wanted to make sure we had the body recorder statements and what time they entered, and that's the reason why that's included in here.
Okay, but does that indicate any type of breakdown in command structure right there?
Well, I think the whole thing was a breakdown in command structure.
No, let me be more
from the
specific.
beginning. And I think,
Again, sir.
and if he would have...
Does that indicate, please, does that indicate to you a breakdown in command structure? That particular segue, I should say.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. Now, let me ask another thing. Going down to 1247, when there was actually the breach, who led the breach? Was that Border?
Board TAC.
Okay, now, did the chief of police of the schools order them to go in, or do you know, did they came on the scene and did what was necessary in order to...
They came on scene, and from the statements, you can see at some point, the chief acquiesces when they came. Of course, the chief asked for Board TAC, he asked for SWAT. When they arrived, then the issue became, the delay became about the key, and eventually when they had that key situation resolved is when the decision was made to go in.
And Board TAC made that decision?
Well,
do you know?
Sure, I'll just say, yeah, the decision was made to go in. I don't know that, and certainly Board TAC or that team made a decision to go in, but I don't know that the chief said, don't go in either.
Okay.
Because the chief was actually looking for the keys so they could go in.
So someone made a decision, finally made a decision to go in?
Yeah, when there's finally a tactical team and they finally have the keys, which they didn't need, the decision was to breach, and they did breach.
And the breach didn't occur until after we got the keys to open the door?
Until it didn't occur, although the key wasn't needed, the breach didn't occur until after they found a key that worked.
Last question. We've heard about the grandmother, about him shooting his grandmother in the face. Do we know her status, her medical status?
Well, we hope to, unfortunately, she can't talk right now. It's very difficult, and she lost her jaw. But we're arranging for an interview with her, and she's been gracious to authorize that as long as her daughter's there. So we'll be doing that. If we haven't done it already, we'll be doing that here shortly. I can say that he waited for his grandfather to leave the house before.
Wow.
And he announced it. He said, I'm at the same, that individual that I mentioned that he was talking to, he messaged back and said, well, he's not, I'm waiting for him to leave right now before I do it. And of course, after a period of time, he did leave, and he did do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Truman.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, I'm getting help from people, obviously, on text. They've mentioned something called the Texas Interoperability Channel Plan, and it's referenced that they had an option to go to direct interoperability channel, and that would have bypassed the problems we're having. Is that true or false?
I don't know if that's true or false.
You don't know this, the interoperability channel, is that designed specifically to go around problems?
Well, first, I don't know whether they, based on the threat assessment we did, that portable radios did not talk, okay, as I indicated before, did not talk outside the school. So if you're saying there's an interoperability channel that would do that with the same radio system, I'm not aware of that.
So let me ask it this way. Was it a technology problem that they didn't communicate, or was it the director or the commander-in-chief not being trained that there was I'm told, a conduit in which officers can talk when there's problems?
Well, I'll start with first, the chief didn't have his radio with him initially, okay, right? Secondly, based upon our assessment, okay, the portable radios by the chief, because he uses the Uvalde system, the Uvalde PD system, the Uvalde PD officers, the sheriff's office, and DPS officers did not work inside that building. In fact, it didn't work until we got 10 feet away from the building.
So it's a technology. I'm trying to get to...
That's a technology, not an interoperability
Let me
issue.
back up. you know, my cell service doesn't have service some days. That's a different technology problem than, do we have a system in this state? Because we have appropriated money, we have forced the issue with Motorola versus whatever the other is to make all law enforcement officials, all law enforcement radios to talk to each other. Do we have a system across the board from city police to sheriff's departments to DPS to federal agents? Do we have a system that works together yet?
Yes, but it's not in that building.
They don't work inside the building because it's
The radios to those agencies do not communicate.
Not enough signal. Not enough signal.
Not enough signal.
Okay, all right. Secondly, the initial 3 officers that met the individual before he headed down the hallway to the classrooms were shot at.
Yes, sir.
I think they were shot. Is that true?
Grazing wounds.
So I'll ask it this way. If the DPS were in charge and they were the 3 officers that met that individual coming down the hallway, would there have been a gun, a shootout, if you will, a distraction, as you've called it in the past, but would there have been more engagement from a DPS perspective had they been those 3 officers?
That's not fair for me to say. I would expect it to be the case. I think every chief would expect their officers to handle it differently in that regard. The doctrine suggests that absolutely, that's, you don't retreat based on that. And moreover, there was not just 3 officers immediately followed by another, as many as 8 officers, but 4 on the other side. So there was more than enough officers right then when that happened.
Right then, if they had engaged with full force.
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty good chance that although the outside building was compromised, the inside of the office class. I mean, to me, it looks like that's where, along with all the other calamities and all the other noncompliance and all the other issues we've found, that's where we dropped the ball really for the last time before it happened.
The biggest chance was in that hallway, that 3 minutes before he got into the classroom. The biggest opportunity to save lives.
I understand.
Secondly, after that, the doctrine is, as we talked about before, you must isolate the subject. That means you got to keep pressing. Then distract. They allow you to distract. You can do things that don't really, you can minimize risk to officers by distracting.
Did those 3 officers have bulletproof vests?
Did they have vests? Yes, sir.
They had bulletproof vests on?
Yes, sir. Every officer in there.
Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa, I'll get to Senator Zaffarini first, and she'd ask first. So Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Mccraw, a 4th grade teacher at Robb Elementary, posted that a few months before May 24th, the district had adopted a silent alarm system, but the school personnel had never drilled with anything other than an audible system, and that after May 24th, that at least half the staff never saw the silent alarm that was rung on May 24th, but that half the teachers did not see it. And he also noted that the district's silent alarm system has no backup warnings, and that the first teacher was shot 4 minutes after the alarm was sent. Are you familiar with the use of the silent alarm system at Robb?
No, I'm not familiar with it, unless it's a Raptor system that we're talking about. I'm not familiar with it.
Well, this teacher is urging that silent alarm systems be opposed because they do not work. Do you have any advice about the use of silent alarms?
Well, what I do is recommended, one of the recommendations in our threat and vulnerability assessment was to have a mass alert system throughout the campus. So that's one thing we do recommend, and I'm sure that other experts will recommend it. More importantly, experts that will come behind will recommend it as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there were reports about the shooter making statements in social media prior to the incident.
Yes, sir.
And I know we have fusion centers in certain regions of the state. Would a fusion center would help in that type of situation to pick up the warnings about going to a school and shooting it up?
I'm sorry, Chairman.
You know, there was social media reports
right.
that the shooter
Yes, sir.
Had put out warnings and told other people that he was planning to go
Yes,
to the school and shoot at the school.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he did send messages and a chat to a number of people on that very day.
And my question was just, and I don't know the answer. We have fusion centers in different regions of the state, not all over the state. Would a fusion center would have been of help or be able to pick up those type of messages or warnings?
Those were private messages in either a four-person chat or a direct messaging based on the social media application, whether it's Instagram, Facebook. You've got, so really they would not have the ability to pick it up without a court or authorized subpoena to be able to get access to it. So there wouldn't be a timely access to it because it's not public information. They couldn't use the internet to scour, for example, someone posted publicly those particular statements. They wouldn't find that just by searching the internet. It's something that would have to require a court or a subpoena to be able to get that from the company.
Thank you for answering my question, clarifying that.
Senator Kokors.
Thank you. Director Mccraw, thank you for your long testimony today and what you have revealed. Thank you to the members for your exhaustive and very good questions. When I look at your timeline and how many rounds were fired off, a question arose that ARs are not always easy to handle, especially knowing how to load them and changing clips and so forth. In all your interviews, do you know if he had been practicing his shooting since he purchased the gun, and had he been training on how to do rapid fires and so forth? Have y'all discovered anything in your interviews about that?
Well, as mentioned earlier, he didn't drive. He had to get someone else he didn't drive. He'd have to get someone else to drive him. He did request someone to take him for a range, and that didn't occur. And of course, he didn't buy the firearms until May 16th. So he was not trained. He hadn't had a lot of practice with it. So regardless of what he was doing in his room, it wasn't, he wasn't on a field or a range or something like that in terms of perfecting his skills.
Thank you.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. This would help clarify something for me that I had heard early, and we all know there were a lot of misinformation early on in the reports. But when you call 911 in Uvalde, does it go to the sheriff's office? Is that where the 911 center is, or does it go to the police department?
The police department. In Uvalde, it's the police department.
Okay. Because I had heard, it was the sheriff's department, and they were getting the word to the sheriff's deputies and stuff, but not to the police department. So you're saying it was the police department that got the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
From the kids and teachers and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
But they could not convey that information to the officers, the school officer that was inside the building?
Well, we know we could only find one thus far. There may be more, one officer that heard the reports on the dispatch. The dispatch then put it out and broadcast it. And as I mentioned earlier, sometimes it was a lot of people talking at the same time, bits and parts. He said, hey, say again, say again. And so we know at least one officer had that information based upon that 1203 phone call from Chloe.
Okay, that clears that up. So when the police department gets that information from 911, I would assume that's immediately conveyed to the school police.
Yes, sir, everybody. In fact, the school police uses the Uvalde Police Department channel, look at their radio system. So, so they're in communication, and the sheriffs, in fact, everybody, including DPS and the Border Patrol, are monitoring, what they have the ability to monitor, and this is one of the things that Senator Perry is talking about. Yeah, it's interoperable in the sense that we can listen to each other's conversations.
Okay, different question. Dollars to purchase those weapons and ammunitions. He just turned 18.
Yes, sir.
Do we know where he got that much money? Was he working a regular job?
Well, all we've been able to determine thus far is that he's saved that money over a long period of time working at fast food restaurants. And we've had interviews. We haven't been able to find anything else. There's been talk about odd work, odd jobs with a grandfather or something like this, or there's lots of things, but we've been able to identify is that he had money related to that he didn't spend. He lived with grandparents. He didn't drive, didn't have a vehicle. And that money was used to open that bank account.
Okay, thanks. Third, and hopefully my last question, the numerous members asked questions related to the latch. Did it lock? Did it not lock? Could it have been locked? Could it have not locked? Was the strike plate not lined up with the, I guess you call it the plunger, which it wasn't. But also, when we did a Zoom call with you, my staff, and some of your staff a few days back, you had photographs of it was a magnetic plate.
Yes, sir.
That you stick on top of the, strike plate.
Yes, sir.
To keep the plunger from going in the hole.
Yes, sir.
It's a convenience device, so the door doesn't automatically lock whenever it closes.
Yes, sir.
You found that in the school, or did you find multiple?
Well, there are multiple ones throughout the school. That's because that's what they'll do. It's convenient for the students to come back. They go to the restroom, they can come back in without having to be let in.
Did y'all check all the doors to see how many there were, or?
How many there were? Our threat assessment team did. I could get the exact numbers back to you.
All you know is there were multiple ones, because
yes, sir.
Early on, and repeatedly, seconds make a big difference here. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes that you can save.
Yes, sir.
And could you take a gun and shoot the window out and reach around and undo the latch? Probably. That would not be very difficult, but it still takes a little more time.
Yes, sir.
And the more you have to do that, the more time you pick up. So it's really scary to me to know that we've got and we're going to be listening to them later, the Texas School Safety Center, who, I know it's just paper audits, but it's still audits of plans of how all this is supposed to work, that the schools are supposed to kind of self-audit themselves. Then they do the drills and stuff like that. But to find so many missing pieces so quickly, it's pretty shocking to me.
And we have such a short memory. I mean, we
understand.
Diligent up front, and then we lose it over time.
Okay, so I've got some other Senate members who would like to ask some questions. Senator Gutierrez. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get you, and then I'll get him. That's on. I waved in. Menendez does too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try not to be redundant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try not to be redundant at all, but I do have some important questions. Director Mccraw, you and I have probably spent a lot of time on the phone together as of late. We have gotten upset with each other, we've cried to each other, and we've been through a lot here, haven't we?
Yes, sir. You in particular.
Yeah. Not here to judge anybody, we're just here to try to fix the problems, correct?
Yes, sir.
When was this timeline completed?
There's been a timeline from the beginning, and it's been updated throughout the investigation.
When was the last update?
Yesterday, when we updated this particular timeline to take out some of the particular items that is more based on interview and not based on video.
You would agree with me that there has been some concern in the community about the lack of transparency thereof?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your communications to me stopped on June 2nd, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you suggested that you were ordered by the DA to not communicate with me or the media any further because he was going to take over an investigation, correct?
I think maybe take over the investigations might be a stretch, but was concerned about and didn't want any more discussions of the media or to provide any information to members that would get to the media.
You didn't tell me that she was going to start an investigation to possibly go to a grand jury?
I believe that grand jury was always been mentioned at some point.
Okay. Well, I'll submit to you that as of last Friday, she finally said that she's not investigating anything, but I'll leave that for her to answer at some point into the future. So one of the fixes that we could have is possibly to have timelines for the community in a faster way. That's one possible fix. Transparency is important, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Okay. As to 911 calls to
Especially with the families.
That's right, absolutely. As to 911 calls, you rightly reported just now to the chairman that CSEC is the Commission on State Emergency Communications, correct?
Yes, sir.
And CSEC, in this instance, suggested to me that the 911 calls were going to, as you suggested, to the Uvalde PD, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that, those communications, they communicate and dispatch to 17 first responders, correct?
Did what now?
They can communicate to up to 17 first responders. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have been hearing a lot from some of the members of this committee about audio. And let's be real clear. I don't know Mr. Arredondo. I've never met Mr. Arredondo. I saw him in a briefing for about 10 minutes in that first briefing that you and I were in with the governor.
Yes, sir.
And so we heard someone suggest that from the audio and from these statements here, it would appear that he's the incident commander. He clearly has said otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or recently, yes.
Yes, he recently has said otherwise.
His report in the media, yes, sir.
And it's important to note that what's here is not audio that he's communicating to others. This is body cam footage. Is that accurate?
Exactly.
Okay. Because we didn't have audio because it didn't work inside the classroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so he can't then therefore communicate to someone, hey, I'm in charge, I'm the incident commander. Did he ever say that?
No, sir, not by radio.
Okay. Did he ever say that to anybody by the phone, on a phone call or anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And even if he had said it, there was no way to communicate it because those radios did not work inside the room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And insofar as the people that were outside of the building, you said that some of them were receiving radio communications from dispatch, correct?
I'm sorry?
Were some of the people outside of the building receiving radio communications from dispatch?
Yes, sir.
You and I have gotten into a discussion as to how many DPS troopers were in that building, and at one point you told me there was anywhere between 2 and 13 because it was a very fluid situation.
Yes, sir.
In recent communication to the Express News, your agency said that it was actually 12.
Yes, sir.
Okay, probably a distinction without a difference, I would submit.
Yes, sir. In fact, at 11:52, the first DPS trooper entered and left after 2 minutes.
Okay.
Third DPS trooper entered at the West Building, was a special agent we talked about earlier. He entered at 11:55, remained there for 6 minutes before leaving to clear rooms. The fourth DPS trooper entered the building was a ranger at 11:57. He left after 37 seconds to assist evacuating children and staff. He returned at 12:16 and helped coordinate DPS helicopter and UAV coverage. We had 4 troopers entered the building at 11:58 and left after approximately 2 minutes to seek other duties after seeing numerous officers positioned in the hallway. BORTAC began entering the West Building at 12:15, which the chief had called for. A trooper entered at about 12:31. After BORTAC arrived, a trooper entered at 12:31. We had another Highway Patrol lieutenant and a trooper entered at 12:34. A THP, another Highway Patrol lieutenant, entered at 12:40 p.m. And we had another trooper that entered at 12:48 and a THP sergeant that arrived at 12:49. And of course, we had a DPS sergeant and regional director arrived about 25 seconds before the classroom breached. Okay. That's 12.
I count 13.
In fact, the largest number we had in the building at any one time was actually 6, and that was 20 seconds prior to the breach.
Okay, it's a pretty fluid situation. They're moving in and out of the hallway.
Yes, sir.
You said that the ranger went to do something I heard you say earlier called roof duty, is that?
Help evacuate children in clear rooms.
Okay, room duty, okay. Yeah.
Oh, that was, yeah, exactly.
I heard something, I heard the word roof. Who told him to do that?
To go clear rooms?
Yeah.
I'll have to find out based on his interview.
Who told Ranger number 1 to leave the hallway?
I don't know.
Who told the second ranger to leave the hallway?
The second one is the same one.
Okay. On the third the third person who left after 6 minutes, who told him to leave?
No, he decided to leave after, it was actually 6 minutes that he was there, and he left to go clear classrooms where his students were at, after he found, and later found a boy in a restroom in that building.
Okay, so he did rescue a boy in a restroom, so he started taking it upon himself to clear other rooms, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And the ranger was in there for 7 minutes, 37 seconds?
No, he was in there for 37 seconds the first time.
37 seconds.
37 seconds of total, of 37 seconds. Returned about 12:16, he returned and coordinated helicopter and UAV support.
And how long was he in the room at 12:16?
After 12:16, he's there for the duration.
For the duration, okay. And he is probably the only one there that sounds like was there for the duration. I guess it does, I guess because it was very...
I think the most time, yeah, because both times, the 37 seconds and then time after 12:16, yes, I'd say he's probably there the longest.
Okay. Was he directed by anybody at that point?
He was, yeah, a lieutenant had requested if he would coordinate, or in fact, Uvalde lieutenant had requested that he assist in finding keys at some point.
Is it fair to say that he is the highest ranking member from the Texas Department of Public Safety in that room?
No, it was actually a sergeant that was there, the same sergeant, Sergeant Maldonado, that drove Officer Ruiz. He entered the building. He was the second officer that entered the building. And he was there for, he was less than 2 minutes before he left.
Okay. You said earlier that as far as the stack is concerned, that officers, did you say that they volunteered to be part of the stack? Or did I get that wrong?
Well, I just know that everyone wants to be a part of the stack.
Okay. But no DPS troopers were part of the stack?
No, right now.
They didn't want to be part of the stack?
Well, it's not true. Every trooper wants to be a part of the stack, but you don't get to jump to the front of the line.
Okay. And Bortek, you testified earlier that Bortek just went in, they didn't take orders from anybody, correct?
I said Bortek, when Bortek arrived, the commander, no, what I did say is that the Bortek team arrived after 12:16. They entered the building, is what I said, and they had discussions at that point in time with the chief.
Okay. The body cam data, when would you expect to release all the body cam data? You've asked the Attorney General to sequester that information. When do you
Whenever the district attorney approves it, we're going to release all the body camera coverage, and we're going to release also the school video and the funeral video.
So that when the district attorney approves it, so is this an investigation or not? Because she says she's not doing an investigation, that this is under your...
She gets the opportunity to review the case. And the way this works is that we'll conduct the investigation. We'll return it over to her. If we haven't met her expectations and there's more things to be done, we'll do more things. And when she's satisfied, whether she presents it to a grand jury or whatever, but keep in mind, a part of the grand jury, this investigation is also officer-involved shooting, because officers did shoot and they did use deadly force and they did kill somebody. Therefore, that's also something that traditionally, every time an officer uses deadly force, it's presented by the district attorney to the grand jury for their review.
Okay, so we're going to wait to hear from her on that. This isn't the final report, is it?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay, as far as active shooter protocol is concerned versus the incident commander protocol, which takes precedent?
Which what now?
Active shooter protocol or incident commander? Which one takes precedent of those two protocols?
Active shooter, always.
Always?
Yeah.
So we have, because I'm not here to blame anybody, I'm here to, as you and I have said before, we all failed. We all failed. Hell, I went even further, and I told you over the phone that even the legislature failed.
Hey, I don't think the chief in any way is a bad person at all. I just think he made some bad decisions.
But
and the problem is that you may not want to be the incident commander, but if you issue commands and if you're the ranking official, you end up being the incident commander.
But if you can't communicate those commands because the radio doesn't work, maybe those commands weren't issued.
The only command, this is true, good point, but that everybody in that hallway, okay, you can communicate with. There's no reason you can't talk to every officer in the hallway, which is as much as 18, and sometimes we think over 18 officers in that hallway. And as we talked about before, it only takes 3, 1, 2, to address an active shooter. And there was sufficient number of officers after 3 minutes, okay, to carry the fight and finish the fight, including 2 rifles.
Right. So,
also, I absolutely believe in my heart that those officers would have given their life for any one of those children, those teachers, if they were asked to do so, if they're allowed to continue to use this or treat this like an active shooter protocol.
Okay. But again, you just testified that active shooter protocols take precedent over incident commander, and therefore every officer in that room should have just gone into that room. And you and I have had that discussion before, haven't we?
Well, that's a little bit disingenuous, but yes.
Disingenuous, why?
Because bottom line is there's always someone that takes the lead. It doesn't have to be a chief. And frankly, I mentioned it before, you can delegate to another agency, but you can delegate it down to even a sergeant or just a lead officer or someone that's got tactical expertise. So there's always someone that said, let's go line up, stack up, and someone's at the front door.
Right. It's not disingenuous when it's your testimony that the active shooter protocols trump the incident commander protocol, but you don't.
Senator Senator Gutierrez,
Yeah.
giving you a lot of flexibility here.
Yeah.
Your line of questioning sounds more like a deposition in preparation for a trial. I'm not an attorney, but I've been sued before.
I'll slow it down,
I would
Chairman.
request that you make your point or ask the question that you really want to ask instead of a string like a deposition.
Very good.
And I'm trying to work with you.
Very good, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we need to fix our radio problem in Texas, do you think, in rural Texas?
I'm sorry again, Senator?
In rural Texas, do we need to fix our radio
Absolutely.
problems?
That system needs to be replaced.
Okay. Have you ever gotten any communications from the Mid-Valley Rio Grande COG about replacing that system or upgrading that system? To your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I know that COGs have the responsibility and have done a very good job in most places.
When do you think that we will have the number of the sheriff's deputies in that hallway and the PD and the ISD and the Border Patrol?
Well, I have all those numbers.
Do you think that my office can get those numbers from you?
With the permission of the district attorney, there's no reason why you shouldn't have those numbers. In fact, I don't know reason, quite frankly, I don't know what there's a reason why I can't share those numbers right now. And if you'll bear with me, I'll see if I have them.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Real quickly. But well, if you mind, I'll keep looking. When you ask questions, I'll go ahead.
It's okay. I mean, listen, you can go call the DA and get permission to give me which officers were on the scene.
I see no reason why I shouldn't be able to at least give you the breakdown of how many officers. In other words, at any given time, 361 officers were on the either perimeter or in the building, okay, during that incident and up until the breach. And I can tell you that the majority of those were federal officers, followed by local officers, followed by state officers. We had as many as 91 officers in the area before the breach.
Who's
around the building? We had
the DPS?
DPS, yes. We had 2 game wardens were there. I think there's 14 HSI agents were there.
You know how many DPS troopers were there?
There's 91 overall.
91.
DPS officers, okay? Either security, majority of them were involved in security perimeter activities, some at the reunification center, some of the other various duties. We have the location of every one of the troopers that responded and every one of the agents. We had 30 special agents respond from Hidalgo. Not Hidalgo, but from Eagle Pass and from Val Verde. They all were deployed outside of the West building to other duties, and we've got that as well.
You and I had a conversation, and I asked you, in light of Operation Lone Star, was there any joint training with this ISD or the PD or the sheriff's office in that community? Your answer then to me was not in this region. Is that still the case?
Any training for what?
Joint training on anything related to something like anything.
I'm not aware that there has been.
Okay. So
to your point, most of our responders came from Val Verde and came from Maverick County. In fact, many of our some of the troopers that arrived were from North Texas, assigned down to Operation Lone Star.
So these were and I don't want to get too much into the weeds here. It's fair to say that many of them were for Operation Lone Star Task Force.
Yeah, most of them, overwhelming majority of them. In fact, even our command structure that was over there temporarily, including our regional director, who got in the building 26 seconds before the breach, were all deployed, came up from Eagle Pass.
When we cried to one another, you said that DPS will never stand down again to another agency. Is that still the case?
Did I say that? We would never make, well, I'm not sure exactly what I said when I said it, Senator.
All right.
If you say I said it, I said it.
And I won't. I don't want to testify for you about you crying.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised.
I've cried all the time.
I was frustrated with this. I was frustrated with the outcome, and
We both were.
And I will be for the rest of my life. And I wish to, to Senator Hinojosa's point is that, at what point can we just go in and take over? And I can tell you, I'd love to do it, but I can also tell you that in most cases that's a mistake.
I think you.
All right, Senator Gutierrez, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your questions. We still have other people that want to ask questions.
That's very good, Chairman. I just have a few more, maybe two. In the store where he purchased the guns, was it the same clerk?
Yes, sir.
The same person?
I don't know if it's the same person at the store. I know and one of them had to be ordered, and he picked it up at the store, so both weapons. And the 375 rounds was purchased at the store. The other 740 rounds was purchased on online service, an online store.
And we don't have any red flag laws in Texas, but in this part of the region, if an 18-year-old young man is buying 2 ARs on different days and lots of ammo, usually what that might mean to a good detective would be this kid's going to sell them to the cartels, or the outside chance is something bad, really bad is going to happen. And that's not on DPS, that's not on anybody, but that's just common sense, right?
It's certainly suspicious.
Yeah. Do you exchange information with ATF by any chance?
Well, certainly we work with them frequently.
Do you think that we can let my office know, because I don't expect you to know this, how many 18 to 21-year-olds have AR-15s or AK-47s in Texas, or those types of semi-automatic rifles?
I'm not sure if they have that information.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Hall, recognize you for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. And thank you, Director.
Thank you, Senator.
Been a long morning, long probably here. I mean, as I've listened to what's being revealed here, we're hearing a lot of things that just were not done right, and that could have been done differently. I say right, that could have been differently, not necessarily in just the mistake category. Things like the state, through legislation, provided funding is made available to implement things that would protect our kids in school, guardian program, resource officers, and things like that.
Yes, sir.
And it's the Texas legislature, not the federal government, that has made our states gun-free zones. That's through legislation.
Yes, sir.
And the overwhelming number of our schools, in following that, have a sign out front that says, gun-free zone. Violators will face severe federal, state, and local criminal penalties. I don't know about others, but to me, that's a message that says, if you're a bad person and want to come here and hurt somebody, you can do it without fear of anybody stopping you, because nobody in this facility is going to be armed. Is that a reasonable interpretation?
I don't know that, Senator. If someone's smart enough, they'll know that there's programs that the legislature put in place that would allow teachers and marshals to be on campus with a firearm. So,
okay, but that message, but those that have taken advantage of it, they put up a different sign. This one reads from one of the schools, please be aware that the staff at this school are armed and may use whatever force is necessary to protect our students. That to me is a pretty quite a different message
Yes, sir.
that's been put out there.
Yes, sir, I agree.
In that knowing, and the general knowledge is, or thought is, that there is no protection in most of our schools because we don't have resources, officers in most of them. We did pass the bill. We have passed legislation. We've made funding available, and yet that hasn't been taken advantage of out there. And I think there's been a good commitment said that we'll continue to support protecting our students with whatever we can do in making things like what you've described here. I found it just amazing that you had doors that could not be locked from the inside. That would have never even entered my mind that somebody would put a door up like that in recognition of what we have come to know as threats to our schools and our students.
Yes, sir.
In there. And then the other things that you just can't fix because you've described stuff that was not consistent with training of what should take place.
Absolutely.
These are things that cannot be fixed with legislation, where we've made stuff available, and I think as we go forward, would you agree that we need to put more emphasis on let's harden our schools, let's make it a priority to put these things in place, a priority to have true lockdowns? I mean, when I hear described it, we go through lockdown drills that are just monkey motion because it's not really a lockdown, and they weren't even locked down at this school. And so before we start talking about new things we need to do in legislation, we need to figure out how we make sure that we're taking full advantage of those things that are in legislation that people and schools should be doing, and funding is being made available to do it. Would you agree?
Well, yes, sir. I agree all the above, frankly. I think more is better. And enforcing what we have is also important.
No, great. And my point, Mr. Chairman, was we've got a good foundation that's just not being followed, and that we may need to see what we need to do to maybe put more teeth in the implementation of what we have in legislation and have provided funding. And where we're short on funding, if what the comptroller recently has pointed out that we're going to have some extra money, I think this ought to have a high priority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I could also say candidly is that the state legislatures and leadership has always been on the front of this. There's a reason why we have an alert system, we have school safety. There's a lot of things in Texas that clearly are and put us in better shape than other locations. So I don't disagree with that.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I know you and the committee and the Colonel Mccraw have been at work almost 5 hours, and I want to thank you for your work. Colonel, I want to thank you for the timeline. That's right. And as I was reviewing the timeline, I noticed, I was looking at the quick response. The teacher calls 911, reports a man with a gun at 11:29:20. By 11:31:43, there was a patrol car accelerating into the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, driving by the shooter.
Yes, sir.
A few seconds later, multiple shots fired by the suspect outside the school. And maybe a minute later, the suspect enters the school through the west door.
Yes, sir, at 11:30.
Now,
Yes,
we're at about 11:33 at that point where the suspects entered the school. About 24 seconds later, he starts shooting into the classroom.
Yes, sir.
It appears by your timeline that less than a minute, almost a minute and a half later, 11:35:55, 3 Uvalde police officers entered the school with 2 rifles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, to the west door.
So the police response was quick.
Yes, sir.
The testimony you've shown us today has shown us that there was a failure of the ability to have all the outside doors locked, a failure to lock the classroom. We saw a lot of failures, a failure of, in my opinion, of responsibility to sell almost 400 rounds to an 18-year-old and 2 AR-15s and not ask a question, not even ask a question. But we did have a quick response from law enforcement showing up on the scene, correct?
Yes, sir. And those officers did exactly what they were supposed to do.
So they're on the scene, and then, according to your timeline, more than 100 rounds were fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned you testified earlier.
That was based on audio enhanced version, listening to the tapes. We can count how many.
So they've been counted.
Yes, sir.
It's audible. You testified earlier that this shooter, the criminal, purchased high-capacity magazines online before he was 18. Was that correct?
Yes, sir. I think the first was on November 30th, 2021. It was his first purchase of rifle accessories.
Do we know the capacity of the magazines that he purchased?
30-round magazines.
30-round magazines?
Yes, sir. All the ones that he purchased were 30-round magazines.
They're all 30-round magazines.
Yes.
So at that point, he could discharge up to 30 rounds as quickly as he can pull the finger, correct?
Yes, sir.
My understanding is that could be anywhere from 45 to 60 rounds a minute. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
You've told us that 171...
Well, not a minute, because you've got to change magazines, so it would take some of the time. So.
Correct. Sir. But the point is that at 11:40, when the chief called the police department, the 911 call that he made,
yep,
the quotes that caught my attention were interesting. It says here, this man has an AR-15. He's shot a whole bunch of times. I need a lot of firepower. He goes on to say, he's got an AR-15. He's shot a lot. And in his last communication that I will quote, it says, we do not have enough firepower right now. It's all pistol, and he has an AR-15. I need some more firepower in here because all we have is pistols, and this guy's got a rifle. Is that inaccurate?
Yes, yes, sir. It's a quote.
So, Colonel, law enforcement was on the scene. Unfortunately, he'd already fired 100 rounds or more, based on what you all have counted. So the only difference here, I guess the question for you is, based on the 100 rounds that he shot in the short amount of time period, could he have done as much damage, I think we all know the logic answer, with a bat or a knife or a revolver? Could he have killed as many people?
No.
No, he couldn't.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, anybody else have any more questions? All right, Director Mccraw, we appreciate the work that you do for the state. We appreciate your testimony today. And so we will end right now, this part of it, and give DPS a little bit of time to clear some of the devices, and we'll call up our next two witnesses.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And the next two witnesses will be from the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, Deputy Chief Cullen Grissom, and for Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Center, Assistant Director John Kernut. After their testimony, then Commissioner Morath will go to TEA, and then followed by Texas School Safety Center, Dr. Kathy Prather. So Kathy, if you're in the building, you might want to come down. Okay, there you are over there. Sure. All right, sir. Please state your name for the record and begin your testimony. And as we had told the members earlier, request that they allow you to go through your entire testimony and then begin answering questions. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Senators. My name's Cullen Grissom. I'm the Deputy Chief for Credentialing, Field Services, and Education Services at the Commission on Law Enforcement. The Commission on Law Enforcement oversees the minimum standards for obtaining, maintaining a peace officer, jailer, telecommunicator, or school marshal's license. Very soon after the Uvalde tragedy, we started fielding questions about whether the current active shooter training required for school-based law enforcement is sufficient. As Director Mccraw pointed out, the investigation's ongoing, and we don't yet know fully whether the failures in Uvalde were from training or from the application of the training. So we're certainly prepared to look into that. I'm prepared to speak today on what the training requirements currently are, and we're happy to work with the Senate as they move forward into the session for any changes or improvements in training if that's what's needed. You have in your materials two one-page documents. One is specific to the school marshal program, and the other also includes information on school-based law enforcement officers. I'll give a broad overview of these options that are available to school districts. The first we'll address is school marshals. School marshals hold limited peace officer authority under Code of Criminal Procedure 2.127 only to prevent or abate the commission of an offense that threatens serious bodily injury or death of students, faculty, or visitors on school premises. In order to obtain a marshal's license, an applicant must be an employee of the school district. They have to hold a license to carry a handgun issued by DPS. They must be approved by the governing body to be a school marshal. They must undergo a psychological examination, similar to the ones required of us as peace officers. They have to complete an 80-hour training course, and they have to complete, once they attain their marshal's license, there's a recurring training component that requires 16-hour renewal course and a new psychological exam every 2 years. When we look at school-based law enforcement, we're basically talking about two types of people, two types of licensees. One is employed with an ISD police department, so they're directly employed by the school district. The second common school-based law enforcement officer is what we would term a school resource officer. A school resource officer is generally employed by a local or could even be a state agency. Most of it's a local agency, either police department, sheriff's department, or constable's office. And they're detailed to the school, either an informal agreement or a formal agreement, such as a memorandum of understanding, where that officer's primary duties involve working inside the schools. And so the ISD police departments, currently there are 311 of them in the state of Texas, and they represent about just over 3,400 Texas peace officers serve in independent school district police departments. School-based law enforcement has a separate and distinct training requirement than other Texas peace officers within 180 days of either being hired at an ISD police department or being detailed there by another agency as a school resource officer. They have to complete two different types of training. The first was passed under House Bill 2684, 84th session. It's a minimum of 20 hours that includes child and adolescent development and psychology, basic behavioral interventions and supports, conflict resolution, de-escalation techniques, means to limit the use of force, including physical, mechanical, and chemical restraints, mental and behavioral health needs of children with disabilities or special needs, and mental health crisis intervention. So that's the first course. The second course came out of the 86th legislative session under House Bill 2195. It was instituted in the wake of the shooting in Santa Fe, and it added a requirement that officers be trained in active shooter response in a school setting. And so all school-based law enforcement, whether they're ISD police or detailed there by another agency, a school resource officer, must complete within 6 months of that appointment to that position, both of those training components. The final thing for me is the guardian option. And this is a separate option that allows school districts to authorize a licensed carry holder to carry on campus. Some schools may implement training requirements for these individuals, but there's no centralized agency that monitors these requirements, and TCOL does not have visibility into who or where guardian are. So we really can't speak to guardian as an option. And that's my prepared testimony. Would welcome any questions.
Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Specifically, do you have or can you speak to the employment history of the chief there at Uvalde on the ISD campus? In other words, I'm interested, does he have previous law enforcement background, or do you know?
I do not know. I do not have his training record in front. Or
Would you have that information? And I don't think it would be protected because, and maybe it is, I don't know. But here's my question to you. So we fund academies for DPS, and I know my municipals go through an academy, and it's arduous. I mean, it is a long time. It's months of training. So if I understand you right, an ISD police officer, be it resource, employment, or direct, is going to go through a 20-hour course in active shooter training. Do they have to have previous law enforcement background to get there?
An ISD police officer has to complete the same basic training that any peace officer in the state of Texas has.
So I just want to
he has, in the chief's specific case, he had previously served both the Uvalde Police Department and the Webb County Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
Prior to that, or after that, he served at United ISD Police.
You answered my question. I was listening to the requirements to be an ISD. That's in addition to the normal training process.
Yes, sir. They're fully licensed as peace officers.
Okay. Be it resource or ISD direct. A resource officer or ISD direct, same qualification.
Yes. They all operate off the same basic peace officer license that troopers and game wardens and myself.
And if I were to meet that category of qualifications and go apply at an ISD office, how much involvement is TCOL in that application process? And is there a background check for that individual as far as any past problems, or is there a background check as far as possibly a board conflict? I mean, I hate to say it, but some of my school boards hire relatives to fulfill contracts regardless of competency. Do y'all look into those aspects?
TCOL is not specifically involved in the background check. That would be a locally done. What we would look at is their capacity for appointment. Have they had license action? Is there something that bars any law enforcement agency from appointing them as a peace officer?
And I don't have the specifics of the employment history, but if there was something derogatory about the chief in a prior employment, it's my understanding that TCOL wouldn't have access to it or may have had access to it, but by the process involved today, it's hard to remove someone that has created or done egregious acts or not fulfilled their duty. Is that correct? In other words, today, if that chief is ultimately removed from Uvalde, I don't know what the disposition is going to be. My basic understanding is that chief could go to work for another ISD 3 months later. With TCO's blessing. With TCO's blessing.
We have a very narrow span at which we could take license action.
What would it take to take license at 21 individuals for lack of demand? Is that enough?
We have statutory authority to take someone's license when they're convicted of certain crimes.
So this will never be a criminal for sovereign immunity and other reasons. Civil? Does civil weigh into that or no?
No, sir.
So today, just to be clear, and I support my men and women in blue. I support their right to defend themselves. I support due process. But to be clear, and this is a fair statement, we have been met with opposition after opposition after opposition trying to reform the ability to effectively what we've done in school districts, and that's pass the trash. So today, to be clear, that Chief Arredondo, if disposition is he no longer is chief there, and I think we've heard plenty of reasons why he shouldn't stay there, he can be a chief tomorrow in the system we have today.
Without license action on our part,
Well, let me get to the heart of it. Are y'all going to be willing to review some of that, because it's not right? There's no way you can justify what that system looks like today and make it make sense to me.
we can review the performance.
Thank you.
Senator West?
You know, being a lawyer, I believe in due process. We've heard some very challenging facts about his command status and what he did and what he didn't do. But as legislators who believe in due process, you know, a lot of times there's two sides to every story. And so I would hate to say that we should be the judge, the jury, and the sentencers here, but allow him, if indeed the school district and others decide that he was irresponsible, as these facts may very well suggest, but there may very well be other facts that need to come out upon the conclusion of the report. And so I would hope that all of us would refrain from saying he should lose his job when in fact we hadn't had the benefit of all of the facts.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. I'm not suggesting he should or shouldn't. My point is, if he should, by determination of whatever system, be it local, choose to not rehire, whatever that decision process is, in the current system of today that statutorily we have enabled, he would be able to be rehired in the future. So I'm not suggesting he should be fired or not fired. I'm saying that's a policy conversation I think is relevant to this case. Because people are people. They do things that we don't want them to do, and sometimes they don't do the things they're supposed to. But have a system that allows that to perpetuate going forward. I agree with you. That's what this point of conversation is about. It's not about him specifically. It's about a system that will effectively not remedy
I understand your point.
There you go. No, I agree with you 100%.
Let me ask this follow-up question. The same type of system, if police officers resign before they're terminated, are they able to go to another police entity, a police department?
In most circumstances, yes, sir.
And so the point I'm making is this: I agree with you. We need systematic change, okay? Because we pass the trash with police officers also when they resign under a cloud, if you will. They're able to do the same thing. So if we need reform, I look forward to working with you in order to make sure we get that reform, okay? And the secondly, and as it relates to the school marshal program, the material that you provided says it's in 62 districts, correct? School marshal program?
62 districts.
Okay, are those districts mostly urban, suburban, or rural?
There's a pretty large mix, but I would characterize most of them as suburban to rural.
Okay, and have they been effective? Effective being basically doing what they were designed to do. That is to, as I think Senator Perry was talking about, some of the text messages of social media postings about, if you come to our school, we're ready for you. So are they effective in deterring people from coming onto the campuses with guns and other instrumentalities of violence? I guess so, since there hadn't been any incidents.
In terms of a deterrent effect, you've got two schools of thought on school marshals. Some, we're obligated to keep their identities confidential under the statute.
Right.
But some schools don't tell anybody that they've got marshals. They don't post big signs saying the sign that was described previously. Others are at the opposite end of the spectrum. They do post big signs warning that our staff is armed and willing to protect type of thing. So I don't know, I don't think we have any data to respond to the deterrent effect of either.
Okay, do we know whether or not Uvalde had a marshals program? Did Uvalde have a marshals program?
If I can get an answer real quick. Okay. It's confidential information in an open forum.
Okay, fair enough. What about a guardian program?
As I said earlier, we have no visibility of guardians. There's no obligation to report to us if you have a guardian program.
Okay, I'd like for you to visit with me privately about the marshals program under legislative privilege. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would think just psychologically, a school that has a sign letting you know there may be shooters who are employed here, like law enforcement and stuff, would be a deterrent, as opposed to these signs saying, my neighbor doesn't have a gun, go rob him. It's got to be a deterrent. But I'm sorry, Senator Kokorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To follow up with that, I recently was at Iola ISD, and they do have a sign out front that they have armed officials inside. So they are very public about it, and I'm sure there are other school districts. I want to follow up 62 Marshall programs, but as you stated, many school districts, or some, I don't know what the defined number is, have guardian programs as well. But there's no duty to report. Is that correct to y'all? It's a school board decision.
Right. It's completely locally controlled, the guardian option.
I have a couple other questions. Is the TCOL active shooter training for school police different than the alert active training?
Fundamentally, no. We're all working off of the same doctrine. The isolate, distract, neutralize that you heard the colonel talk about earlier. In fact, when we impaneled the committee to develop that curriculum, we had access to both alerts, what they call level 1 curriculum, and alerts solo officer response curriculum. Alert made that available to the committee that TCOL had assembled. We did not have an employee of Alert, but about half of the committee that actually developed that course were either Alert instructors, and almost everyone on the committee were graduates of Alert training. So it is substantially like it, certainly in the terms of doctrine and what we are teaching. The Alert Level 1 course, and I know you'll hear from John Kernut later, I believe is still a 16-hour course, whereas the 2195 course is what we refer to ours as, is an 8-hour course. And Alert has numerous support courses and a much broader slate of offerings for active shooter response. So,
well, and let me follow up with that, because I know today it was in testimony from Director Mccraw that not all officers have active shooter training. Is it your opinion that all officers should have active shooter training?
All officers, if they have gone through their basic peace officer licensure course in the last 10 years have active shooter training. It is part of the basic training that officers go through. There is no recurring requirement for it. Many train through alert. Many train through.
But they don't have to train through alert, am I correct?
They're not obligated to go to attend alert as a specific training provider.
So I think that there is some discussion that we could have in preparedness of, technically what is the difference between y'all's active training, which I heard in hours, there's pretty marked difference, and in variety or maybe a slate of different versus active training shooting from TCOL versus alert. And I think that's an area we probably should have some discussion. Let me make sure that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what does TCOL do? Just license officers?
I can't hear you.
TCOL, what do
Yes,
you all
sir.
do?
What do we do?
Yeah.
Primarily, we're the license agency, but we also manage the state objectives or the state curriculum by which the training providers provide training.
Training providers. So you all do not do the actual training?
We, TCOL, do not normally train people, except in a very narrow bandwidth. We contract with 113 police academies and approximately 280 other training providers who provide training to law enforcement.
And is that training uniform throughout the state?
It depends on which course you're talking about. There's a lot of variety provided.
And that's part of the problem.
But if we're talking about active shooter, the active shooter for school-based law enforcement course, which is our 8-hour course that's mandatory of school-based law enforcement, we write the state's curriculum, if you will, for that, and then that curriculum's handed off to appropriate training providers, which is generally going to be a regional police academy.
And they probably differ in terms of, for lack of a better word, the quality of the training of officers. They're not uniform in a sense.
There can be different levels of quality. For instance, if I'm a regional training academy at a council of governments or a junior college or even a proprietary academy such as Colonel Mccraw runs, they can take that course and they can expand on it. The minimum requirement is 8 hours. If they wanted to train 40 hours in that topic, they could certainly do so.
So in terms of your licensing requirements, you're not actually involved in following up and checking to make sure that the training academies are as rigid as they should be across the board?
We audit the training academies for compliance to curriculum such as the basic peace officer course and those curriculums that we impose upon them as the state.
But this complies with the curriculum, but not the actual training that takes place.
With 113 academies, we've got 2 evaluators, so they do sit in on training. They do attend training for quality control, but it's not pervasive.
Yeah, and the reason I asked that is pretty interesting because I get feedback from my local police department. I have the largest 2 is McAllen and Corpus Christi, and they have their own training academies. And then I get feedback from other smaller cities that may have a regional training center. And through discussions with some police officers, the quality and discipline and the training that's available differs in terms of how well trained a police officer will be.
There's going to be fluctuations, based on local levels of funding, local resources. access to new information. So there is going to be variability across the state.
Okay, I guess I don't mean to go back to military days, but I mean, in boot camp, when you're in the Marine Corps, I mean, pretty much everybody goes through the same, and it's control, control of your training. So it seems to me that there is a disparity in terms of the skills that are taught while they comply with the curriculum, but the skills they learn in the different academies that we have throughout the state. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Grissom, for being here. What I want to drive to here is, I think there's 4 levels of defense available on a campus. There's, at the lowest level, the guardian, followed by the little higher level marshal, little higher level resource officer, highest level a police department solely commissioned by certified by TCLOS, but commissioned by the independent school district. Is that a fair assessment of those on campus that would be
For me, I would say SROs, school resource officers, and ISD police, certainly from a skill level, licensure, and training level would be on par with each other.
But the SRO,
I would
I think
agree
you're
to
right. From a training perspective, you're right. The SRO generally is somebody that's works for the sheriff, city, that is stationed on campus.
Yes.
So their command structure is different than working.
They serve 2 bosses.
They're in direct support of the school district, but they're commanded by the law enforcement entity that commissioned them.
Yeah.
But what I'm driving to is there a disincentive of either liability that while the guardian may have the least amount of training and least amount of encumbrances to become certified, they carry with them the greatest liability if something happens with that officer or that individual. Whereas the police department, there's an incredible amount of financial rigor to the ISD that has a police department, but because it's a governmental entity, is there some sort of sovereign immunity related to it that somewhere between there, or maybe it's at each end of the spectrum, we have not created a financial disincentive to the ISDs to have some sort of presence. Are we in that circumstance? Because that's what I'm trying to see if there's something we can do that says, there's not penalties related to taking actions to be able to defend the students.
The ISD police departments provide a whole host of services beyond a response to an active shooter.
Right, but that's the core of what we're talking about here. I realize they do much more. In the rural areas, and I've got counties that are like that, and I'm picking up more counties. But Waco ISD, my biggest whole ISD, has its own police department. It's not large, depends on what the definition of large is, but it's not large, but it's got its own. That police department's working for the school board, not an augmentee from a different.
Yes.
But what are the liabilities that come with that? Or is our liability structure about right, and it really is a matter of local priorities, not a fear of liability issue that schools are making the decision not to do guardians, marshals, even RSOs?
In most of my dealings, specifically through the Marshall program and to some extent with the start, prior to my recent promotion, I did new agency startups, new ISD police departments, if you will. Most of the time in the early sections of that, liability was not really a question for most of them. Okay. I don't see that as being detrimental. So it was not something that we saw expressed from the districts we were working with as they were weighing their options.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is important in the sense that we got a little mental health conversation tomorrow, and I'm not sure they're going to be back. So do y'all set the curriculum for the academies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that curriculum, I'm told the way it works on a mental health level is every academy member has a certain amount of mental health as part of the curriculum required. And then subsequent to that, there is an additional, and I think it's 20 or 40-hour training that at the discretion of the individual officer, they can pay and take to be, I guess, better, more advanced in that mental health training. Is this true or not true? There's
Yes.
two processes to mental health. One's required and one is subjective or discretionary.
Yes, you have the mental health portion of the basic peace officer course on crisis intervention and de-escalation. Those are the two primary. Upon graduation from the academy, officers have the optional mental health officer certificate, a proficiency certificate that requires training above that. Also, individual peace officers, until they reach their intermediate certification with the state, are required to have recurring crisis intervention training until such time as they meet their intermediate.
So what I've been told by my officers and my friends of uniform is that the crisis intervention and then the requirement to go above that number one, the additional requirement, that is a lot of duplication and not really worth some of the energy and effort. But here's my question to you as the licensure determining curriculum. In this time of where we all acknowledge there are a lot of stressed out people doing really foolish things that contact officers, and it kind of goes to ability to read people, being it in a school shooting or not, why wouldn't y'all as a licensure require 100% of your police force to go through that and add whatever, is it 20 hours or 40 hours, whatever that is? I guess I'm frustrated by why do you subset out this crisis intervention and then do another course that's crisis intervention plus on steroids? Why wouldn't you require that as far as your academy training?
I don't think we recently updated. I think one of the complaints that your constituents have is that the crisis intervention training and the mental health officer course were very similar up until February. And so there was some legitimate complaint in that. And that was due to an increase in the content and the relevance of the crisis intervention, and we didn't get to the mental health officer course until later. That has since been upgraded. So the first complaint, I think you will see diminish. They're two entirely different things. The mental health officer course deals a lot with the legal system in dealing with mental health, from whether it's mental health warrants. It's actually more process oriented than side of the road crisis intervention with somebody who's in a crisis.
So who is responsible for the additional course? Who gets paid to teach that course?
That course is available to the regional academies and training providers.
And who makes the money on teaching the additional course?
Who makes the money?
Who gets paid to do the certification? Who gets paid to do that? Does TCO?
Community colleges.
Okay, so it's going to say. I would just suggest to you that there's no reason that should not be a combined part of everybody's training as they come through the academy, whether I'm going to do with a warrant or a blue of mental or not. But to me, it just seems like one more level of bureaucracy that if we just included it all, we might eliminate some cost. Lastly, I had it here. So internally, put your officer's hat on for a second. And I don't know if you have these conversations. I would assume that your colleagues and you do. We have done a lot in this legislature over the past 10 years, specifically a couple of sessions back, where we took a very aggressive approach against truancy and a lot of the things inside of a classroom that I'm told, and have conversation with ISD police officers specifically, they have no power and no control over the kids in the classroom that could become what we say could play out, that there's indicators. There's the broken windows theory, right? That no offense should go unchecked because they just ramp up from there. And so do you have conversations internally? I'm not going to put names or specificity, but do you hear concerns from our ISD police officers that because of legislative action, well-intended as it may be, we've lost control over the ability to discipline / remove / put that kid in a different place to where they can maybe get help or not? I mean, what do you hear from your boots on the ground?
I honestly haven't had those conversations. I do not hear those.
I wasn't thinking you probably were, or if you were, you weren't saying a whole lot about it, but I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, that needs to be a broader conversation and go into some legislation we're working on. But the classroom environment now is conducive to a disruptor that becomes someone such as this down the road, possibly if left unchecked. Thank you.
That problem's what do you do? What do you do with them?
When TEA comes up, I'll tell you what we currently tell people we do with them and just how ineffective that really is.
Okay, somebody else have a question they'd like to ask? Okay, you understand why we're here. You heard all the testimony from this morning. When you first sat down, the comments you made, the failure in Uvalde and law enforcement was either a lack of training or poor implementation. I think that's what you said.
Hey, we haven't arrived at that yet, but that becomes a question for us.
I wrote it down, so I'm not too far off from what it is you said. I was writing as fast as I could. Yeah. What point us in a direction you think we should go, or throw some ideas out of what we could do better? You've been following this ever since we had the first hearings, and you've seen what's happened. Give us some ideas.
I think we're absolutely blessed to have the Alert Training Center here in Texas. They're a national, international standard on the response side. The problem in my mind is that we keep having to come up with responses because we haven't come up with a prevention mechanism. And I'm not sure that I understand our TCOL's role in coming up with that identification, diversion, and
that's fair enough.
Prevention.
Yeah. Okay, any other members, questions? Senator Kokorsz?
I want to make sure that we go back, and as a part of basic TCOL training, you say that everyone receives active shooter training?
Yeah, active shooter is part of the patrol response section of the basic peace officer licensing course and has been for approximately 10 years.
I'm getting, and I'm not going to contradict your testimony because I think that you're testifying with a whole heart here, and but I'm not sure. I'm getting some conflicting input. So I look forward to working with y'all. I think this is an area that we really have to dive into, and it's not just to protect our school children, but obviously active shooter. We talked about Duncanville. I mean, it can happen anywhere at any given time. So thank you. I look forward to working with you.
All right, no more questions. Thank you very much for being here. Was there somebody else that had a question? Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
I'll now call up John Kernut, Assistant Director, Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Center. And then after him will be Mike Morath, then Texas School Safety Center, and then after that will be Mike Matranga, M6 Global. Okay, John, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. John Kernut. I'm the Assistant Director of the Alert Center at Texas State University.
You have some testimony for us today?
Yes, sir. I wanted to provide an overview of our program, what we do, and then take questions.
Okay.
The Alert Center exists to provide the best research-based active attack response training in the country. And our goal is basically to save lives, protect communities. Since the program began training across the state of Texas, we've conducted over 81,500 classes across the state, training nearly 50,800 officers. That number reflects that many of those officers took multiple trainings. In addition to everything that we do, we have a very robust research component that we go into very in-depth analysis on these after actions through partnerships with agencies who have been involved in headline-making active shooter situations. We've established criminal justice research department to evaluate and enhance the overall understanding of these events and the corresponding response. Because the training time for law enforcement is very limited, this data helps kind of identify skills that need to be focused on during our courses. Alert's research department also studies multiple facets of active shooter response, law enforcement best practices. A team of doctoral students work year-round with officers on law enforcement trainings based on safety best practices and effective response in high-stress situations. The data can also be utilized to help law enforcement administrators make policy decisions regarding their department's active shooter response goals. Our methodology and how we deploy, when and where possible, we prefer to conduct train-the-trainer courses. This empowers agencies with their own training cadre to ensure that recurring training happens once we leave. We also offer logistical support to aid agencies in the ability to conduct more realistic training. This approach allows us a lot of things. So we're able to build programs and increase capacity each year that goes by with the more train-the-trainers and investing deeper into training instructors to be able to turn around and internalize that training within their agency. We get more done in the same amount of time each year that goes by. So that's just kind of an overview of our program. Open for any questions.
Okay. I've gotten my notes that your program is the gold standard for actual learning how to handle yourself in those types of situations. But even though your course is a pretty intense course, very, very good, but you still have to go, an officer still has to be approved, licensed through TCO or something? I'm a little off on that.
So the language that authorizes our funding, either through the federal grants or through the state, basically determines who we teach and what we teach them on, and it is responder-centric. We do, because of the research component of our program, we identified very early on the need for civilian response training, so we began to develop curriculum to teach citizens what to do when seconds count, we're minutes away and still on the phone. What can they do to mitigate the danger that they're involved in before we can get there and help them? So the civilian response protocols that we developed have also been adopted nationwide as run, hide, fight. We call it avoid, deny, defend. Despite the verbiage, the explanation on your response options is consistent across the board. The instructors that we certify for CRACE are then in turn supposed to go into the communities and have those relationships and those conversations locally. So it's local responders and local citizenry working together on local solutions to these problems. But the vast majority of our program is training the responder to better respond to these chaotic events. They will have to have gone through a basic peace officer academy, basically.
Okay, so does the alert training satisfy active shooter response requirements for TCO, and if not, why?
I'm sorry, say again?
Does your alert training satisfy active shooter status response requirements for TCO?
We exceed them. From what I understand, the content, so there's two things that we'll talk about today. There's how much time do you spend, but then how do you spend that time? So as I understand it, it's still a PowerPoint and a lesson plan that provides guidance on explaining some terminology and some concepts and principles associated with active shooter response in the academy. How that is realized depends on the academy cadre's capabilities, knowledge, skills, experience,
But
training.
a law enforcement person still, if they want year to extra training, they take that, but that does not encompass everything that a law officer needs to take, and that's why they have to go also.
No, ours is very unique to responding to an active attack situation.
Okay. Senator Zaffarini?
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. When you are training law enforcement officers to directly go into the face of danger, to approach an active shooter, for example, how do you simulate real-life situations?
It's difficult. We use blanks that are very loud. We use moulage to simulate people that have actually been injured. We use marking cartridges out of actual firearms that are designed to function the same way that our firearms function, but also to actually emit a cartridge that will go down range and hit, and it hurts when it hits. So there's as much realism as we can infuse into a training environment, and that is done on purpose. We'll have instructors that will lead the students through these iterations of reality-based training. We may be coaching them, we may be yelling, prodding them, trying to get them to move when the natural tendency at this point, because they're still human beings, and what we're effectively trying to do is rewire the hard drive and route past the natural self-preservation instinct that kicks in any human being. Now with this new mission, we're gonna have to push into this. We're gonna have to go in there, we're gonna have to stop it. We have to. So as much realism as we can add is possible and get away with is what we do.
Does your training include the kinds of weapons and the kinds of ammunitions and magazines that have been involved in the shootings in Texas?
Yes.
So you have the assault weapons?
Yes.
Different things like that. Do you have any research that shows you the effectiveness of your active shooter training in comparison to real-life situations and how your trainees performed in those situations?
For the past 2 decades, we've received numerous emails and accolades from people all across the country that have used some components or many components of our training to get through not just active attack response, but also responding to other acts of violence in progress. So we have, and I've personally benefited from a lot of the stuff that we teach.
So in your active shooter training, for example, your trainees are expected and trained to go into the line of fire.
Yes.
What protection are we responsible for offering them? Because while we are certainly concerned about school children and the victims of the shooters, we also have to be interested in the safety of our law enforcement personnel. So what obligation do we, the state officials, have to offer the best kind of protection to the people we expect to walk into that line or run into the line of fire?
So the natural conclusion to that question would be what additional equipment may be. And we've talked about shields, we've talked about body armor. I would submit to you that minimum requirements for training, both in time and how we spend that time, needs to be increased. It is 90% of what law enforcement does on a regular basis evolves around being service-oriented and polite and professional. Less than 10% of the time we're using force. Less than 1% of the time it's deadly force. We're expecting capabilities in people that may never do this actually in the line of their duty. So in a training environment is the only place that we can develop these capabilities or see who is not capable of conducting it. There's a quote I like to use from Winston Churchill. Sometimes doing your best isn't good enough. Sometimes you need to do what's required. And I'd like to think that what we do daily is our best, to the best of our abilities. But unfortunately, there are situations that occur that require more.
Who can take your training? Do you deal with school personnel, college and university personnel, city police, sheriffs? Who?
Any state, local, tribal, county, university, ISD, peace officer in the state of Texas.
Representative Richard Raymond and I met recently with law enforcement officials in our districts at the school, college, city, county, state, and federal levels. We had a closed-door meeting with all of the representatives from all of those levels of law enforcement. And one of the things that they said about training is that they needed more training programs, but also they said that the problem with the training programs we offer as a state is that they're in key sites. And they say they can't afford to send all of their law enforcement personnel to the training. And they suggested that we ask for local training. So in other words, the training centers would send personnel to different cities, including the rural areas, to train the law enforcement officials at the different level. How would you respond to that suggestion?
So our training is funded through congressional line item, and that offsets all the costs for us to be able to deliver instructors, equipment, and curriculum to the field. We're all mobile training teams, so we'll come to you. It's free. We'll open up the equipment, and we'll spend as much time as we have, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, depends on what exactly that they wanted. We will train them. Now, it's not entirely free because there's a cost associated for pulling somebody out of service to go over and train, and there's still calls coming in, so somebody has to backfill that position, so that's a cost that we can't help with. But the cost of getting quality training to them and training with quality equipment and making it as realistic as we can is free to them, and we come to them. And we only ask that we get people to attend the training and a place to conduct the training in.
Thank you. Perhaps on a less intense level, but certainly equally important, do you train your students, so to speak, to deal with radio and cell phone communication problems?
Yes. Sometimes they ask if we would add more technology to enhance the experience. And what we have found is if we can work with the baseline, that anything more than that will work better. But we have to get basics down first. Mastering the basics is essentially what we propose.
And were you aware of what I said earlier during this hearing, that if you're along the border, for example, in my hometown, Laredo, Texas, your cell phone might very, very well say, "Welcome to Mexico," and all of a sudden you cannot use your phone unless you have international service?
Sure.
Were you aware of that?
Yes.
You were? And how do you deal with that in terms of active shooters?
So when you show up, you'll find people and you'll just start talking. Matter of fact, no 10 codes, no signals, just plain English. And you read the situation, and this is why training the same way across the board and as often as possible is important. There's a lot of time to reflect on this after the event, but during the event, you don't have time to process very much. You have to have got some default responses already built up that you can plug and play very quickly.
Muscle memory. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members? Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Senator Nichols. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kernott, early on you mentioned that you do your own after-action review. Are you going to be doing your own after this Uvalde event, or are you a subset of a larger DPS after-action review? Either way, I think it would behoove the committee that if today's review was not the final AAR, that we get it at some point. I'm just looking for who I should be asking from that AAR to be received from.
Yes, sir. At the request of DPS, we were called in to be kind of an independent third person.
So you're like the observer controller providing ground truth, so to speak, to what
we're looking at the data that they have gone through and vetted, and we're putting it into a report where we look at the response and what we teach, and where there was something consistent with what we teach, we'll note that, and when there's something that is inconsistent with what we teach, we'll note that as well.
Will you be providing that to the committee at a time appropriate upon completion?
Upon completion, absolutely. We want to make sure that what we put out there is accurate and fair.
When do you expect that? Because I don't want to rush you, but like after the West fertilizer plant explosion, it took almost a year for the state, and that's okay, just it took almost a year for the state fire marshal to finalize the report from.
Sure, we're working at the pace of DPS investigation. When they verify that something is proper, true, contextual, chronologically accurate, then we get that information and we plug it into what we know so far, and that helps make the picture of what we're looking at, and then we can assess it.
Okay, how long does that take you, though, from the time you get it from DPS or whichever jurisdictional law enforcement agency?
Not very long. I mean, we're anticipating information as it comes in, and we're sitting down as soon as we get it and analyzing it, putting it into, again, the order that it occurred, and contextualizing it properly so that we can give an honest assessment of what was or was not done and when it was not done.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, make sure I've got my facts right. There's 2 active shooter trainings for a particular law enforcement. One goes through academy. One can choose to go through yours subsequent to academy, correct?
That's what it sounds like, yes, sir.
So, and what I'm hearing from you, and let me back up, the academy, does that have hands-on active shooter, or is it all academic?
I believe it depends on the instructor cadre's
So each
capability.
academy chooses its own path. Some may work out of a book, and some may take them out to the range through, I've been on them, they're, homes and houses with pop-ups, and some are simulators, those kind of things.
Yes,
but,
sir.
but it really is inconsistent, to say the least.
Yes, sir.
You don't know what you're going to get, kind of Senator Hinojosa's point. So I'll just read between the lines, but if I'm right, you would suggest that yours is more, is a more quality program because it physically requires them to get into that muscle memory mode and to train, correct?
We have a standard approach in how we deliver our material and how we train instructors to deliver our material. And it is everything we do every day to ensure that quality goes out and quality.
You don't have all academic only, though. Everything you do would involve the actual physical going through the
experiential learning is absolutely important for the skill set.
Do you have a database, or do you track ISD versus law enforcement versus other candidates that go through your process? Can you tell me how many ISD officers have went through your training?
Off the top of my head, I can't give you an accurate number, but approximation is a few thousand.
Compared to how many? I mean, what's the percentage? Is 5% of our ISDs going through your program, or is it just whatever the academy of choice was?
I'd have to go and look back at the numbers for it.
How many people went through you in a year?
In the state, thousands. Thousands, and we're able to scale way up.
Is it fair to say that a small percentage of ISD police officers, resource officers are going through your course?
Yes, we know of several ISDs that are doing more than the minimum.
Is it fair to say that an active shooter in an ISD setting is totally different than an active shooter in a Walmart or someplace? It's a little different, is it not, or is it the same as far as process?
We're trying to keep things as consistent across the board as possible. There's some broad concepts and principles that apply no matter what the venue is.
So, and I know you got a report, and I'm not trying to get ahead of you, but, and I'll just say it this way, based on the timeline and the response that went through by supporting evidence and fact, was your training protocols followed in the response to once the shooter got in the building?
We saw were a couple of things based off of what we know so far. That a couple things they did okay, and there were some things that were not handled the way we would have prescribed.
Well, I think that's a pretty broad statement, and again, I know you're getting a report, but I want to leave here with clarity. We all see things that worked as designed, but the things that didn't work were catastrophic failure. Yes. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
That the things that didn't work literally cost lives.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. Thank you for your testimony, first of all. As it relates to other type of facilities, in Duncanville, I sat down with the mayor and other elected officials. We're in the city of Duncanville. We had a recreation center that had a summer youth program, and a shooter came in, a person came in with a gun, I should say a shooter. Have you provided instructions for those types of facilities where you have a large presence of youth, such as recreation centers, and is that something provided to police departments?
It is in It's embedded in our material. Our material is specifically for responding to an active attack inside of a high occupancy building. By the very nature of the attack, they are going there to try to take out as many targets as possible, according to them. And our training is designed to get people ready to go into that. How chaotic and confusing and violent and stressful that is to make sure that people are prepared to go in and effectively and efficiently handle that. Yes.
Okay, very good. Where's your school, for lack of a better term, located?
So we have a training facility outside of San Marcos that is ours, but the vast majority of what we do is mobile training teams. So the funding that we receive, we have kits of training equipment that we ship out all across the state, all across the country. Prior to COVID, we were at a pace to do 1,400 classes a year across the entire United States. And we have our own funding in Texas, so we have our own scope of work that we do every year in Texas. We're able to scale way up from that.
Are you provided any funding by the state legislature?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Zaffarini?
I'd simply like to thank this witness for his very succinct and direct answers to our questions. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Bob? Paul, do you have any? Okay. If not, if you were to make one suggestion to this committee as to what we might can do to improve safety for the public related to the issues we've been discussing, what would that be?
I think we need to increase standards. If our expectations are high, so should the standards be. I believe that we need to have mandatory 16-hour level 1 class in every BPOC across the state. We'll supply the instructors to make sure that there's consistency in delivery. And then I believe there needs to be recurring training for every peace officer in the state. That will then also address not just the people that typically go to our classes, but the chief executives and the executive leadership, so that they understand what modern doctrine is, they understand what their agency's capabilities are or are not, and now they have a list of things they need to go back and work on once we leave.
Okay, I asked, thanks. Thank you no other questions? Well then, we want to thank you for your service and the work you've done over the years, and you certainly have an outstanding list of accomplishments and recognitions over your lifetime. So thank you very much for being here.
Appreciate it.
We'll now call up Commissioner Mccraw. He's still here. Been very patient. And then Dr. Prather will be following Dr. Mike Mccraw. What he was saying?
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Please state your name for the record, sir, and then begin your testimony. We'll all wait till you finish to ask questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senators. My name is Mike Mccraw, Commissioner of the Texas Education Agency. In front of y'all, you should have a slide deck I'll walk through. Does everybody have this? Give you just a moment to find it. We have a few extra copies. If you're unable to find it, let me know. Do you need an extra one? Hunter, can we get a couple extra copies? While we're getting the documentation set, just as a broad overview, my plan today was to give you a background on the policy landscape as we understand it, that I thought would be somewhat beneficial, but it also may be remedial for you all. So if it is, I apologize in advance. In addition to the policy framework, what our current posture is at TEA in terms of supporting school safety around the state, and then what we already know from lessons learned over the last month and action steps that are in progress to improve safety posture around the state of our schools. So the first slide on this document is this circle-looking thing. And the reason I thought that this was important to show is there are actually a large number of players involved in school safety in the state of Texas. And so the TEA is, of course, a key part of that, as is the School Safety Center. My colleague, Dr. Martinez-Prather, will be speaking shortly. And those are probably anchors in the school safety ecosystem from a statewide perspective. But there are actually a large number of different players with differing responsibilities, including multiple players that have regulatory responsibility in different areas, which is a little different than some aspects of education policy where you can ask me any question under the sun and I can try to answer. But this is an area where I'll have to rely on some peer agencies from time to time. So with that background, the next page describes the omnibus school safety legislation that was passed in the 86th legislature, this is 2019, Senate Bill 11. The reason I wanted to go through this in particular is because there are a lot of components of public policy that are already fairly well designed to support school safety around the state of Texas. And just give a flavor of what that was. So Senate Bill 11 set up a requirement for every school in the state of Texas, every school system in the state of Texas, to have a multi-hazard emergency authorization plan. They follow a template adopted by the School Safety Center, and then the School Safety Center has the authority to both review and approve or disapprove those plans. And there's a series of compliance requirements that the School Safety Center has the ability to enforce, up to and including calling us to deploy a conservator to enforce compliance in terms of the quality of plan. In addition to the plans, there is distinct from that a security audit system under state law. And the security audit system, the statute is designed for everyone to self-audit a minimum of once every 3 years. That is also subject to oversight from the School Safety Center. So they have an audit framework that they recommend everyone follow, and they have the ability to review all audit documentation, and in fact can require all audit non-compliance issues to be reported from the school district up to them. I just want to make sure, did y'all get documentation, or are we still missing some? We have some, but not all. I don't see. Hunter, do we have more copies of these things? Okay, they need to be passed out. Apologies, Senators. So again, the first page is sort of this ecosystem diagram, and then the second page, which is actually page 3, is where I'm walking through the major policy elements of Senate Bill 11, which happen to be the major policy elements of the school safety ecosystem in the state. So again, the second key component is this security audit framework. Once every 3 years, school districts conduct self-audits, and then the School Safety Center has the ability to ensure that those audit issues are addressed and surfaced. They can force hearings on the way that those audits are conducted. School Safety Center also controls the list of service providers that provide school safety work, including people who are authorized to conduct audits. Third key component of Senate Bill 11 is facility standards. I heard several questions about this, and I want to talk more about facility standards. So TEA has authority to adopt facility standards that apply to every school system in the state and can apply to literally every school building in the state of Texas, authorized under law, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. In addition, there is a process that school systems are required to go through called the Safe and Supportive Schools Program, of which threat assessment is one part of that process. This is a process whereby an interdisciplinary team of staff members at a school would review everything that's happening. So has Mike said something strange at school? Is Mike absent? Is Mike becoming chronically absent? That's the primary function of the Safe and Supportive Schools team. And then the threat assessment teams are, if Mike is deemed to be a threat either to himself or others, there's an immediate escalation and intervention prescribed under law as part of that process. The next page, just continuing Senate Bill 11. It's established a bunch of supports for statewide mental health in schools, including the development of a statewide plan that TEA has deployed, the development of a regional mapping plan to make sure that community assets for mental health are connected to school systems, and then publishing a statewide list of all of the mental health services that are available. We do that in conjunction with the HHSC. In addition, Senate Bill 11 established the Texas Child Mental Health Care Consortium, funded roughly $100 million up front, and there's some ongoing funds for that. You may be familiar with the TCHAT program. That is where this comes from, the Texas Child Mental Health Care Consortium. So that's administered really directly by university systems, so the coordinating board and several Texas health-related institutions of higher education. The Senate Bill 11 required school districts to embed trauma-informed practices both into their operation policies and into their teacher training. And then Senate Bill 11 required the SBOE to go through curriculum changes, specifically in the area of health, to include appropriate content related to mental health and suicide prevention. So Senate Bill 11 did quite a lot to establish the policy framework that we've now been operating under since 2019. It was based upon a large number of lessons learned from Santa Fe and from national experts. The threat assessment doctrine, for example, is promulgated by the Secret Service, and there's extensive evidence of its efficacy in reducing violence, both against others and suicides. Senate Bill 11 and related bills were passed. Senate Bill 500, the supplemental appropriation, in the 86th legislature. So Senate Bill 11 established the school safety allotment. That is roughly $9.72 per ADA, average daily attendance. And so that item is sent by appropriation, so you can control how much you want the school safety allotment to be as a specific line item in the Appropriations Act. There's a variety of things that you can spend the school safety allotment on, and it's really what you would logically think, anything related to safety or prevention, mental health related exercises as well. In addition, Senate Bill 11 was the initial funding vehicle for the Texas Child Mental Health Consortium, which has continued to be funded at roughly $59 million per year. And then Senate Bill 500 established what we refer to as the school hardening grants, the $100 million one-time to upgrade doors, windows, you name it. A lot of secure vestibules were added for that. Roughly $14 million of that $100 million remains unallocated at present. But we have received guidance from LBB to extend that for another 12 months because it was actually expiring about last month. So that's, again, I wanted to provide a broad overview of the policy framework that the legislature has already constructed in school safety. Senate Bill 11 did a lot of it. There were other bills that are of relevance, but Senate Bill 11 was really the core of the policy framework. So slides 6, 7, and 8, well, I'll talk a little bit about TEA's specific role, because as I noted in that overview of Senate Bill 11, you've got the School Safety Center with responsibility, you got TEA with responsibility, school districts with responsibility, the HHSC with responsibility, coordinating board with responsibility. There's different players at the state government have different slices of the pie. For TEA, one of the things SB 11 established for us was a division of safe and supportive schools. So we created that team after Senate Bill 11. We were allocated one FTE that was not funded in Senate Bill 11. We have stood up a team of 6 using broad agency funds for that purpose. And as I think many of you know, we are going to be adding a chief of school safety and security that will be a direct report to me, under which the school safety, the Safe and Supportive Schools team will report. And we'll be expanding the size of this team using some short-term expiring funds, but would likely need some degree of operational support to continue that. In terms of TEA's core role, what we do with that team, there's rulemaking responsibility, specifically related to facilities. I'm going to talk more about that again in a moment. And then when you think about safety drills, threat exercises, the active threat behavior teams that need to be engaged. We have rulemaking authority over that aspect of school operations. We distribute the funds that you allocate for us to distribute. One funding bucket that's worth mentioning that's not a state level funding, but obviously the legislature appropriates all funds, is federal Title IV funds. It's about $113 million a year that goes to school districts that can be used for initiatives related to well-rounded students, safe and healthy students, and technology under federal law. We do have some oversight, fairly broad oversight, to ensure that the education laws of the state are being followed by school systems. So you think about our special investigative authority, monitors, conservatives, and boards of managers. To date, I do not believe we have deployed that for school safety-related non-compliance findings, but it is in our power to do so. We collect data related to safety and discipline, and we have, I would say, light involvement on incident response. Specifically, our service centers go in with counseling teams, and we've had a pretty large counseling presence in Uvalde since the day of the incident. Page 8. Sort of the last kind of section of TEA's role in school safety. So there's a variety of things that we do from a technical assistance standpoint. And if you read through this list, what you will see in common is most of this is in the area of behavior management and mental health, not necessarily school safety practices. We do provide training for teachers, for principals, for principal supervisors on establishing loving and disciplined campus cultures. This is an important part of the educational process. Most of the safety training related to behavioral threat assessment has been conducted by the School Safety Center and some of our partners. Think Alert. They're very, very skilled in conducting exercises and training on law enforcement. There are educator certification requirements, both principal and teacher, superintendent as well, that we oversee. And so there's the principal certification, for example, has been recently revamped, and it includes several components related to maintaining a positive school culture, the discipline environment, relationships where information's openly exchanged, that sort of thing. And then last but not least, in special education, there's a component of special education interventions called behavior intervention plans that we monitor as part of our broad oversight of special education in Texas. So again, so far that's a little bit of the policy landscape for Texas as a whole and a little bit about what TEA's role is in it. What I want to now shift is sort of forward movement. Based upon lessons learned to date, the highest areas of systemic focus for me personally and for our leadership team at TEA in terms of improving our capacity to prevent this kind of thing in the roughly 9,000 campuses in the state of Texas. And I would, the way that I will categorize these three areas of focus you'll see on slide 9: incident response, facilities or access control, and the behavioral threat assessment protocol. So to go through incident response on slide 10, you just heard Alert testify. If I learned anything when I lettered in football in high school for writing a software package for my football team, it was that championships are won in the off season. And the preparedness exercises that you go through are pretty critical in terms of ensuring incident response can be conducted effectively. Also, certain planning postures that are somewhat different than preparedness exercises, but that they surface, which is the ability from a staffing posture perspective for force to meet force at a specific point at a specific time is important. So we have 4 things that we're currently in process on to strengthen the technical assistance and regulatory ecosystem of the state. First, expanding technical assistance to school systems in partnership with the School Safety Center and Alert in particular, related to the preparedness exercises that they conduct. If you go through and you conduct an active shooter drill on your own, there's a whole different ballgame than if you go through it and you do it with the expertise of Alert at your side. The second thing is, and so we can expand technical assistance informally in our work with Alert, but we have rulemaking authority over preparedness drills, and what we are attempting to do is examine rules that are in place to see how they can be upgraded so that the level of preparedness drills is more consistently conducted at the level that is required to have effective incident response. Part of that is also evaluating school safety staffing models. You think whether you have SROs or marshals or guardians, having visibility into that staffing ecosystem and ensuring that you can have force meet force in a hallway within 15 seconds, 20 seconds, that's very different than 240 seconds. So, and last but not least, the School Safety Center, as I mentioned before, oversees a very comprehensive safety audit framework, but we believe that there are immediate actions that can be taken independent of a 3-year review related to safety reviews that can be conducted this summer in the area of incident response preparation. So these are four, among a variety of things, but four key components related to improving incident response. Now let me turn to improving facilities or access control. We do have rules related to minimum facility standards. We went through the rulemaking process, post Senate Bill 11, updated all those. However, all of those rules were designed to apply to new construction and renovation. So we are in the process of internally drafting something to go to proposed rule, which would be a new minimum facility standard to apply to every single school facility in the state, whether it was leased or owned, whether it was built in 1900 or 2022. Evaluating, especially based upon lessons learned from Santa Fe, from Uvalde, what we know is necessary to control physical access to the inside of buildings. I will tell you, there's a lot of building diversity in the state of Texas. So if you have a thought for, well, this is the way it should work, I assure you there is a building in Texas where that thought won't work. We do, however, there are appropriate minimum standards related to exterior doors. I think our rough back-of-the-napkin estimate is there's about 340,000 exterior doors in schools in the state of Texas. You also have ground-level windows that could be large enough for anybody to walk through. There are issues related to perimeter fencing. There's issues related to front door access control. There's alarm systems. There's a variety of things that are under review. So we have begun looking at what is the appropriate minimum facility response. We, in fact, have, as part of the governor's request to us in the immediate response to the shooting, we'll be standing up a data collection related to this to find out the degree to which school districts will need some assistance to get into compliance with these minimum rules. There is, I would say, added complexity under leased facilities. If you're running a school out of a leased storefront in a strip mall, this is, again, a differing a kind of environment. The hardware itself can be improved, but you have to think about access control as a combination hardware and human system. So you've got all the best hardware, and there's a rock that is put in front of the door to leave it open at any one time. Now you're talking about a human system. And so we are also looking at both procedural best practices recommendations and rules related to minimum facility posture to ensure a culture of safety and access control at schools. And there's a variety of performance management related behaviors that can ensure that doors can remain closed as intended and locked. I will say that there is likely to be a cost implication of upgrading hardware to meet minimum facility standards, so expect more communication from us when we have more information on that subject. We are moving with a great deal of speed on this, we're talking weeks and weeks, not months and months, for this kind of information to come back to y'all. So that's, I would say, a broad set of activities related to improving facility and access control posture under the authority that's already been granted under Senate Bill 11. The last one is improvement in threat assessment practices. It is worth spending, 90 seconds just talking about what this is. Imagine a team. And the team might include, if you have a law enforcement person on staff, great, include campus principal, a teacher or two, perhaps a department head, counselor. That team comes together once a week to consider the state of students. And they have a whole bunch of inbound information coming to them. They have discipline reports. They have attendance data. They have verbal communication from teachers. They have self-reports from a system like iWatch from students. Somebody says, hey, Mike is in a really bad state. His parents are going through a divorce. This kind of information is intended to come in to this interdisciplinary team. When the threat assessment team is being conducted well, and when a broader safe and supportive schools team is conducted well, You have a large number of loving relationships between adults and between students and each other, and an environment where people are accustomed to, if you see something, say something. When this is in place, then this group of people sort of reflect on that, and then they decide what is the appropriate action to take for student X, student Y, student Z, real time, right then and there. Maybe it's somebody give Mike a hug. Maybe it's somebody give Mike a talking to. Maybe it's Mike needs a regular appointment with our school counselor. Maybe it's Mike needs a referral to an exterior psychiatrist. Maybe it's Mike needs to be institutionalized right now. That is the discipline of threat assessment that is prescribed under state law under Senate Bill 11. What I just described is not easy to do. What we believe is likely necessary is the expansion of technical assistance, both through us and through the School Safety Center, to help increase the muscle in terms of how school systems can execute this. Think about activity that principals engage in every week and all of the things that you have to manage to make school run well. So we're looking at how to identify and very clearly delineate best practice models, how to, using the resources of our service center, but potentially some supplemental resources, create additive job-embedded training supports to help districts do this well, campus leadership do this well. And then also we have a rulemaking authority in this area, so what should be appropriate minimum standards from a rulemaking perspective. I would leave you with a general broad observation I have, which is you can't regulate your way to excellence. You can regulate minimum compliance, but it's very hard to regulate excellence. So this investment in coaching is something that we think is likely necessary in order to pull this off effectively as the legislature intends. So members, with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, before I recognize anybody for questions, I think everybody's going to have one. I want to recognize we've got Senator Larry Taylor over here, who's the author of Bill 11. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Whose hand was up first? Senator Kokor's.
I want to, the last part that you talked about, the interdisciplinary group,
Yes,
and talking to superintendents and the need for more support. I know there have been a lot of behavioral issues post-COVID. I mentioned in my opening remarks, and they've all stressed that need. And so I think what we're going to talk about tomorrow, Mr. Chairman, is going to be very relevant to what some of your remarks were. But going back to a question I asked Director Mccraw, the perpetrator in Uvalde, how long had it been since he had been in school?
So I don't have the information. I don't have that information today. We have begun a review process of every aspect of the student's educational history, and I would expect that review process to take a couple more weeks to conclude. We do have data that we have on the student that is submitted to us centrally, but school systems locally have much more information about their students than we do. So, for example, looking back at the student's attendance history, we know that the student began becoming a chronically absent student in 6th grade and nearly in 5th grade. We know that as of the end of last year, the student, the only class the student passed last year was web design. All other classes were failed. Incidentally, normally I wouldn't be saying this in public, but there are no FERPA and student privacy rules that apply to the deceased. So so we have some information, but we are conducting essentially a behavioral threat assessment in chronological order. What did we know as of 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, all of the information, sort of lessons learned, in order to improve the ability to train school systems around the state on recognizing and intervening.
Yeah, I've done some reading and, obviously research, and chronic absences is an indicator.
For sure.
Someone really troubled. Director Mccraw testified that he was estranged from his parents, living with his grandparents. So we're not sure of oversight. Truancy laws. Where are we with truancy laws in the state of Texas?
Yeah, the truancy laws, I will say I'm not necessarily an expert on that aspect of the education code. I can ask my general counsel to step up. But two, I will say that the reports that I get from our superintendents is there is some difficulty under a law at present to enforce truancy actions. And that has, there was some difficulty before COVID began. There has been gargantuan difficulty since COVID happened. And I don't know that it is returned to its prior state yet, but its prior state, this was a common source of complaints that I would hear from school system leaders attempting to enforce truancy-related provisions.
So you've consistently heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's something that I've heard, you know, even before this tragedy.
That's correct.
I had been hearing from superintendents and the need for, I don't know, Commissioner, the need to understand where our children are post-COVID. There are a lot that are not back in the classroom. Now, some are being homeschooled, and that is absolutely the right of a parent to homeschool their child. And so there are others that I'm not sure we know, and you've testified, I think, in finance before about that issue.
Yeah, that was I would say that was a larger problem before. Much of that problem, I think, is we're getting back to a slightly more normal picture of school attendance, although school enrollment is simply down. And so you have a large number of families that have chosen to leave public school and they're educating at homeschool or some other environment.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Senator Hitt. Oh, Zaffarini, excuse me. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, do you worry at all that some of our preparedness training could be traumatic for students?
There's a little bit of an echo in the room. I think you asked if I was concerned whether some of this kind of training could be traumatic for students.
Preparedness training.
Yeah, so the nature of preparedness training has to be very thoughtfully done. So the exercises that they describe with flashbangs and simulations, those generally should be happening on Saturdays. They shouldn't be happening while students are in the building. You shouldn't do anything like that when students are around. Perhaps the only drills that you do that involve students being physically present in the school are lockdown drills. Even those, I think you can do those largely with staff without students, and you stick to fire drills and tornado drills for the kids. That's what you do, which again, this is not an argument against drills. It's just making sure you understand you use the right drill with the right group of folks to simulate the right kind of planning and preparedness. We are going to attempt to increase the level of clarity that we have related to the nature of drills schools districts should be engaging in, because it's really this progression of you got to walk before you run in terms of the kinds of, because if you can't manage lockdown, some of these interdisciplinary jurisdictional incident response drills are, let's worry about lockdown first. But yes, you have to be very thoughtful about how the drills work, students should only ever feel loved and supported at school. They should have no reason to ever feel fear while they're in a school building.
Thank you. You talked about a culture of safety. What does a model safe school look like?
So in that particular environment, that procedure in particular, I'm really talking about keeping doors closed. And I'm not talking about classroom doors, I'm talking exterior doors. So you can imagine an environment where there's no review regularly of whether the exterior doors are locked. So that's not, let's start with that and say that's not good. And next is, we're going to have a procedure, we understand this procedure, which is the doors will be swept at least once a week. Okay. Now I'm going to assign, I'm very clear on who's responsible for that. I have a way to check that they're doing that. Okay, that's better. Now I'm making sure that any open doors are found and communicated back to the school principal, and then the school principal can talk to staff in that particular location of the building to say, like, we found this open, let's make sure we keep our doors closed. And then last but not least, you could actually build a performance management system around this where you're logging, like, I found 5 open doors on this sweep. I found 10 open doors on this sweep. And what you want is that to sort of aggregate up to district leadership and District leadership wants that number to be 0. So you have district leadership reinforcing this with continuous management meetings once a month, reviewing that. This is how you create a sort of a very rigorous management culture to make sure that your access control procedures and your access control hardware is working as intended.
Thank you. There have been so much discussion about safety measures, including the closed doors, fewer windows, higher schools instead of wider schools, et cetera, controlled access to the first floor. How can we ensure that these intended safety measures don't have unintended consequences, for example, fire hazards?
So what you would have is you might have a number of non-operable exterior doors. And what I mean by that is imagine a door that doesn't actually have an external handle. Nobody can get in, but it's still got a push bar so people can get out. It's a not-uncommon feature that ensures you have appropriate fire. So fire code is still going to be followed on the construction of all these buildings, and you have a mechanism that, I mean, you're all familiar with the push bar door. That's a very standard feature that allows folks to get out, doesn't allow necessarily folks to get in.
Thank you. We discussed the $100 million appropriated for school safety, but we spent $3 billion on border security. Do you have the estimated cost of ensuring that our schools are safe and have the necessary equipment?
So what I will be able to do for you is provide an estimate of cost of what it would take to be in compliance with any proposed rule that we will issue. And I should be able to report that to you. My hope is I can report that to you by sometime in August, but it might be a little like early September. It just depends on how long it takes the districts to conduct their facility sweeps.
Do you have an opinion regarding whether teachers should be armed?
I sometimes think that the narrow focus on teachers makes this conversation limiting, because you have to remember teachers are roughly half of the employees that we have in public education. So you've got custodial supervisors, you've got coaches, assistant principals, and the like. So I've encountered a number of educators in my career, whether we're talking actual classroom teachers or other people that are involved in the school building that are former law enforcement or former military, many of whom would be more than happy to serve in this additional capacity.
Thank you. To what extent are school principals or other personnel or school district personnel, including school boards, expected to foster effective communication and collaboration with local law enforcement officials at the different levels, ranging from school districts to and colleges and universities to federal level?
Yeah, so I want to make sure the last part of your question I was a little confused by. If you're talking about interoperability of radios, interoperability of planning processes, incident command, I think that's what your question was about, but I'm not sure if is that what you mean largely?
To some extent.
Yeah. So there is essentially an expectation. Senate Bill 11, Senator Taylor sort of specified a huge amount of these operational expectations, but the degree of interoperability, the degree of preparation, or the degree of interoperability and the degree of interjurisdictional communication is largely a function of interjurisdictional exercises. So if you've never conducted a very rigorous interjurisdictional exercise where you had to simulate what happens to your communication system when 50 extra officers self-deploy, you have no idea how it's going to work in that environment. So these are the things that you have to do in the off season, as it were, to make sure that everything's functional. So think, for example, if you have most classrooms have some kind of phone device. If you call 911 from that phone device, what shows up in dispatch at 911? Is it the central office address or is it the school address? So these are things that we have the technology to do, but somebody actually has to spend managerially the time to make sure all those systems are functional. And if you do it one time, you need to periodically test these things to make sure that they work. Your Director Mccraw testified to the fact that they couldn't even use the radios inside the school building. So I have visited a lot of schools in Texas. I'm sure you are familiar with the schools that resemble a concrete bunker, right? They've got the cinder blocks. These things are built to last. They were not built for RF communication. And so there's I can't remember what this thing is called, like NCES or NCES. Anyways, ours says something. There's some repeater system that is a Homeland Security standard that you can deploy on a school district, and it might not give you, radio access in this little cranny, but it's going to give you radio access largely in the facility. So this should resolve, if that is universally available, then you have radios that can work in any school building in the state of Texas. But of course, the only way you know that is you got to turn the radios on and test them while you're walking through the building. So these are part of your preparedness exercises.
Thank you. If you were writing this report for the committee, what legislative recommendations would you include regarding school safety?
I do think that I would put them in these same three functional buckets that we're focused on, sort of the incident response improvements that can happen, the facilities and access control improvements that can happen, and behavioral threat assessment training and coaching systems that can be in place. I do think there's likely more lessons learned and to be learned from this that might highlight even additional aspects of legislative policy in terms of information sharing between agencies. Imagine students who transition from K-12 to higher ed, and if someone's been case managing a student in K-12, can they continue to case manage that student in higher ed? We have not finished our review of what we know, and I can assure you I will share everything that we find that we think is a substantive policy improvement.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have two questions for Senator Blanco. Would you like me to ask them at this time or come back to them after the committee members have asked questions?
You had some questions from Senator Blanco?
I have two questions that I'd like to ask on behalf of Senator Blanco.
Okay, let's just hold up. Let's get the members of the committee first, and we'll come back.
Thank you.
So I've got Senator Hinojosa, then West, then Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 86 legislative session, we passed Senate Bill 11 with a list of components and requirements from multi-hazard emergency operations plan to security audits, facility standards, and you have a whole list. Do we know how many schools are actually in compliance with the requirements under Senate Bill 11?
So I think with regard to the multi-hazard emergency operations plan, I think Director Prather might have more insight on that, as it's sort of their purview to review and approve those plans. So with regard to facility standards, again, our facility standards are proscriptive for new construction. I don't have any reason to believe any new construction's out of compliance.
Well, who checked to see their compliance?
Say that one more time, sir.
So who checks to see if the schools are in compliance with Senate Bill 11?
So multiple entities, basically, but if you think about what TEA does in particular, we're going to respond to complaints. There's not a proactive TEA monitoring force outside of special education that goes and sees, are you complying with this aspect of the education code, this aspect of the education code.
So you don't have that information?
So I couldn't tell you with certainty that every new facility constructed complies with facility standards. I think Director Martinez-Prather could tell you the number of multi-hazard emergency authorization plans that meet muster, but that's different than they're doing what is in the plans. And so there's no third-party security audit contemplated under state law. That was always self-audited. And so if you want to find out, if you want to have a state-level oversight related to that, then your security audit statutory framework needs to be modified to allow for some degree of third-party security audits. And then you have to have a team that does that.
Well, it would seem to me that the responsibility needs to be placed with one person, one agency, one governmental entity. Otherwise, nobody audits, nobody follows up to make sure they're in compliance. So we don't even know at this point how many schools are not in compliance or in compliance with the requirements and components that were set out in Senate Bill 11.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're speaking to a unified command and control structure and the ability to have unified accountability. And I would generally agree. I think it's wise to do so.
I know, but there is part of the problem. It's a big problem. Everywhere and everything I read always says that. We don't know how many schools are actually in compliance. We don't think most of the schools are in compliance because they don't have the resources There's no way to, I guess, audit, or at least I know Governor Abbott has asked that we follow up an audit of the schools, make unannounced visits. But it would seem to me that if Senate Bill 11, as was passed by the Texas legislature, is to be effective, we have to have a way to enforce it and follow up and see where are the needs? I mean, what are the shortages? Or what else do we need to do as a state to provide the resources, or the modifications, changes in law to make it happen?
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're just words.
Yeah, I mean, I think your concerns are valid. There's sort of a dual regulatory structure implied under Senate Bill 11. Some regulatory authority at the School Safety Center and some regulatory authority at TEA.
See, part of the problem is in this presentation you made to us, you have all the listings that require Senate Bill 11, other actions that you all are taking dealing with mental health, the consortium, school safety grants, but they're just in writing. It doesn't tell us like who is complying, what has been done. We don't seem to get that information seems to be missing, and I think it's extremely important for us to be able to actually address and focus on the issues that have come up, and we have found out of all the shortcomings that really actually exist out in our public school systems.
Yes, sir. I do think that, again, Director Martinez-Prather actually probably does have insight as to the level of compliance with, the multi-hazard emergency authorization plans, perhaps even security audits.
Well, I will ask, but now you see one of the problems is that one state agency, that's the other state agency or the other entity, they may have the information, I don't have it, and you are Texas Educational Agency. In charge or responsible for our public school system. And this deals with the public school system.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Commissioner, you are the Commissioner of Education in the state of Texas. I started off today asking a question I'm going to ask you as the Commissioner of Education.
Yes, sir.
You may not have them right now, but as a Commissioner, I'm asking you to give us recommendations that we can consider to, in your mind now as a parent, can reassure parents in the state of Texas that their children will be safe in our public education system. Now, you've given us a bunch of things concerning Senate Bill 11 and things of that nature, which is great. You're telling us that you will, and I understand as it relates to the time frame, it'll be August, maybe first part of September, when the school will have already started. And so the question is, during this interim period, whether we have a special session or not, what can you provide to us to reassure parents that we're not going to have another Santa Fe, not going to have we will reduce the chances of having some of these mass shootings that we've had at our schools with our children?
Yes, sir.
And so you, as the Commissioner of Education, need to provide us some recommendations so we can take those back to our constituents.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, as the executive in charge of the Texas Education Agency, there are, based upon, again, the governor's leadership in this area, there are several immediate action steps that are being taken to significantly improve the level of safety in the fall. So this includes a complete review of facility access points at essentially every school in the state of Texas. It includes an evaluation of and repair related to facilities issues that need to be repaired. It includes procedures related to ensuring doors are closed. It includes a review, comprehensive review, top to bottom, of safety procedures in each district. It includes a reflective meeting of that status with each school system's school safety committee. These are like immediate action steps that are being taken right now. As I'm sure you know, I'm not just a commissioner, I'm also a dad, and I've been reflecting on this. It's been a very emotional month. My oldest is in 3rd grade, and each morning after the incident, I get breakfast ready for my kids. And she's a little bit of a lazy bum in the morning, so I pick her out of bed and I take her downstairs and set her at the breakfast table. And there are 19 dads in Uvalde. They can't do this anymore. And that is a thought that I had literally every morning for the remainder of school. So we are absolutely dialed in on providing support to our school leaders around the state around the most effective evidence-based practices that we know can reduce risk in schools. I have spoken to all of the superintendents in the state of Texas about these actions, and they are, with their own facilities teams, their own safety teams, their own security teams, conducting these reviews. What we want to do is we want to make sure that that is done everywhere at all 9,000 campuses for all school systems, and it's done with a level of fidelity that we would expect in preparation for the start of the school year.
So is there a date certain where these reviews have to be completed and reported back to the state?
The facilities reviews will need to be completed in time for us to, the answer is yes, although I don't have the date for you today.
I'm sorry?
The answer is yes, there is a date certain, but I don't have the date for you today.
Okay, but it's before the beginning of this fall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you'll report that back to
Yes, sir.
The facilities standards. You noted that there is no review by the agency. Is that more of a resource issue than anything?
It's a combination in statutory authority and resource. So this would fall under broadly a security audit kind of activity.
Sure.
One of the reasons why that's important is you can imagine that most information in the public related to public sector entities is in fact public, the Public Information Act. But security vulnerabilities is not something you necessarily want to be public. And so when Senate Bill 11 was structured, the security audit and all things stemming from it are shielded from PIR. We would want to make sure that any action that we did to review a district's facility condition related to these safety elements, that's different than other aspects of a building.
Sure, no, I understand it, but what I want to do is to make certain that we consider that there is a third party or a responsibility for someone to do these facility audits.
That's correct. So I would say that we don't have the force posture to conduct third-party facility audits.
Okay, so should that, and again, we've been reflecting over there, the Texas School Safety Center?
Well, so they have, and I think Director Martinez-Prather can speak to this. So they have an extremely talented staff, and they are beginning to conduct intrusion tests, which is actually a required security audit self-test. They're just going to do it as a third party. But they will largely be using labor through our service center ecosystem. And so if we were to conduct facility audits, the question is, where do we find the people to do this? They probably work for us today in our service centers, but they've got other duties, and so we would be sort of deflecting. So these are things that we're looking at, but again, we don't necessarily have the authority to conduct third-party security audits at present.
Okay, and let me just make certain, if we decide to do that, would it be the Texas School Safety Center that's doing that under the auspices of the TEA, or how does that work?
Yeah, we try to work in very close collaboration with them. So, for example, on the intrusion tests that will be conducted, these are happening hand in hand, jointly planned.
Wouldn't you agree with me that if parents knew that, okay, one of the problems down in Uvalde was the issue of the facility, of the doors being left open?
That was definitely a problem.
We had audits to make certain that every door, all 340,000 doors have been tested in the state and have been secured. Don't you think that would make parents a little bit more confident that we're taking the safety of their children and making it a priority?
I do. That's why we're doing it.
Okay. And so that's something that should be done before school starts this fall.
Agree.
And then secondly, of all of I had a chance to visit with all of my superintendents and chiefs of police, everyone else. And one of the things that the superintendents are talking about is, how do we pay for this on an ongoing basis? And I know that we have an allotment of $9.42.
So $9.72.
72, some off
Sure.
there.
Yeah.
Of course, we can adjust that allotment in the future. But have you given any thoughts as it relates to the ongoing costs for school safety in the state of Texas?
I have. I think you do need to be sensitive to one-time hardware costs. There will be some sort of ongoing maintenance costs associated with that hardware, and then what personnel costs might be necessary. So all three of those are we are reviewing, and any recommendations we have related to each of the three you will hear.
Okay. Now, in closing, I'm going back to the first question that I asked you. As a parent, as the education leader of the state, we need recommendations that will reassure our parents that their children are going to be safe in our public schools. Can I count on you to make sure we get those?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I'm sad we're having the conversation today and why you're here. That said, I still admire and respect you wholeheartedly on your efforts in the education process altogether. We're fortunate to have you. That said, there's some hard conversation to be had, and some of them are directly under your purview. Some of them are not. But I'm going to start with, and this is not what I thought I'd talk about, but briefly. Is it fair to say, let me just ask it this way. My fear is we paralyze process by inclusion of so many different opinions and experts to the point that we get inaction. Do you believe this is necessary, and do you believe that we are at risk of one, who's to blame sometimes, but more importantly, a lot of what we're talking about today is common sense. But this concerns me greatly when I see a chart that at best is confusing, but at worst is very ineffective. So as a commissioner, is this required to make my school assets inaccessible from bad people?
I think there are likely alternative organizational structures.
Is this too complicated, straight up?
It might be.
Thank you. Secondly, specifically, and this goes to policy specifically, and you should be able to answer these. In my district, if a grandmother was shot within a third of a mile of a campus, it would be immediately locked down. Is that requirement? Is that part of a conversation, or is it up to the district to decide when a district is locked down with a area skirmish?
I think the right answer to that question is that the district would have that as part of their procedural approach and their multi-hazard emergency operation.
Let me ask this. Do all districts have that procedure? I'll let Dr. Martinez do it. Drive onto the campus, though, undeniable, adjacent to or on top of a campus, and shooting a gun while on campus, I would expect is a required, if not specificity, spelled out. But that is a grounds for lockdown of campus.
I would assume nobody would even have to write that down, but yes, that should be.
But I think we have to write it down in today's times.
Yeah.
This agency process throughout other committees, I'm finding we have to be very prescriptive. You made a comment, and I'm going to go back to those three here in a minute with something else. You made a comment that all new construction is secure, safety, access issues, ingress, egress, from in and out of that building. You believe all new construction meets standards?
So we have a set of rules that took effect for all new construction as of 2021. I believe there's some older rules that took effect for construction that was a little bit older than that. But yeah, all new construction is going to comply with the minimum safety standards that we have in rules.
Specifically, would I find locks inside of an interior of a school building that lock from the outside and not from the inside under new construction?
You're talking about the classroom doors?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that question. I need to check that portion.
I need to know that. That lock that was up here today, there's no excuse. That is probably universally on the old schools, the lock of choice.
Yep.
To have it where a teacher cannot secure it from the inside is unconscionable. And if a safety manager program, Dr. Martinez and crew, has looked at that and didn't see that as the obvious, even from my perspective as a bean counter, that's an obvious. Outside labeling of buildings and classrooms so that there is a consistent way to get to the shooter from a first responder on a multi-campus location. Is that in our new construction?
I say the question one more time.
Outside labeling of building and classroom association with campus building, Complex A, 110, Complex B, 110. Is that a requirement inside of new construction for our existing buildings? Because that's a problem when you have a multi-campus location.
I think you're asking the locking mechanism between an inter-facility access?
No, I'm asking when a first responder shows up on site and you walk in and nobody, and I should probably lead into it. There are districts that don't have contact personnel for when an event happens, and if that's the case, how does a first responder know what campus, where to go, and how to get there?
So there is a requirement for new construction that there's a facility plan that's with all the rooms, all the doors are numbered, all the rooms are numbered, and that applies to new construction. We believe that should apply universally to all construction.
This is more for Dr. Martinez, but I think you as commissioner need to know this, and you may know this. Starting in 2020, Texas Safety Center conducted an overview of status of 122 K through 12 public schools emergency operating plans, or EOPs. The objective was to see whether there was one, and if it was it sufficient? The audit findings indicated that 986 districts reported having adopted an EOP. However, of the 1,022 districts in the EOP review process, the TSSC determined that 162 districts did not have an EOP, and further, only 67 of the districts statewide had an EOP plan that was deemed sufficient, meaning it met common or best practices necessary to be a viable EOP. The audit findings indicated 973 districts reported having a designated responsible person for making final decisions during a disaster or emergency, as well as other individuals responsible for making those decisions if the designated person is unavailable. Of the 1,022 districts EOP reviewed, 304 did not have a designated person, and 126 did not have a sufficient designation or had an insufficient one. 939 districts reported that the EOP includes a policy responding to an active shooter emergency. However, the EOP review indicated that of the 1,022 districts, only 200 had a viable active shooter policy. The remaining 822 districts, 626 did not have a policy in place, and 196 districts had an insufficient policy. I say that to say you're somewhat responsible, and I'm not putting the blame on you, but that's unacceptable. And I understand the legislation in 19, but that's unacceptable. But number two, it shows on a district level the lack of seriousness that they're taking this issue. And I know that's going to be offensive. I'm going to get lots of hate mail over it. But if you're that guy that's in the camp, it's not going to happen to me, trust me, you're going to have the outcome Uvalde had. 200 of the districts had a viable active shooter policy. I don't know what we do with that, Mr. Chairman, because we have the rules in place, but if people choose not to play along and get along with the things that experts tell us we need to do, we're never going to win this. I'm going to move on to it's a broader conversation, but it's relevant. I don't disagree the interdisciplinary aspect of nurturing and loving on a kid that's in crises. I think that there's merits in that, and we have to try to achieve that. I'm also going to make a statement that's going to get me hate mail. Not all kids belong in the classroom anymore. Is that a fair statement?
We have disciplinary removal processes to continue educating them, but potentially in an alternative environment.
I hear those policies, and I see them practically not being successful. I also know that if a kid can't belong in the classroom and the alternative programs that exist are there and they go along maybe, is there not a concern that if he's mad enough to do harm to someone inside of a school room that we remove him, but yet let him leave at 4 o'clock from those alternative programs, we're not paying any attention to him, what he's doing afterwards and where he comes back or not, because he's not required to show back up.
Yeah, I think this is broadly an area of policy worth additional legislative.
So let me lay out down to a specific. Local districts have DAP. DAEP is a way to handle trouble or disruptive kids and behaviors on a district level. Let's assume the kid is so bad that they've got to go to the next level of alternatives, which is JJAEP, I'm told.
Yes, sir.
So what I understand, and this may not be true, and if it's not, I'm staying corrected, but I've gotten this from multiple sources. A kid that has threatened to hurt students, teachers, and alike is probably grounds for removal to the JJAEP. But what I'm told when they get to the JJEP, this is a student that's the future shooter of Uvalde conversation. Gets to the JJEP only to find out, one, capacity may be a reason, but what the excuse is being given is that does not meet the terroristic threat inside of TEA's code. Therefore, they're not a candidate for JJAEP and are returned back to the classroom. True or false?
I think you do have some areas of Chapter 37 in the Education Code where you define what is allowable for expulsion, what's allowable for mandatory referral, and I am not currently convinced that the way that that is structured is ideal. So, I think the answer is probably true to your question in terms of the way that it was phrased, but it is very clear that the degree of tools in the toolbox are, in some cases, limited statutorily.
So here's the question, twofold. One, our truancy law reform that we did a few sessions back, along with a lot of other things, has allowed students to become disciplinary problems that in the past, under the broken windows theory I spoke to earlier, would have been disciplined and possibly normally would have been corrected. Fair?
Yeah, I mean, the way education needs to work is we deal with small problems, they don't come big problems.
Broken windows theory.
Broken windows.
And we don't do that anymore.
It's not that we don't do it anymore, but it is some of the tools that were used previously are no longer available.
Do we need to go back and get those tools? Because I'm working on legislation to do as such, so I don't want to waste my time between now and January. Is that something we need to go back to?
I think it's worthy of attention. I will tell you there's a great deal of complexity in there, so I'm happy to support and bring together an interdisciplinary team to support you on the legislative drafting.
So I'm going to say it this way. It's one thing to have a system in place that handles the kid that wants to be fixed, but for the non-responsive kid that doesn't want to be fixed, we don't have a solution for those today, do we?
We do not have adequate space in referral programs around the state.
So if a child truly doesn't belong in 9th grade, has indicated he's willing to do bodily harm at whatever level, whenever, we really don't deal with them. We let them stay in the classroom, or we move them around, and then we move them back in the classroom.
I don't know that I would say we don't deal with them. I would say that we can improve for sure in terms of how we can deal with students that.
What's your idea if someone is going to JJAP and then they basically can go home at 4 o'clock? Should we be concerned that they that they could show back up at 8 o'clock on the campus if we're not monitoring that?
Yeah, you should.
That's proactive. Ankle bracelet, I mean, what do we do with that?
I think these are the policy solutions that are worthy of very detailed consideration. You think about a student who, if they're 17 years old and they're in the school and they're motivated to stay, the school has a lot of authority, informal authority, to remediate behavioral issues. But if the student decides to check out, that student is still in the community, still very much can come back to the school building at any point in time. And so the question is, what tools do you have to support individuals in that circumstance?
Is there surveillance post dropout, underage? I understand adult transitions to a different deal.
Not to my knowledge.
18 and under, or under 18, or 18 in school and under. Is there proper surveillance of those individuals that leave that school bitter at the world, mad at everybody that has threatened to go through with something like we saw in Uvalde?
So what you're now speaking is no longer an education question, but
It's
a law
not.
enforcement question.
If he's still in public education, is there adequate surveillance, whether he goes to JJAP or not?
The process that is prescribed under law for that review and constant case management of the students is essentially the threat assessment process and the Safe and Support Schools protocol.
So here, let me tell you what I'm hearing. All kids are redeemable is what I'm hearing from you from a public education standpoint.
The, what I think we have to have the posture that we have to do everything that we can for every kid that is with us, because they will continue to be with us.
When do you make the decision that, as admirable as that is, as unrealistic in today's world it can, that they are a danger to the students in the school? And if so, do you have a way outside the criminal justice, because no law has been violated, to move them to a place of safety for their own good as well as the school?
So you're asking me a question about an area of law that I am not an expert on. What I can tell you is
No, I'm taking from a TEA perspective, is there anything you can do with the kid that doesn't need to be around other kids?
if you're talking about a student still enrolled, you've got DAP and JJP. Those are your structures.
And they need reform.
And capacity support.
I agree with the capacity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Texas School Safety Center, they collect the ISD self-reporting audits, right?
Yes.
And it's based on, they're looking at the audits based on their recommendations, but they don't have any enforcement power, right?
So yeah, what they have is they have a few tools that connect to enforcement, and then they have me. So if there's a violation of the school law of the state, although I will tell you Chapter 37 doesn't actually fall in this category, but if there's a violation of the school law in the state, I have general investigative authority, special investigative authority to ensure that those laws are followed. If there's a multi-hazardous emergency authorization plan that is not followed, they can force a public hearing. They can eventually refer it over to us for a conservator appointment. For a safety audit finding, they can force a public hearing. I don't think it's specifically specified under statute that they can refer it over for a conservator appointment, but we do have, broad authority to enforce the education laws of the state.
What is that public hearing? Where is that held, if you will?
It's like a local school board meeting.
I see, okay. And dollars are, well, now TEA has some mandatory safety measures, right? That's what
The $9.72 per kid is passed out as part of the Foundation School Program funding.
And the initiative they're supposed to be following for safety.
Yeah, there's a list of 20 or so things that you can spend that money on. As long as you're doing that, then
if they're found to be deficient, not have that, I mean, what can you do with that? I mean, can you claw back some of that $9.72 per student for those months they didn't provide?
I don't think we have authority to do that, but I know we have authority to install a conservator, again, when there's violations, sustained violations of the school laws of the state, likewise a board of managers, or a monitor as a sort of a lower level sanction.
Okay. The next is more probably of a comment, ask your opinion. I think we have to wonder, is it any wonder that our children are off track with years ago when they took prayer out of schools, pledges, they don't do the pledges anymore, put porn in the library, CRT, bullying, woke culture, and we have electronics in the classroom. I mean, that's such a different scenario than it was years and years ago before we had electronics. Do you have an opinion on whatever that comment I just made?
Yeah, we are a fallen species, and we have a variety of weaknesses.
Is there a way to get cell phone? Well, there's probably a way. Is there a will to get cell phones out of the classroom so kids?
We have a number of schools that have that as a local policy. They don't allow schools cell phones. Yeah, it's generally a school policy. My kids are at a school where there's no technology.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members? Senator Betancourt?
Commissioner, thanks for your testimony, as always. I just want to go over a couple things. You made a very good point about your 3 levels of incident response, access control, and facility access, and then threat assessment. Can we look at threat assessment with this shooter? Okay, just to kind of go through it. we know from testimony of Director Mccraw that at least half a dozen people said they had already identified in their minds that he was a likely school shooter. He was clearly seriously truant. His absenteeism is probably off the charts, but you might want to comment on that. When I look back, you know, he was in that classroom 8 years ago. So the question is did we lose him 8 years, 6 years, 4 years ago? But we probably lost him by that point in time. And he was literally dragging a bag of dead cats. His academic record is obviously abysmal. And tell me what a threat assessment protocol should have done with this shooter.
So we'll just consider one of the more obvious things from a school context, which is absenteeism. Kid doesn't show up, you theoretically have systems to notice that, especially if the kid doesn't show up 2 or 3 times in the same week. So what you have, when that happens, some set of adults notice that, and some set of adults then take action based upon that. So the action could be phone calls to the parents. In this case, it's not going to be the parents, be likely grandparents. And that theoretically would begin a whole set of actions to try to support getting the student back on the right path.
Do you have any information you want to share at this time? But, you know, we've heard of arguments over grades at the household. We've heard he's clearly truant. He's an employee of a fast food operation. Don't tell me the teachers and the police and the business owner and the, you name it, everybody in the town of 17,000, you know, some good chunk of this, of the folks there knew we had a problem. But obviously it didn't get reported or acted on. And, you know, I mean, do we know if the absenteeism started in 4th grade? Do we know it started in 6th grade? Do we know it started in 9th grade?
Yeah, I mean, we have his records that get reported through our average daily attendance system, and we have his course completion records. So a quick scan of his records would say that he met the definition of chronically absent in 6th grade, but he was absent in 5th for a good chunk of the time. 4th grade had much lower levels of absenteeism.
Okay, which is odd because that's when he was actually in that classroom. Now, so we have a situation where absenteeism goes off the scale in what I would call, you know, junior highs, but it's now middle school. So this person is promoted, though, year after year after year, up to at least a high school level. And so with that type of tremendous absenteeism, how could this you know, pre-shooter Ramos be promoted ad infinitum?
Yeah, so I think it's about 0.5% of students at the elementary level. It's slightly larger than the first few grade levels, so kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade. But after that, it's about 0.5% of kids are held back statewide.
Wow.
And it varies a little bit from grade to grade, but that's I think a decent working average. You are required to basically a student can't gain credit if they don't attend at least 75% of their school. It's a course requirement of state law. If you're under 90%, then you have to go through this planning process. But if you have fewer than 75% attendance, you cannot get credit under state law. But
from your brief review, was he under those thresholds?
No, because I mean, you have to think 25% of 180 days. That's a lot of days you have to be absent.
Okay, so we have somebody that is absent a lot, and so I guess my comment is, you know, there were issues here. If this is only 1.5% of the students, this is probably a marker for a threat assessment protocol. True?
Yeah. Look, any kind of ongoing absenteeism it's not necessarily, I would call it threat assessment. It's the safe and supportive team should notice that and then begin the process of intervening.
Now, I was recently at an event that I was surrounded by teachers that are saying that they've tried to get help for their kids. They've tried to get people to take notice. They can't get the administration to follow up, or there's too many pieces of red tape in the way. That's a very common frustration, that at least in the group I was in just recently. Am I understating, overstating, or is that a fair point?
Yeah, the way I think my observation of the system is you've got a wider range of capacity of how schools operate. And so,
Say again, please.
A wider range of capacity in terms of how schools operate. So you think you've got 9,000 campuses. You're going to have some campuses that have extremely strong systems in terms of what they have built to identify and intervene with students. Then you have a decent number of schools that are in the middle, and then some schools that have almost non-functioning systems to identify and intervene. There's a wide variety of approaches to implementation quality for this aspect of how school works.
So how do we legislate leadership?
I've never figured that out. So, I mean, I think you can, the capacity supports, coaching supports, these kinds of investments in our leaders, because I would say that the spirit is willing. We do not employ school leaders that don't want all their kids to be safe. Like, everybody wants their kids to be safe. But running school is hard. And so I think, again, a continued investment in our school leaders can help improve implementation quality in a whole host of environments in Texas.
This goes to a point, should we be looking at, from an organizational viewpoint, as the school safety center as maybe a center of excellence, and then TA has to be the enforcement capability?
Yeah, I mean, that might make sense. I think I would want to talk to Director Martinez-Prather more to sort of get a good view of that. But generally, you have vested most of your regulatory authority in me or the State Board of Education, State Board of Educator certification in some way. And so the question of how to synthesize a regulatory oversight while they continue to provide phenomenal technical assistance is probably worthy for us to just improve our collaboration.
Well, I think that's important, because somebody has to audit. Somebody has to be on the ground. I mean, we have to have subject matter experts, and we want those best practices propagated throughout the system. But what we're going to, and I think Senator Perry had some fantastic statistics about, what the limited implementation is at this point in time. And then we've got a bandwidth problem as well. Now, speaking of limited participation, I can't remember, I believe it was Senator Birdwell, maybe and Senator Perry, expanded the number of marshals dramatically in the schools. And you made a great point that half of the school system is roughly teachers, the other half is administrative support personnel.
Some other personnel.
So you do have a pool of people that are not teachers, that are employees, that could be marshals. Now, would a program, would that help, having a stipend so they could pay for all their initial expenses?
Yeah, I think anything we do to create a capacity or investment to help school districts strengthen their force posture in this area is helpful. One thing to bear in mind is those are not going to be one-time expenditures. You got to be able to sustain that investment in your personnel.
Okay, so I think that we need to look at that, because this is the fastest way to put people into the system that are trained, that have the ability to protect students. And because they're there, and there may be some, barriers to that thought process, but I think we need to sweep that aside and get and put some money into that program. Now, I want to go back to a point that Senator West made: 340,000 doors.
That's a ballpark estimate.
That's a lot of doors.
That's exterior, not interior.
Well, and we're prioritizing external doors over internal due to the number, as well as the fact that if the hard shell works, then the interior is a backup scenario.
Well, and I mean, I'll tell you, I think the doors, in broad context, you've got mostly reinforced doors. The hardware, I mean, they might need to be maintained, but the hardware is there. That's a different story for windows, which might be right next to the doors, which somebody can walk through,
right through or
if they break. And there's concepts that you've seen, the doors that have or the windows that have that like kind of black wiring in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's reinforced webbing.
There's also an entry-resistant glaze. It's not bulletproof, but it's highly effective. So we have secure vestibules around the state are all built like that. Secure vestibules cost you about $1.2 million per.
$1.2 million for a single entry.
Yeah.
Right.
So So the physical plant upgrades that we want our schools to engage in, those are fairly significant.
Now, just to add all this up, okay, so we're looking at a 9-digit number. Okay, we'll start with Carl Sagan's billions, but more importantly, you alluded to this in response to Senator West, that I think we could have the money available for that, okay? But that would require a period of time to implement, would it not?
You have to assume, and in fact, not just assume, you need to implement this to allow for a period of time to implement, because otherwise you will create a massive supply chain problem and cost inflation unnecessarily.
Right. Well, we're looking forward to that report because I think that's key.
Yes, sir.
And again, I can say that your intelligence and detail to duty always impresses me. But in the time like this, the fact that you've already got your staff working on such a plan is just a testament to you've already figured out what we need in Texas. So I'll be looking forward to supporting it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Zaffarini, I think you had some questions from Senator Block.
Yes, sir, I have 2 questions to
Senator
raise.
West, did you have a question?
Yes, just a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Then we'll get to Blanco.
In terms of school districts, what does it say about school districts that in the past few years, at least a handful of schools have enumerated in their bond packages school security improvement, just a handful of them. And they have these bond packages, but we don't see anything in those packages about school security. Have you?
So I don't have data collection on the nature of facility construction. I would say anecdotally, though, almost all new construction has safety features that you would want to see. Many bond programs, even if they didn't have an enumerated component related to safety, do have safety investments in them.
Okay, fair enough. Here's the other question I have. I think in SB 1, and I think this is, Chewy and I think Betancourt. Didn't we put something in Senate Bill 1 that requires DPS to do about 30,000 school safety checks? Do you recall that?
I don't actually know the answer to that question.
I'm sorry?
I don't know the answer to that question. There's been a lot of actual operational cooperation between police generally and districts to have as many.
Right, I understand that, but I thought we put something specifically in the appropriations bill.
That might be true, I just don't know.
Okay, I think let me make sure I get my staff to check that, because, and you don't know about it, that's fine. But the question is, what's the status of that too, given that we put it in the appropriations bill? I do believe we put it in there. Okay, all right. Now, here's the other thing. It was a rider in it, exactly. And so the other thing, I need to go back to Senator Perry in terms of DAP programs. So we have some kids in our school system that are in disciplinary alternative education programs. Okay, fine. But when we begin to look at some of these mass shootings, do you know whether or not any of those kids in the DAP programs have been involved in mass shootings?
We have not conducted the review of the Ramos situation, and I can't actually remember if the student related to Santa Fe had ever had a DAP issue.
Referral, right.
There's a lot of work related to profiling candidates that the Secret Service did, and the profile is basically there is no profile. It's been a long time since I read the detailed review of their threat assessment, but there are characteristics about people who have become completely socially disconnected, but sometimes they don't even appear to be socially disconnected. They are, and it manifests in different ways.
Right, and that's exactly the point. And so any preoccupation on trying to harden the DAP programs, or I think that we need to tread cautiously on that. And so I just want to kind of put that marker down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Perry?
point of clarification again, I guess I'm not very clear. What I'm told from my teachers, and I have this conversation regularly, it wasn't about paychecks and other things that they leave the profession for. It's the lack of respect to themselves. It's lack of respect to the authority. It's the physical as well as vulgarity that goes on in our schools now that seem to have no place. They're not even DAP referrals. I'm told students actually can come up and cuss the teacher out in front of others and then have no home. So how does that relate to a shooter? It's an overall environment. It's a culture that we've cultivated by lack of what we used to do, which is deal with that kid at that point immediately. Again, broken windows kind of theory, no offensive not worthy of some consideration. And so when a kid is watching that, whether he is under DAP or not, but he may be socially kind of detached or he may be whatever, it just breeds a culture of they're not getting in trouble for it. I'm not being mistreated, or I'm being mistreated, or I want to be disrespectful. So it goes to the heart of a lot of what we're seeing now. We have lightened the load of what I call soft skills, that schools used to be a reinforcement from home, and now they're the primary source. And kids that don't want to be around other kids watch that in action, and do they all become shooters? Definitely not. But by allowing that culture to exist, by allowing that disrespect to exist, by allowing that disrespect to authority, you know, I have been under a boss all my life. I had my own business, and I still had bosses. 1,200 accounts were my bosses. I respected the authority I'm under, and that has been lost. And our DAP program has been watered down, and this is universally a discussion amongst teachers whether they'll feel free. So it may not be the next shooter, but it cannot be ignored as a potential, or let me rephrase that, an influence into the world that we live in today, that there's no respect for life, there's no respect for authority, there's no respect for culture, and there's no respect for the learning environment that 99% of the kids want to be a part of when we allow that to happen.
And Mr. Chairman, just briefly.
Sure.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I look forward to working across party lines with the commissioner to put in place specific programs recommended by our educators and also our commissioner, because you're right, there's a disrespect that we've never, ever seen before, and we had better do something about it as opposed to just continuing to talk about it. So I'm with you 100%.
Okay. Senator Zaffarini?
Thank you. Commissioner, these are two questions I'm asking on behalf of Senator Blanco. First, can you give us an update on the rulemaking and implementation of Senate Bill 168 by Blanco that would require best practices be adopted and be trauma-informed for active shooter drills?
I can, but I'm going to have to get back to you. Sorry.
All right, if you'll get
Yes,
back
ma'am.
to him.
168.
168. Second, I understand the rules for Senate Bill 168 were adopted 2 weeks ago and are effective June 26th. The rules were adopted after the Uvalde shooting. Is there anything we learned from the tragic circumstances in Uvalde that might need to be added to the rules for Senate Bill 168 as it relates to improving trauma-informed training for active threat exercises or for live shooter drills?
Likely, yes. And I think this gets back to the question you asked earlier about ways to do these drills that are operationally effective, that don't have any negative effects on the students at the campus.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the school facility standards for new construction,
Yes, sir.
particularly the access protection, this bill passed a number of years ago. Or do we actually have our best practices and protocols already for that if somebody's going to build a school? Or did I understand in your early layout that y'all are still working on that?
Oh, yeah, sorry for the confusion. So there is a rule already in effect. It's deployed, and these are both a combination of minimum standards and best practice recommendations that apply to all new construction. So that's been in place for some time.
Okay.
The thing that we are working on now is to apply minimum standards retroactively, potentially to every single school building in Texas, whether it's built prior to that date or whether it's even leased.
Okay, thanks. On accountability, one of the questions that came up really, do schools get docked or hurt a little bit on their accountability for reporting an increase in discipline? Or disciplinary actions?
Yeah, there's no accountability impact under state law related to discipline infractions. However, it is worth noting that under federal law specific to special education, that this is part of a broad performance review, and it is required under federal law and periodically.
So the more we report it, the more they get dinged.
It is, that is in fact, unfortunately, a possibility under federal law, and I think it's kind of dumb, frankly, but that's the way that the federal law works.
Okay, that just amazes me.
Yeah, there's really two ways that you can improve your measurable, what is measured about campus discipline. When you think about, like there's a variety of things that aren't inherently measured, but you measure all these referrals because you got to report those to us. So there's two ways that you can improve disciplinary referrals. You can improve the status of disciplinary referrals by improving the support you provide to teachers, addressing these minimum expectations and say, like, we're not going to accept this so that they don't escalate. Essentially, you can improve it by improving the disciplinary environment, which is good. You can also theoretically make your numbers go down by telling people, I can't let you refer anyone anymore. That is quite bad. That is why you hear from teachers that say that they do not feel supported. So we don't think that's appropriate. We don't think it should ever be done. But that doesn't mean it doesn't happen from time to time. And there's, to my knowledge, there's no aspect of state law that would encourage that kind of negative reaction, but there may be a component of federal law that does.
Okay, thanks, Senator Perry. You wanted to?
Yeah, just to follow up. So I want to be clear, and I think you would agree, I would hope, I'm not speaking to the 504 kids. I think that we handle them well. Most of them have life skill classes, if that's their level of intellect that they need to be associated with. The ones that are left in the traditional classroom seem to have a aide or someone that helps them through and are not disruptive, and actually the other kids benefit from that child. They learn a lot. These are behavioral kids. These are kids that have chose to be as disruptive and get by with it. And kids are kids, man. If they get by with it, they get worse. But back to your question, Mr. Chairman, it's the disproportionality issues that come up under the federal system. And we need to consider long and hard about what our position in the state looks like when we start down this road, because we just need to deal with these kids. I don't care what race or otherwise they are. If they're disruptive kids, regardless of their ethnicity, they need to be dealt with. And that goes for affluenza kids all the way down to the poverty kids and all up and down the middle. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on getting that right. But that's where the federal rules come into.
It's a big issue, all right. Senator West.
And I know that we're kind of veering off a little bit on this, but as it relates to the JJEP programs, I really believe that those programs, the funding was cut on those programs this last time around. And so obviously if you don't, correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know the answer to that question.
I believe they were cut.
I'm not sure about them cutting funding, but let me throw this statute. We only have JJEPs in counties of 125,000 or more.
That's why I know a little bit about.
So there's a majority of counties that don't have any place to send the kid that doesn't belong inside the classroom.
And the issue of disproportionality always has been an issue, okay? And so, and I agree with you, if a kid has some issues, we need to figure out how best to resolve them. The state can't do everything, okay? But I do know we're not doing enough. And I look forward to working with you to do better as it relates to them. Okay?
I had one other, and this has to do with some of the early things we heard in the testimony when Mccraw, Director Mccraw
Yes, sir.
was testifying about, first it was the rock, then it was, they took the rock out and the door closed, but the latch mechanism was set so it didn't lock. So, and then you get to the actual classroom and it turns out, it didn't align with the pad and just kind of on, and then the little magnetic things people stick inside the doors to keep them purposely from being latched as a convenience so they don't lock all the time. And I know this is going to spill over into the Texas Safety Center part, but I didn't want to leave the total topic while you were still here without talking about it. Someone I have a great deal of respect for, when early in this issue, I asked him, what are we missing? He says, well, you can come up with all these great plans and great protocols and check all the boxes, but unless somebody actually goes and checks
Right.
to see if somebody's doing it, kind of doesn't really matter. And that was kind of where their suggestion was. And as I've kind of been listening all day, like y'all have, and talking to people, the more and I mentioned it to a few other people, we're leaving an awful lot to our own school to check itself when it's not in its benefit to turn itself in for doing something wrong. That's kind of a no-brainer. And if we had a team, I'm not suggesting necessarily what Governor Abbott was suggesting, don't even let a school know you're going to show up, because I think that would be possibly a dangerous situation, but I'm not an expert in that. But if you had a team of people who had the right protocols, maybe laid out by the school safety center, because they're supposed to have the best protocols, and maybe the night before call the superintendent and let them know, I've got 2 people going to show up and check your campus to make sure the latches work and all these kind of things. And then just go campus to campus. I know there's 9,000 campuses. Some of them are pretty small, like in my district. Some of them are quite large in y'all's district. But I think we could get a manageable number of people, probably 120 or so, including clerical, that could actually go out and do something like that, and maybe hit each of the campuses twice a year.
So I think what you've actually described, Director Prather Martinez and I have been working on how to create this on an integrated plan basis. So the intrusion test that you just described is exactly what they are planning to deploy. It is different than a 100% maintenance review.
Correct.
But
you would
it
not
is,
need to check
it is, I'm walking on campus, let me see if I can get into this door. If it's unlocked, and I can get in. And then I let people know, hey, I just got in this door. They are working, again, with us in partnership to deploy a team to begin doing this on a...
Because I've kind of listened to different members. I've
Yeah.
had several members.
And I'm happy to stick around for Dr. Martinez-Prather's testimony in case there's any sort of joint questions that come up.
We'll let her talk on that. But I think just from the members I've talked to, I've seen a number of them that might be willing to work towards something like that. Where it would actually be, who would run it, who do they report to? I think that's all up for discussion.
Well, they're very good at what
Best
they
practices
do.
and protocols certainly would be set up. I would think they're over there at the safety center.
Yeah.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to Senator West's point, Senator Taylor's staff checked, and they do have 25 employees that were reviewing the plans within SB 11, but there was no physical inspection of schools. That was the final version. There were 25 employees that were reviewing plans within SB 11, but there was no physical inspection of schools in the bill. It must not have made the last run. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anyone else have any questions? Oh, Senator Hall. May have the other members. Larry, did you want to ask any questions?
It might be on already.
Here we go.
I'll talk to the Houston mic here. This recent conversation, I think, is the best we've had of the day. I hope everybody listened carefully to what Senator Perry had to say and what Senator West had to say, because we've got an 800-pound gorilla in the room that we cannot ignore. Because there are two aspects to what I think we can divide this thing into. There's protection, but then there is also prevention. The protection side of it, I think, is something that we can readily get our hands on. It's definable, it's tangible. Hardening of the facilities, resource officers, training, all those problems can be solved with money. I mean, that's basically but the prevention aspect is where I think we really need to come away from here with something meaningful to be done. I mean, there's no adage in medicine that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound to cure. And I think this last couple of years, we've seen that early prevention with COVID was a whole lot better than trying to cure it after you're almost dead. And the question we have to answer is why we have had this explosive growth in, I'll call it, mental issues with our kids. And I say that because I can't define mental illness, but it's what Senator Perry and Senator West were talking about. It's a behavior, it's an attitude. There is something that has happened different that's led to an increase of ADA, ADHA, anger management, anger, discipline, dysphoria, all of these things that used to be almost non-existent is almost a basic part of school now today. And while we put a big effort into doing something in prevention, the hardness side of it, I really think we have got to put an effort into determining why. Why is this happening? In SB 11, we put a lot of money into the mental illness, health, and so on. My question is there latitude in there rather than, okay, here's a kid with a problem, now let's see what the problem is. Figuring out what is it that's causing these problems. Get back ahead of this, of saying, okay, what are the circumstances, what is happening, no matter, and leave it wide open. Don't put any bounds on what would be to address, because I think we have to have an honest and complete answer to it, or we can't come up with a solution. But I think we have to understand, why are these kids behaving the way they are in ever-increasing numbers, and why are they, and it's more than just behavior. It is the other problems they're having in their learning abilities and dysphoria and all this. And so my question I have for you in that is there any latitude in SB 11 for what you're going to do in mental health for the kids to put some effort into looking at the root cause? Because that, to me, is where we ought to be trying to get for a solution, not solving it with thick doors and bulletproof windows. We've got to have that until we get it solved, no question, but to really look at a solution.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the question that I wrestle with each morning, each night. How do we improve the level of love, the level of resilience, while also growing literacy and numeracy? I think about
Well, I guess my question is, that is a big bill with a lot of money in it. Can you use that? Or
Yes.
do we need to do something in the legislature with a new piece of legislation and additional money?
So Senate Bill 11 provided funds to the coordinating board and universities directly. So that money, school districts don't have any control over. The money that was in the bill that the school districts have control over is the $9.72 per ADA. And that you can spend on prevention, these kinds of activities as well. So that is in that bill.
Okay. That was my point, Mr. Chairman. I'd hope that we would recognize that, and whatever it comes out of is.
I think as you get into that, you'll find out it's a breakup of the family unit. I mean, we got a lot of broken families. You got drugs, which are probably part of the cause of the family breakup. And I got a feeling the internet's in there somewhere. A lot of information moving real fast. But when I talk to my superintendents about some of these issues, what most of them say, if you want to know what's wrong with that child, meet the parents. And you'll probably know what's wrong with that child if you can meet the parents.
Well, some of the teachers I've talked to also say that it's a sum of what we're teaching the kids and how we're teaching them too. That we can't overlook.
Of course, I'm dealing with smaller schools, more like Charles Perry schools, just very small. And everybody knows everybody. They know who the kids are. They know who the problem kids are. They know who's been bullied. They know who's, scared to be around other kids. They know who the bullies are, and they know them all. What to do with them is a whole different thing. And we've got, with the consortium, which we'll be getting into more tomorrow, we have mental health becoming available, not totally available yet, but becoming available. But it's not there yet, but it is available in some areas to bring it to just general practitioners can take the advice of some of this stuff. But it has to be approved by the parents, which I agree with that. If the parents don't agree, the child needs treatment, he gets no treatment. He or she gets no treatment. And, but that's up to the parents. But if the parents are the problem to start with, it's a vicious cycle.
No, and I understand that, but I think it's also somewhere along the line, nobody talks about what is causing this. And I think somewhere somebody's got to start talking about it before we ever do anything about it, of what is the collapse? Where are we failing, and what is it we're doing different that we didn't used to do that now is resulting in something that nobody's paying any attention to except wringing their hands and saying, oh, it's a problem. So that was my point.
Okay. Any other questions? Senator Kokorsz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your comments. I just wanted to say on SB 11, I think it was originally slated to be $50 per student on ADA. I know we settled at just below $10. Had some conversations with my superintendents, as I said in my opening remarks. Whatever we do there, Commissioner and members, one of the things that one of my smaller school districts brought up to me, if we did it on a per-child basis, it's not scalable.
Correct.
A door, as you've described, or maybe an entry door that doesn't have windows that could be busted out, or alarms if a door is propped open, et cetera, is the same price for a small school as it is for a large school. And so I would encourage us, when we look at that, to do a floor. I thought it was an excellent conversation that I had with a smaller group of superintendents as a floor. Be it 50,000 for the smallest and everything above that on an ADA, or whatever that number is. I know y'all are going to be looking at some cost estimates. So I'd encourage your staff, as well as us, in finance, and as we see different bills move through sessions, to consider that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up.
Yes.
So, Commissioner Morath, I've got a data point here that in fiscal year 21, there were 167 terroristic threat conversations with kids statewide. There was an additional 151 that were expulsion offenses related to a threat or exhibit of a firearm. That's $89 a day, or a total cost of $5.5 million on the first part, and another 4.9, so close to $10 million if we were to lock up the kids that show aggression in a real way under the JJAEP system today.
I can't verify the math, but that sounds logical, absolutely.
So basically 300 kids out of our 5 million were threats that we honestly didn't do anything with because it's a cost. I mean, some of them went to JJAP, some of them did not. I don't know how a kid can threaten and not end up there. But, and then the district has a year up to year expulsion opportunity, or somewhere in between.
Yeah, you would likely, you'd likely need to plan to spend a little bit more than that based on an issue you raised earlier, which is...
So members, what I say to that is we had 300 kids that had threat of firearm or terroristic threat conversations in 21 in our classrooms that honestly, we've kind of got a path to put them somewhere else, but they don't stay there, is my understanding. And it's $10 million if we did it the way we're supposed to do it.
All right, good comment. Senator Larry Taylor, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. First of all, let me just start with I'm sorry that we're even here having this discussion. But what I think we've learned most recently is even great plans can fail with human failures. So I think it's imperative that all of our districts take this very seriously. This is not a freak deal. It can happen anywhere, as we've seen. First of all, happening in Santa Fe and Uvalde, these are places you would not have predicted if you were going to guess something like this. So I think it's very important. The more we're finding out things like doors not locking, these are things that should have been found by the people doing daily walkarounds. If you've got a defective door lock, everyone there should know that. And frankly, everyone should know how doors open, lock, don't lock, and they should have keys to those things. So those are things that, but I don't think the planning and the practices have been taken seriously. Frankly, for people to say they didn't know who was in charge. Senate Bill 11 required active shooter training, and it was supposed to be done when the students weren't there. So we don't, that was one of the concerns we had. We didn't want to be scaring our kids. But these were things they would do on weekends and things where they bring in multiple agencies, come in there. So they practice, how are we going to do this? So when everybody shows up, you do know who's in charge because somebody has to be in charge. As far as prevention goes, I think the more we're finding out, there were certainly signals along the way for this latest terrible tragedy. Some of these things predated Senate Bill 11 and some of the teacher training, so those things weren't happening. But we're supposed to be training our teachers today to be looking for those kinds of signs. Truancy is one, family issues at home is another, how they're dealing with their fellow students. You noted that his truancy dropped off from 4th grade to 5th grade. That's one of those signals that what's going on with Johnny or whoever, that all of a sudden their truancy is going up. It was brought up about truancy. We had some issues where people felt like we were criminalizing truancy, and we took JPs out of it. We had a lot of JP courts that were doing an excellent job with truancy. I think that's something that the legislature needs to go back and look at. It was working. You took away the teeth to truancy, but also, once again, these are things that teachers and people around the schools need to be looking into. The mental health, Senator Nichols, it's not everywhere, but we've got a lot of telehealth that's in there, and that's one of the things we set up so that everyone can have access to health, for mental health, particularly for our students. So if teachers and people will identify students, they can get them on telehealth very quickly and have those opportunities to visit and see exactly what's going on and try to find out what that is. So I encourage this. One of the things I will say, I think the idea of having someone looking over the shoulders of these local districts, whether it's a random audit, the beauty of a random audit is you don't know if you're going to be the one that's going to be randomly picked. And once they start hearing about people having those random audits, and the results of those audits being published and publicized, guess what? Everyone else is going to jump on board pretty quick, and they're going to take it very seriously. So that's maybe something that needs to be considered, that we do have that random audit. I think the governor brought that up, that we have random physical audits where somebody comes out there and does check those doors and does see what all's involved with that. And there's ways to work that out. Once again, we're not trying to scare kids, but you need to be able to do these things. And I think by having that hanging over people's heads, that they will take that a little bit more seriously. And Senator Nichols, I appreciate your opportunity to let me speak to this issue. It's very close to my heart, as you can imagine. And I wish you the very best. I'm happy to help in any way I can.
Thank you. We appreciate all the work you've done in this area. Else have any questions? Just Commissioner Morath. Okay. Senator Dafferini stepped out. So, okay. Thank you very much for all that you do for our students and for the state. We've greatly appreciate it. Appreciate you being here pretty much all day. I didn't mean to take your whole day, but taking our day too. Thank you.
I'll stick around for a few minutes just in case there's any other questions as you talk through the school.
Okay, so you want to stay while she comes up?
I was going to sit back there, if that's all right.
Sure.
You can come back up if you need me.
So Dr. Prather? Yeah,
Thank you.
Come on. After Dr. Prather, it'll be Mike Matranga, Texas Police Chiefs Association. There's about 3 or 4 people there. and then the Sheriff's Association. Please state your name for the record and lay your case out, or your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, committee members. My name is Kathy Martinez-Prather, and I am the director of the Texas School Safety Center at Texas State University. The Texas School Safety Center was established in 1999, shortly after the Columbine school shooting. The center is legislatively charged to serve as the central clearinghouse for the dissemination of safety and security information, including training, technical assistance, and best practices for K-12 schools, charter schools, and junior community colleges. Since its inception, the role of the center has expanded significantly, along with increases in responsibility of schools to ensure a safe and secure educational setting for staff and students. The center has provided all Texas schools with training, resources, and technical assistance that is based on best practices to ensure safe and secure learning environments. The mission of the Texas School Safety Center is to serve schools and communities to create safe, secure, and healthy environments. We provide annual training and resources to stakeholders such as district and campus administrators, teachers, counselors, school-based law enforcement on a variety of topics, covering emergency operations planning, drilling and exercising, safety and security audits, school behavioral threat assessment, and also specialized training to our school-based law enforcement officers. Fiscal year 21, the center trained over 18,000 school personnel and school-based law enforcement. And in addition, over 38,000 school personnel have completed our online courses. In addition to providing statewide school safety training and resources, the center is also charged with collecting school safety and security audit information from schools and reviewing their multi-hazard emergency operation plans. Since 2007, the Texas Education Code requires districts to conduct safety and security audits of their facilities at least once every 3 years and to report the results of those audits to the center. The center is required to develop audit procedures for use by school districts to assist with conducting audits, collecting the results of those audits from the districts, and compiling those results of the audits in a statewide report, which have been referenced today. The purpose of the safety and security audit of Texas school facilities for schools is, one, to assess their safety and security within each of their facilities, physical assessment, but also to identify current policies and procedures and features of their campus, really, for compliance with Texas laws and best practices, with the goal of identifying gaps, making corrective improvement, and making direct recommendations to their Board of Trustees. Since 2005, school districts have been required to have a multi-hazard emergency operations plan. In 2019, the center was required to establish a random or needs-based cycle for the center's review and verification of school district plans. So the center verifies the plans to make sure they meet Chapter 37-108 requirements, provide districts with written notice describing any deficiencies, and stating that the district must correct those deficiencies and resubmit the plan within a certain time frame. And so the compliance aspect to this, or follow-up, if you will, is if a district doesn't submit a plan or doesn't make corrective improvements within a certain amount of time, they have to have a public hearing. Their Board of Trustees does, to let the community know of their failure to submit a plan and their plan to address that failure. And then they have a certain amount of time to do that work. And if they don't, TEA has the authority to issue a conservator. I wanted to highlight a few pieces that we've heard a little bit about today in terms of the implementation of Senate Bill 11. So the 87th or 86th legislative session passed Senate Bill 11 that made significant changes to help improve safety and security in our schools. And so the role of the center was enhanced to help schools with this work. Senate Bill 11 required each school district to have a multi-hazard, multidisciplinary threat assessment team. So with expertise from counseling, behavior management, mental health and substance abuse, classroom instruction, special education, school administration, and law enforcement available to each campus. The purpose of a threat assessment team is to connect individuals with interventions before an act of violence occurs, and from a state level, the center is providing training to support schools in achieving that end. Research on U.S. school shootings has shown that these violence events can be prevented because the acts are typically planned in advance, the actors tell others beforehand about their violent plans, and the acts are often carried out because there's some level of desperation, some level of grievance, or the view that violence is really the only option left to solve their problem. Behavioral threat assessment provides a proactive, evidence-based approach for identifying individuals who may pose a threat, not just to harm others, but themselves, intervening with appropriate resources, and ultimately improving the safety and well-being of the individual that's in crisis, the situation, and the school. The goal of threat assessment is not to punish a child, although that could be the case, but to connect them with the appropriate interventions they need so we can prevent an individual from getting on what we've heard about, this pathway to violence in the first place, and or intervene to get an individual off a pathway to violence. And so keeping our schools safe involves not just effectively responding to violent events, but, as we've heard a lot today, preventing them as well. And behavioral threat assessment is a means to do just that when it's implemented with fidelity. The center is required to provide that threat assessment training, which covers a 4-part process on how to, 1, identify students in situations that have raised some sort of behavioral concern, gather additional information about that individual, evaluate information gathered to determine if that individual poses an imminent danger to themselves or others, and then the most important piece is develop and implement a plan to manage the situation and reduce risk, get that individual off a pathway to violence if we believe that they pose a threat. We've trained a total of over 23,000 school personnel serving on threat assessment teams, developed model policy and procedures for school districts, created an online behavioral threat assessment toolkit. In addition to SB 11, school districts were now required to submit those plans, their multi-hazard emergency operation plans, to the Texas School Safety Center. The planning process creates opportunities for us to be able to focus on what we call desired outcomes and prepare and implement procedures to help ensure that when something does go wrong, that we end up as close to the possible desired outcome instead of trying to sort of haphazardly create something in the middle of a situation. So being prepared is critical. SB 11, as I've mentioned, required the center to establish a random or needs-based cycle for our review and verification of the plans. In June of 2020, the center initiated the request for submission of all 1,022 K-12 plans. This initial high-level review was intended to provide the center with reliable data on really where Texas districts were in their emergency planning prior to 2020. This initial review included a high-level assessment of each district's basic plan and a timely response, given June of 2020, a response to the COVID-19 pandemic at the time. Schools were shutting down. So in collaboration and coordination with the governor's office, we did a deep dive review of their continuity of operations plan and communicable disease annex. And we quickly stood up resources for districts to use in their phased return to normal operations amid COVID-19. From this initial high-level review, which was really a snapshot in time of what we initially asked for, a total of 67 districts were identified to have a viable basic plan. And what that meant was they included elements that were considered best practice, or they met specific provisions that were identified in the Texas Education Code. So for example, it was clear that their plan was district tailored, not a carbon copy of another district, because we often see that. It included a chain of command. It's a requirement in Chapter 37. It addressed district-specific needs. They completed a hazard analysis. There was an adoption of NIMS ICS command structure. They addressed all 5 phases of emergency management, and they also included an active threat annex. The remaining 955 districts all had a basic plan in place, but did receive feedback on areas for improvement. So, for example, some districts, actually many, didn't do a hazard analysis. And that is the first step in putting your plan together. You want to identify all your threats, hazards, and vulnerabilities. So if you live in West Texas, you probably don't need a hurricane annex. Currently, all school districts in the state of Texas have a basic plan in place. Beginning August of 2022, the center will begin its annual call for submission and reviews of every school district and charter district's multi-hazard emergency operation plan, focusing our reviews again on their basic plan, their active threat annex, their active shooter appendix, and severe weather annex. Drill requirements. School districts, and we've always trained school districts for the past 2 decades, that drilling and exercising to your plan is a best practice. SB 11 charged the Texas Education Agency in consultation with the Center and the State Fire Marshal's Office to designate the number of mandatory drills for school districts to conduct. And as we all know, drilling is a key feature to a comprehensive emergency management plan. And so with regular drilling, using predetermined and appropriate protocols, that will reduce the possibility that students and staff become victims in an emergency and ensure that responses are well executed. Currently, school districts are required to do 1 secure drill, 2 lockdown drills, 1 evacuation drill, 1 shelter-in-place drill for hazmat, 1 drill for shelter-in-place for severe weather, and for a fire evacuation drill, if they are not overseen by a local fire marshal, 4 fire evacuation drills a year. In addition, every school district is required to have a safety and security committee. And these are the folks that are overseeing everything we've been talking about today. Development, creation of emergency operations plan, reporting safety audit school data to the center, making recommendations to the board for improvement, all of the things that we are requiring districts to do. This committee is required to compose certain folks with certain backgrounds. They're required to meet 3 times a year. In the governor's directive, they're required to convene this summer to review their plans, ensure that all drills are scheduled. In addition to the governor's directive, school behavioral threat assessment teams are being required to gather this summer to review their policies and procedures, ensure that staff and students are trained on emergency protocols, making sure that all of our threat assessment team members are trained before the start of the school year. There's a big concern, as we've already seen, an influx in threats occurring across the state. And an influx in threats often occur after a highly publicized event such as this. And so we are anticipating an influx of threats with the start of the school year, and advising school districts to take every threat seriously. I'll take any questions that you have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hinojosa, and then...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, you made a long presentation of the components and requirements that you all have that we placed on school districts through Senate Bill 11 in 86th session. And my question was to Commissioner Mccraw, how many of those schools are actually in compliance with the components and requirements and all the requirements that you just listed? How many of those schools are actually in compliance with those requirements?
I can say we have 1 district right now that will be having a public hearing for not being in compliance with our EOP plan review.
Well, you haven't 1 hearing, but how many schools are actually not in compliance with this Senate Bill 11?
So there's a lot of aspects to Senate Bill 11. So which...
No, I'm not. Look, there may be some parts, some schools that are in compliance with parts of the requirements and components, but what I'm really asking is a pretty forward question. Do you have the numbers as to how many schools are actually in full compliance, if you will, with Senate Bill 11?
In totality of the bill, we don't.
Well, this Senate Bill 11 applies to all the public schools, right? And charter schools, does it not?
It does, but it also requires them to take threat assessment training. It requires them to have plans. It requires them to conduct safety and security audits. So there's lots of components to Senate Bill 11, more than what I've described here.
How do we know they're in compliance? How do we know that they are in compliance with all those listed requirements?
So in the district audit report that we put together, we're asking school district questions that are very specific to legislative requirements, not just their multi-hazard emergency operation plans, but also are they conducting drills? Have their team members been trained in threat assessment? So that is the platform where we gather information, which is self-reported from school districts.
Well, I guess the numbers that I've seen, and I shared some with Senator Perry, well, he shared those numbers with me. It shows that the majority of school districts are not in compliance with all the requirements in your presentation, including Senate Bill 11.
I will say that in our first call of plans, we only had 67 districts at that moment that you would say met muster. And that is a problem. That is a significant problem.
It is, and that's what we're trying to find out. What are the problems that we have in order to be able to correct them so that we can have at least the school districts and provide the resources or help or modifications of Senate Bill 11 to make sure they're in compliance to provide the proper protection and safety procedures for our school children.
So I think with the legislation that was passed in SB 11, a lot of responsibility and trust was put in our school districts to do the work. And I think if we're going to move the needle on this and take it another step forward, we do need to follow up and ensure that they're doing the work that they say that they're doing, because a plan is only as effective as it's implemented.
And that's key. The plan is only effective as implemented. Now, apparently, many of the school districts are not implementing the requirements in Senate Bill 11 and other requirements that are made by the state. For example, it was June 1st, 2022, where Governor Abbott sent a letter to the Texas School Safety Center trying to ensure that the School Public Safety and Security Committee review the emergency operations plan to ensure school behavioral threat assessment team is trained. I mean, all this requirements that are listed in his letter should have been complied back when the legislation was passed or soon thereafter. And it's pretty obvious then that there's been no compliance or lack of compliance with the requirements that were made by the state through TEA, Senate Bill 11, and through your center. And that is part of the issue and problems we're trying to correct and identify. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just trying to identify what is the problem and tell us why is that happening.
I can certainly do that.
We didn't put any enforcement mechanism. We didn't put any consequences or penalties, or we didn't provide the proper resources, or maybe a combination thereof.
I think we're at a critical point, and I've said this many times before, that we really have to change hearts and minds, and that's a daily grind of work. Everyone's attention is on this issue right now, but I can't guarantee that schools' attention on this issue is going to be the same 6 months from now. They forget. Safety and security is inconvenient. It's easy to prop a door open. It's just the way it is. It's a common practice with school districts across the state to do things like that. And until we get to a point where we're holding school districts accountable, making it a culture that it's not okay to do that. We know that locked doors create time barriers. Time barrier saves lives.
Well, one of the things that an excellent chairman mentioned a while ago, that you had by doing audits and reporting this to the general public, it'll bring many of the school districts in compliance, because local parents will complain and hold the local school board and the local principals accountable to comply with the law, to protect their children. So I'm just trying to figure out, what is it that we need to do. I know I guess my other follow-up question is, do you have the proper staff to be able to comply or audit all the schools?
So currently, the governor has charged the center with going out in this next school year to conduct what has been called intruder assessments. And what those intruder assessments essentially entail is something we're already training school districts to do themselves. It's part of the comprehensive safety and security audit, which isn't just auditing your physical campuses, your structures. You're looking at things like student climate surveys, looking at policies and procedures, drill logs, training logs to ensure that staff have been trained. You're looking at the actual safety and security audits that you've done, what recommendations were made, what was submitted to the board, what was addressed, what wasn't.
Well,
So it's more comprehensive than intruder.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you have the proper staff numbers, trained staff, to be able to enforce and make sure that you audit the public schools to make sure they are compliant with Senate Bill 11?
To do a comprehensive audit, as I just explained, beyond an intruder assessment, no.
Okay, and that's our question. I mean, I don't know what the proper staff would be, but it's important because if you will make unannounced visits to the public schools, you need staff to actually train how to do that and get out there and do it and report back.
I definitely think that it's the next step in the work that we're doing. And as Senator Nichols, you've mentioned, we are essentially looking at their EOP plans. It's a desk audit. We're making sure that when we look at an active threat plan, that their plan isn't just to call 911 and go into lockdown. Now, that may be part of the response, but what we're looking for is making sure that what are you doing to prevent and mitigate this from happening? What policies and procedures do you have in place? And so the challenge we have is we're not on that campus every single day.
You don't have to be in that campus every single day. And I know that probably it's impossible to eliminate mass shootings, but we can mitigate and minimize those mass shootings. And I think one of the things that we need to do is, as Chairman Taylor said a while ago, is expose some of the school districts that are being lax, if you will, and not making school safety a priority and are not complying with the law. I mean, we have to push on our side and allow and let the local communities know what the school board is doing, what the principals are doing, and the administrators that are ignoring the law for whatever reason. They're not making it a priority like we know we should. But I'll let some other people ask questions. But thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So specifically, you did 23,000 trainings of behavioral threat assessment personnel, correct? Something statistically, you trained a bunch of people.
For 23,000, yes.
Is there a process in which y'all follow up and see how many students they had threat assessments that they dealt with? And what is the disposition of those?
TEA is charged with collecting that data.
So Commissioner Morath is here. You don't have to come up. I would like to know how many threat assessments were made, and did the kid stay in the classroom? Did the kid graduate? Did the kid go into DAP? Did the kid go into JJAP, or did the kid drop out? Because if we're going to go through this process of having threat assessments, check the box that we caught the kid and did a conversation with him, and then really didn't monitor or watch what happened subsequent to that, we're not being effective. Are the 37 requirements, Chapter 37 requirements, comprehensive and most importantly specific enough to safeguard, harden a school?
No.
Thank you. Is there doors in classrooms today that lock from the outside and do not have a locking, a mechanism to secure it from the inside?
Many.
Is there external doors that are not locked automatically or can be overridden, as we saw in that other?
Yes.
And I'll follow through. I am told that Uvalde recently had a review of their EOP and passed with flying colors. Is that true or not true?
That is correct.
So I'm perplexed. If I am in charge of making sure assets are hardened to allow people that can get in, should get in, and those that shouldn't get in, not to get in, and I understand that there was a door that was physically, let me back up, and I said it once earlier today, those doors were in existence when I was in school. And they are not a maintenance cost problem because they never wear out. You may maintain them with a little oil, but they're very effective if they're not overridden. Maybe the answer to that is not have a manufacturer that allows you to override it. So should we change our questionnaire to reflect you shouldn't have classroom doors that are not being able to secure from the inside? Should we, you can't fix the rock incident. I got in Sunday school, I've got a teacher, and they said routinely kids prop the door up and go in and out of the campus there at one of the district schools. And my first response is the kid needs to be expelled. It's that critical. Right then. So I'm going to go to this. So you clearly and honestly answered, we do not have the specificity required at the campus level to prevent what Uvalde went through.
No.
Not there. Should be there, correct?
I agree.
Thank you. As you go through these random audits and these campus visits, I encourage you very, very, very much, and I understand you're going to just pop in and catch something, we hope, before it's a problem. I encourage you to talk to a wide range of people on that campus. Talk to a teacher. Find a kid that's smoking a cigarette outside a doorway somewhere and ask him, how many times a day do you get to do that? He doesn't know who you are. He's going to say, I come out here all the time. Talk to the maintenance guy. Because if you're just talking to the administration, you're going to get exactly what you want to hear. So if you really want to be good at what you're doing, I've always found that when I was doing audits on a financial level, talk to the receptionist. They know more than anything in that building that's going on. And they got the dirt. So your job is serious. When you're doing your threat assessment, do you look at the financial cost-benefit ratio, or is that even a conversation?
In terms of?
In terms of if a district submits an EOP plan, they have basically high school, junior high, and elementary on the same lot, 3 campuses, but on the same geographical. And they surveyed the world and said, we can have one resource officer on campus and cover our security needs. And part of that's financial driven. I would argue a lot of those districts that have that situation are very wealthy districts in rural Texas. But do you feel pressure from a financial? Here's what I want from you. I want an assessment that makes that campus safe. And I don't know how you get there without locking out classrooms from the inside and without having all the externals covered the best you can, without human error. Take the human element out of it. If it's digital, it happens when the teacher pushes the button, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't want you under I don't know if you do this, district's got $1 million to spend on security. We think that was an appropriate plan. I want you to say that district should have X regardless of the cost. Is it a write-up? It's information we need.
So just a couple thoughts. One, that would be a part of our follow-up compliance check, is what I'm calling them, is interviewing students, staff, to make sure, one, that they are aware of what they need to do in the event of emergency. The other piece here is looking at, because this is part of the safety and security audit process, is those teams are auditing their facilities, finding issues, and ultimately, in law, required to make recommendations to their board of trustees, who then decide what they're going to prioritize and budget and dedicate toward. We don't have any oversight right now in terms of how they're prioritizing it, but would like the opportunity to be able to help facilitate and educate them on what the things they should be prioritizing, and give them some guidance on that. We're not doing that currently.
Hardening of an asset versus personnel, given the choice between the two, with your vantage point, which would you pick if resources were an issue?
Hardening or prevention?
So, no. Hardening of assets in hopes of keeping someone out of a school corridor or classroom that shouldn't be there versus a resource officer, a personnel. Under limited dollars, based on your vantage point, what is the best investment or use of those sources?
My response to you would be both of those working together are the most effective.
I didn't
But if I had to pick one.
If you had to pick one.
Hardening our schools.
I would give you a gold star if I could, because that's, I believe, is the correct answer. Is we have proven, if nothing else, through this one, and all of the others have different personnel breakdowns and different processes that are people-centric. At a minimum, the schools have to be hardened in a way that takes the requirement of a human person being in charge of happening it. That's first priority, is to keep those people out. Thank you.
Okay, members, who has a question? I'm not sure I remember who's the second.
Doesn't matter.
But Brandon, you're the vice chair, you go.
Yep, that's fine.
Then we'll do Campbell and then Bettencourt.
And then me.
Can you give us an example of the best response that you received on the audits or the emergency operations plan? What district provided the best response?
Well, I don't want to name
Why not?
any particular district.
Why can't we talk about that? I'm talking about the best. Why can't we talk about the best?
Well, one, I'd have to go back and confirm what the best one was, but I can tell you what we saw that we considered plans to be viable, if you will. We saw plans out there, and let's take active threat plans, for example. In some cases, we got flip charts of their standard response protocol. This is our plan. This is what we're going to do when there's an active threat. That's not a plan.
Are you talking about a paper response? What mechanism do you use for response? Digital?
We have school districts submit their actual documents to us.
That's your preference? So you have 1,100 school districts and 9,000 different audits returned by paper? You don't have a digital process, or?
They're submitted to us electronically.
They are submitted electronically?
Yes.
Okay. So when you get a deck that's submitted, and those are what was included in the charts for best practices that you were looking for, as far as just help the committee understand, how did you promulgate the expectations within the audit itself?
So we were looking for plans that covered all 5 phases of the emergency management cycle. So, for example, we wanted to know, in terms of prevention efforts, what were they doing in terms of making sure they had a threat assessment team in place, the team was trained. When it comes to mitigation, we were looking at policies and procedures that they had where they locked their exterior doors, they locked their classroom doors during instruction. In terms of preparedness, were they conducting drills on a regular basis? All of those things.
And active shooter response drills are just a component of that, correct?
Correct. So a multi-hazard emergency operation plan is multi-hazard. You're covering a lot of different hazards and functions. So you can have a severe weather annex, an active shooter annex, and then different functional annexes. So for reunification, lockdown, secure.
So that could be a hurricane response or a train derailment.
So yes, and so you can get even more specific with your annexes. You'll have a severe weather annex, but you'll have very specific appendices for a tornado. What would you do in a tornado? What would you do in a hurricane? Things of that nature.
So the number of districts that provided a sufficient response, that was under 70, correct?
Under 70, you said?
Total districts, right, that provided a sufficient plan.
Yes,
Out of
67.
over 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
And so what was your response to all of the districts in the state that did not provide?
So when we initially requested the plans from districts, we were looking, one, at basically we said, submit everything you have. Because at that time, we had never laid eyes on these plans before, so we did not know what we were going to get. We really needed to establish sort of a groundwork to sort of assess and do a gap analysis of where everyone was at. It's the only way that we knew how to measure corrective improvement moving forward. And it was kind of all over the place. And while we had 67 districts submit plans that we considered basic plans to consider to be viable in the sense that they met specific legislative requirements, they had certain best practices that we considered standard but weren't necessarily in law. We had several districts that we provided feedback to and worked with over the last 2 years, specifically those districts who didn't even submit a plan. Because from our perspective, our end goal was to get them to get a plan together. And so that's what we did. We established rapport, developed relationships.
My question was, what was your response to the districts that failed to submit a sufficient hazard operations plan?
We worked with them to get their plan up to par so they could have a basic plan in place.
And then how long ago were those due?
So the plans themselves?
Yes, to be submitted to you, correct.
So we have to bring up the exact dates in my head, but we have one district right now in the state of Texas that did not meet the deadline that is now going through a public hearing.
And so only because that district didn't meet the deadline, that's the reason why it's advancing under the requirements of the legislation to the public hearing. All the other districts that met the deadline but turned in an insufficient plan or did not respond at all, how are you dealing with them, and why are they not being sent towards that public hearing component as a response, or are you allowing them a certain time to cure and turning a plan?
That is correct. So
and what's required with that cure period?
So we worked with school districts this first go around as they were working with us. So it's not, they submit a plan, we give feedback, and we're done. There's a lot of back and forth. You have a district who addresses some of our concerns but didn't address all of them. We go back to them and work with them.
Is that based on the template that you promulgated on your website?
That is correct.
As far as developing an emergency plan, and then was that template forwarded to each district to use as a go-by for best practices on what to submit to you as far as an EOP is concerned? Or you mentioned that you had no idea what was going to be sent to you, but you have a template that you promulgated, correct?
Districts are not required to use our template.
Did you forward the template to each district as you requested the response of the EOP, or?
We've been providing training, disseminating these resources to school districts way before we began even reviewing their plans.
Correct. Did you provide the template that you have listed on your website as a go-by for best? I'm just talking about avoiding a step of the school district missing expectations. So you're the school safety center, establishing expectations, following legislative direction, and you have templates promulgated on your website. Of course, schools can reach out to you for help if they request it, but I'm talking about, was it provided so they would know that to use that as a go-by so they wouldn't fail or make a misstep on this first required response for the EOP on a certain deadline?
It was.
Okay.
And since then, we've learned a lot through these review processes in order how to improve the way that we provide training and the development of templates for school districts. So we've even revised our basic plan template, created a toolkit and an online course in preparation for our fall reviews.
So I'm assuming some of the responses you got were nothing more than a cover letter from school districts that just provided an insufficient plan. I mean, were those all over the place in their level of insufficiency? I mean, did you get some responses that were just generic response saying, we have an emergency operations plan, thank you for asking?
To an extent, I wouldn't say it was quite, I think the most extreme was, we don't have a plan in place, and our response was, well, let's help you get one in place. And that's what we did. So at this point in time, we know that every school district has a basic plan in place. There is certainly room for improvement.
What size school district was that?
What was that?
What size school district was that, as an example?
In terms of a plan that we wouldn't consider quality, the majority of those were small districts.
Yeah. One of the small districts?
Yeah.
And so, do you have your team would in turn reach out to them and say that's wholly inadequate and refer them to your template to use for best practices and ask them to resubmit an emergency plan within a certain period of time? And then do you enforce after those expectations are set?
Yes.
And stick with those timeframes? Because again, we're talking about an active shooter response plan, but really what the legislation calls for is a hazard plan, an emergency operations plan that could be a train derailment or a hurricane response, not necessarily. I mean, there's a provision in there on active shooter response, and they need to provide that. But out of the 67 that did meet sufficiency within the plan that was submitted back to you and they were deemed sufficient, did they have an active shooter response plan within that EOP?
Yes.
All 67 did?
Yes.
And then for those that were deemed insufficient in the delta between 67 and 1,022, or however many school districts we have total, were there active shooter response plans in any of those that were submitted yet still deemed insufficient? Was the focus on active shooter response, or could it have been regional? You know, along the coast, maybe it's hurricane-based, or in other parts of the state, maybe wildfire-based, or you get where I'm going with that.
I do. Yeah. So let me back up a little bit here in terms of what our initial approach in going into this first iteration of reviews. We took a high level, we wanted to review all plans. And so we knew to do that, we were going to have to do a very high-level review of their basic plan, make sure they were addressing all of the provisions in Chapter 37 that I've mentioned, we've talked about. And because of the time and place of when we requested these plans and where we were at in terms of what was going on, we focused on their communicable disease annex. We did a deep dive into that. We had very specific criteria that we were checking against, and we looked at their continuity of operations plan. Knowing that we would come back in our second iteration to do a deep dive on active threat, severe weather, and basic plan again.
And I'm assuming you're reviewing these EOPs during the years of COVID, and so you're looking at it from a health care perspective.
We were.
Well. Are you relying on medical professionals, first responders, and law enforcement when you're reviewing the sufficiency of these plans, or is it just subjective based on the criteria you established at the center?
So our staff of reviewers make up a multitude of background and experience, from law enforcement to emergency management to public health, who are all providing expertise in terms of what needs to go into these plans.
Do you feel like that stakeholder assembly is sufficient?
I absolutely do.
You have great confidence in those that you've assembled to review those EOPs?
I do.
And then when is the next round of those EOPs that were deemed insufficient? When are those due?
The next review for those plans, we will do a call again, fall of this year. And we plan to be sending out a communication to your concern to all school districts early July, letting them know these are the things that we're going to be reviewing, and here are all the resources to assist you with that work.
And I'll wrap it up, members, because I know there are other questions, but if school districts fail a second time and are found insufficient on their emergency operations plan that was already due, and they were deemed insufficient when they turned them in, and they have resubmitted based on the cure period that you allow, that is a quarter of a year for them to continue to try to figure out something that is so important that affects the lives of every one of these students and the faculty that are on all of these campuses. That's quite a bit of time to resubmit after failing the first time. When they fail a second time, what is your response, and do they go to a public hearing based on the criteria and the legislation?
So after 6 months of no corrective action and also no response, it's a public hearing, following all the way up to the issuance of a conservator. I think the challenge here is the timeline, the lengthy timeline we're giving to get this information in place.
And
if we request a plan, we should just get it at this point.
Correct, and because most districts have ignored that or provided something that was wholly insufficient, I'd like to know from the School Safety Center what your plan is within your authority to respond to that if the second submittal is deemed insufficient. And then past that, what do you request from us if you feel like you don't have the authority to act further? And I guess third, I would ask you, within the legislation itself and the way you're conducting these protocols following the legislation of either a public hearing and a conservator to be established, is it an and or an or? So is the public hearing required or a conservator can be established? It's an and, right?
So the first sanction, if you want to call it that, is you have to have a public hearing. And after that public hearing, if you do not make corrective action, then the TEA has the authority to issue a conservator at that point.
Is there an example of a second submittal that is deemed as insufficient that where you would not move towards a public hearing and follow the spirit and intent of the legislation?
If I heard you correctly,
if a second submittal is deemed insufficient by a school district, is there an example in your mind where you would not move along with the spirit and intent of the legislation towards a public hearing for further review, and then upon that review towards the conservator aspects through the TEA, if that's
if that was the case, we would need to move through and implement that.
Is there an example where that you foresee where you would not advance towards recommend advancing towards a public hearing? Would you give another cure period for a third submittal?
No, I don't think we're at that point anymore.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it sounds like the center is too lenient in time for districts that don't have a plan in place or in follow-up. So folks that have submitted now, or they're going to submit in July, or they've got till the fall to come back with a plan?
No. So the way that these reviews work, it's not just one time.
What's the time frame? That's all I'm interested in.
Right. So we plan to start again our second call for plans again in the fall, and we'd like to keep this on an annual process.
Members, I think sometimes our witnesses are hesitant to name a bad actor or a school or a business, not just schools. And in this case, you didn't even want to name the good one. And I think that's part of transparency, and parents need to know, not hide it. If there's a school district that fails, or any time we have a witness, not just about education, they should be able to, or be willing to name who the actors are. There's nothing that can make them straighten up more than to think their name may be put out there in the public as somebody that didn't even have a plan. So now, do you have the audit report for Robb Elementary?
Yes, we do. We have the safety and security audit report for Uvalde SCISD.
Did you have it specifically broke out by campus for Robb Elementary?
No, the plans are collected at district level.
So how did they fare on their plan?
So
how do you rate them on it? an A through F? How do you rate them?
So we're specifically looking at making sure that they've addressed every provision in the education code in their plan.
But how do you decide whether it's sufficient, insufficient, excellent?
As I mentioned, by ensuring that they're addressing all the provisions in law.
So you only get an excellent if you get every provision addressed, not just checking the box, but you can see that they've done it, they've got the plan.
So
That's the only way to get an excellent.
Correct. So in legislation, plans are required to address all 5 phases of emergency management. So those are the things that we're looking for.
I understand what you're looking for. What I'm asking is, how do you grade them? Everybody is not all excellent, or others haven't sent something in. As you said once, some did some of it. So let's say they've done 50%. They answered 50%. What kind of grade do they get? What do they get?
Our response would be to them to correct deficiencies, which we're required in law to do, and give them an opportunity to correct those deficiencies.
Did you break out in any way, did you give a report for all the districts in Texas?
Their multi-hazard emergency operations plan?
Yes.
Yes.
And how are they broken out? Just by the name of their school district?
So we combined our EOP reviews and our district audit report, which we had never done before. So the safety and security audit report is data compiled aggregately of self-reported audits that the school districts send to us. But what we wanted to do was compare self-reported data in terms of what was actually submitted to us and what we saw. And there was a huge discrepancy in between what districts were reporting to us and what we saw in their plans.
When you say what you saw, just what you read in their plan.
Correct.
Versus, because you didn't get around, did you do any physical, you've done some physical audits, or did you do no on-campus, on-site audits?
We have not done on-site compliance checkups with school districts.
Okay. I remember when I visited the center in 19, and I'd ask to follow up with Senator Hinojosa, ask if y'all were behind on audits or something. Behind on something, I said, is it because you don't have enough staff? And you'd said, I don't know if it was you or who was there, but there was not enough staff.
So the way the law is written, school districts are charged to conduct audits of their district facilities and required to turn in that data to us, in which we provide in a public report. We don't go out there and do those audits for them.
Okay. But do you have enough staff? You didn't have enough staff then to either follow up with them or to get everything they needed?
No, we do not.
Got enough staff, or you do not have enough staff?
We do not.
Right.
And also not clear on our authority to be able to go and do compliance follow-up checks.
Why would you not be clear on your authority?
The law does not stipulate us to go and do that.
Does it stipulate that you can't?
It doesn't, but we will have districts question, what authority do you have to come on our campus?
I think that we have a very smart commissioner of TEA, and you can ask him, because I think he would have authority to do an audit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, we've been focusing on Senate Bill 11, which we passed in 2019. But in 2019, we also passed House Bill 2195. And that bill required school districts to include active shooter policies as part of the multi-hazard emergency plans. But of the survey conducted in 2020, of the 1,022 school districts, only 200 school districts had satisfactory active shooter policies. 626 districts did not have one, and 196 had insufficient ones. My first question is, do we have any more current data?
We will, after this fall, we will be requesting that information.
After this fall. And how can we ensure that that bill is implemented more effectively and timely? Do you have suggestions for that?
I would suggest that we tighten up the time frame that we give districts to provide that information to us. I think there's too long of a gap for us to the back and forth that it creates. I think that we request a plan, they have 30 days to give it to us, and if they don't, we submit a letter of noncompliance, and at that point, they have 2 weeks to conduct a public hearing.
Do you have a report regarding the status of the implementation of this bill that we could look at?
Of 2195?
Of 2195.
That's required active shooter training?
Yes.
That would probably fall under TCOL. We don't provide active shooter training at the School Safety Center.
No, but you help with the survey, looking at the plans?
The training is a bit different. We're asking if school district have an active threat plan. That bill is specifically addressing active shooter training for law enforcement.
But my question is about satisfactory active shooter policies. So it's policies related to the training. But you look at the policies, do you not?
So from the center's perspective, we're training schools on everything that they need to do in that first 1 to 3 minutes before those first responders arrive. And that's the perspective that we come at. So when we talk about an active threat policy or an active threat plan, we're really focusing on the districts devising what their plans are going to be before first responders arrive on scene. Because initially, they're the first responders. And so that's what we're focusing on with school districts in the development of these plans.
Thank you. Another bill that was passed in 2019, House Bill 690, requires school board trustees to take a school safety course designed by the Texas School Safety Center and the State Board of Education. Do you have a report regarding the status of the implementation of that legislation?
That particular course was developed and is now with State Board of Education. They're overseeing the training for school board members, and that's to be implemented this fall.
And do you have any recommendations regarding how we could implement that legislation more effectively?
Well, I think it was certainly a step in moving the needle and really trying to ensure that from top-down leadership, especially with school board members, really understand the role that they have in ensuring the safety and security of their schools and prioritizing and budgeting recommendations that are put forward to them. So that is now a required training. I think it's important. In my experience and what I've seen, most school board members have no idea what school districts are required to do.
Do the audit results tie in any way to compliance with that legislation?
Can you repeat that?
Do the audit results cover compliance with that legislation?
State Board of Education oversees compliance with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell us a little bit about your background?
So I have been with the center since 2007. I started as a graduate research assistant there, worked in every program that we have. So my background is primarily in the research capacity. Done a lot of research on policing in schools. Was promoted to the school safety director in 2015.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, this is getting to be a long day right now, and you may have already talked about this. Now, your agency is responsible also in providing, as a part of the overall hazardous operation plan, the active shooter plan, you are also responsible for giving school districts, I guess you could say, the elements of a good active shooter plan. Is that correct? Providing them that information?
Yes, yes. So we relied heavily on the provisions, as I stated in Chapter 37, making sure that they were looking at it from a multi-phase perspective. Since then, we've identified and developed an active threat template, a guidance document, along with a training course.
Okay, and when you begin looking at those plans, you kind of look for whether or not they followed Chapter 37? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to the extent that they don't, then you provide them the template that was developed by your center, so they can use that in order to develop the plan. Those that didn't, you said 67 out of 1,000 something. Those that didn't develop an adequate plan, you gave them the template in order to kind of develop their plan. Is that correct?
Correct. We developed an active threat template, an active threat guidance document early on in the work that we were doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in terms of Uvalde, did they have a plan? Did it have a plan?
They did have an active threat plan.
They did? Mm-hmm. Okay. Have you had an opportunity to evaluate whether or not that what they did, did their actions comply with their plan?
No.
Is that something that your center is responsible for in terms of the evaluation of actions taken?
If you're asking if...
No, what I'm asking is your center responsible for evaluating whether or not a district that's actually had to activate a plan did in fact activate it in compliance with their plan?
We are not charged with doing follow-up compliance checks, no.
Wow. Yeah. Who is? Do you know? Who is? Check.
I don't think anybody is. I think that's where the legislation stops short, is we're required to review the plans, ensure that they meet certain legislative provisions, but we're not required to go out and actually check for implementation of those plans.
Senator Perry, do you have a question?
I do, but I don't know that Senator West is through it.
Senator West, are you finished?
Oh, we can have this dialogue.
No.
No, go ahead.
No, you keep going.
Let me just say this. She's witness number 5. We have 15 more witnesses.
I hear you, Mr.
I want everybody to ask any question they want to ask. And I'm going to, as we start moving after this witness, I'm going to ask the witnesses to try to go through their testimony a little bit faster. And I ask y'all, please remember where we are. We don't have that many people, public witnesses, not nearly as many as I thought. And I want to make sure that we can get to everybody tonight, and I think we can.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman.
All right, so Senator West. Oh, Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this group is probably our substantive. I'm hoping the rest of them should have limited, at least from my perspective. I want to reiterate what you said earlier. The EOP plan is based on a chapter that is not comprehensive and not specific enough to harden our assets to protect our kids.
Correct.
So we are checking the box, patting ourselves on the back, that we've got this EOP that we're all excited about, whether it's been audited or monitored or turned in or not, and public humiliation if they don't. But the plan itself, according to the expert that we have charged to know these things and what we've heard in testimony today, the EOP plan is not sufficient to save or keep our kids from harm. Am I correct? It's important to plan. It's important to have these conversations, but it is not telling. If you have an expert of panels that weigh in on what is adequate and not adequate, I cannot in my mind believe that they would think it is okay to have a classroom that can't be secured from the inside. That it is okay to have external doors that can, by a stroke of an X key, that can keep it from happening. That it is okay for the point of contact, as spelled out in every safety protocol, who is in charge of reporting lockdown, was a teacher on a cell phone in a classroom. Who was the responsible party on that campus? Because your plan has to have someone specifically designated that in an event, I'm the contact, I will let people know we need to be locked down and what to do. It was a teacher on a cell phone. I don't know, I asked Marath and he referred it to you, so I'm gonna let you have it. In my district, if there had been a grandmother shot 0.3 miles from the campus, it would have been an immediate lockdown. A drive up to the campus with a truck in the ditch in front of it would have been an immediate lockdown. A guy shooting on a campus with a gun is an immediate lockdown. Do your people, your experts, when they look at these plans, go, what is qualifications for an immediate lockdown? Irregardless of whether the personnel follow through, are those protocols that are included in a very specific format what we require to have a school lockdown?
Yes, there's three specific protocols.
Give me specific protocols.
Lock the doors, turn the lights out, get out of sight.
No, that's what you do to achieve a lockdown. What is the event that in specificity creates the need for a lockdown?
To conduct a lockdown drill.
Not a drill.
To conduct a lockdown, the threat is inside the school.
Threat is inside the school. So a guy on campus with a gun, a guy basically running into the campus, and then in my area, if there's a skirmish in the extending neighborhoods, that's a cause for lockdown.
It could be, depending on the threshold level, but it's certainly a call for a secure, which means a lockout, where we're ensuring that all of our exterior perimeter doors are locked. Because if there's an event going around the community, a car chase, a chase on foot that could go across the campus, that threat's not coming in.
So let me ask you, are these experts that are on this panel reviewing these plans, do they have the conversation about securing a classroom? Or
yes, absolutely.
specific to a door that has to be locked from the outside?
The best practice is to instruct with the classroom door closed and locked.
Okay.
All right. Donna Campbell, did you have something? Oh, Senator Taylor?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be quick. But there are several things that she said in her testimony that are kind of disturbing me. Senator Hinojosa tried to pin down how many schools are failing in the compliance, and you could not answer that question. And I'm sorry, SB 11 requires a number of things, and frankly, if you're not doing any of them, to me, you failed compliance. So, and let me follow up with that. You keep referring to the initial assessment. The initial assessment was in 2020, is that correct?
That's when we did our first call for our EOP reviews.
Okay, this is 2022. So you had your initial assessment, and we've heard the numbers. I think Senator Perry recounted some of those numbers. Now, some member of my staff spoke to the folks at the School Safety Center and said those were old numbers, that you have updated numbers from 2022, and you've not mentioned those today. Do you have updated numbers for 2022?
So all of our districts in the state of Texas now have a basic plan in place.
Okay, because that's not what you're being told. You're giving us 2020 numbers. And that's why I just want to be clear. Are we up to speed now or better than we were in 2020?
We are.
Could you keep referring to 2020 numbers?
So maybe I need to clarify this a little bit. I still think that it's very disturbing that when we did initial call for reviews, still only 67 districts were able to turn in a plan that we seemed viable.
Oh, hey, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but that was right after we'd passed the legislation.
Exactly.
This is 2022. And so back to Senator Hinojosa's point, his question, how many are out of compliance today? You're saying there's only...
And since then, we've been working with school districts to get them up to compliance.
Hey, this is 2 years. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear about another 6 months to bring into compliance. We're 2 years into this. We've already had the initial assessment. They failed miserably. I think I can say that safely based on numbers you've said that we only had like a handful actually even close. Where are we today? I'm going to follow up with his question.
I think when we do our request in the fall for plans, we will be able to assess.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but this is 2 years down the road. We already had the initial. What's taking so long?
Well, these plans should be continuously reviewed.
Right, but have you, so, all right, so we've done a review in 2022. You're talking about another one that's going to be done in the fall.
Well, they should be done on an annual basis, and we've continuously reviewed these plans over the last 2 years.
I'm going to go back one more time, just based on what you're telling us now. Senator Hinojosa has asked the question several times, how many schools, districts are failing right now?
Based off our initial assessment,
That's 2020, ma'am. I'm asking about today. You've already had an assessment for 2022.
All of our school districts in the state of Texas have a basic plan in place.
Except one.
Is there room for improvement?
Oh, there's always room.
Absolutely.
But based on the criteria that was put out in SB 11, you're saying that every district is there except one who hasn't even done a plan yet.
No, even that district has a basic plan.
Okay, so we're talking about old news then. I'm just trying to get caught up to where we are today. Okay, well, that helps. So all of them have met the basic.
The minimum standards.
But you're saying there's some plans that don't really match up with what they're actually doing.
Best practice above and beyond of what we would consider a high-quality plan.
Okay. So we've made great strides and corrected some initial deficiencies. And I'll just finish with this. It's greatly disappointing that this process, I think Senator Zaffarino brought this up about the school board training, that it's taken 3 years for the school board training to be done. I think if the school boards get trained up on this, there'll be a lot more emphasis on making sure their school district is getting this done, particularly in light of what's happened now again. But I'm just, that's not a question, it's not even your issue, but the fact that it's taken 3 years to get training for school board members is incredibly disappointing in light of what's happened. And I hope that whoever, if it's a State Board of Education, will speed up that process. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hinojosa?
just a real quick response. I don't think that we're questioning about a school having an operational plan. They can have an operational plan. But within the statute itself, Senate Bill 11, we have a lot more components and requirements that they're not in compliance. And that was the only point I'm trying to make. They're not in complete 100% compliance. So there's still many, many challenges, and we need to have mechanisms to be able to enforce those requirements. I'll stop.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, for example, one of those is teacher training. Where are we on that? Are teachers getting the training they need to identify potential perpetrators? We've talked about the mental health that's been brought to bear, but if the teachers have not been trained, do the plans, does your review include that, or is that someone else's responsibility?
So that's part of the safety and security threat assessment process, is these teams are also responsible for educating staff and students, not only what the procedures are, how to setting up an anonymous reporting system, how to report, but also educating staff and students on what concerning behaviors are and how to be proactive and empower them to report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Okay. Dr. Prather, thank you for coming today, and we appreciate you being here with us. We're going to go to the next witness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so I'll call up Mike Matranga, M6 Global. And Mike, you heard my comments on our time. We want to hear your testimony. You're here. And then behind Mike, come on down. Our Texas Police Chiefs Associations, we got Chief James McLaughlin, Jimmy Perdue, and Chief John Chancellor going to be following up. So please state your name for the record.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's an honor being here. I apologize, that's very loud. My name is Mike Matranga. I am a former United States Secret Service agent. Some of you guys look familiar. I testified after Santa Fe in 2018 and 2019 and worked closely with Senator Taylor in SB 11 and its development. It's unfortunate that we're here today speaking again on yet another tragedy that I feel like we had a tremendous opportunity in 2018 and 2019 to rectify, and we're here today nevertheless. But so thank you for having me. Like I said, I'm a former United States Secret Service agent. I then went over, I served on the United States Secret Service counter-assault team, presidential counter-assault team, and on the presidential detail. As you know, we as Secret Service agents specialize in threat assessment at the highest levels, protecting the president, the vice president, and multiple heads of state from all over the world. After my time on the Presidential Protective Detail, I then went over to a different agency where I primarily specialized in domestic terrorism groups and worked with the Regional Intelligence Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, overseeing the security operations for the Bundy trial of the ranchers who took up arms against the United States government in 2014. And then had a role in the Mandalay Bay shooting in Las Vegas, where there were over 500 wounded and 57 victims, 58 the deceased, including the shooter. And then after that Santa Fe shooting in May of 2018, I was asked to come and lead Texas City ISD's security division, which didn't exist, and we stood that up within a matter of days after Santa Fe and led to the testimony before you guys on June 11th of 2018. So what I'd like to talk to you guys today about is, this is a multifaceted problem. And where I look at this is from multiple different lenses, 6 different lenses. With my experience, sorry, let me put my glasses on. I look at it from various different lenses where I think other people don't. And so the first one being a former United States Secret Service agent, the second being the executive director of security for Texas City ISD, which some of you may or may not know, we were ranked #1 in the state of Texas. We covered we were on the cover of the Wall Street Journal, Security Magazine, as being the most proactive district in the state and #5 in the nation. I'm currently a sitting school board member for Texas City ISD. I'm the spouse of a teacher. My wife, Melissa's been teaching for 23 years. She's currently a teacher in Dickinson. I'm the father of 2 public school students, and I'm a small business owner specializing in security, everything security, to include SB 11 audits in the state of Texas. And so that's my background. And I want to talk to you today about my perspective on multiple different fronts. I've sat here today and I've listened to the testimony that's been provided by the subject matter experts, and I appreciate all their work and their hard efforts moving forward. But the one thing that I haven't really heard much about today is the behavioral aspect of how all of this factors in. If you look at the Secret Service and the National Threat Assessment Center, which has become the authority on school-based shootings, active shooters, not only domestically but also internationally. The National Threat Assessment Center conducts extensive research, and like one of the expert witnesses said earlier, there really is no profile of an active shooter. And I tend to disagree somewhat with the United States Secret Service, but I also understand their role of trying to remain apolitical. What I will tell you is that I agree with the fact that, in regards to race, there may not be an actual profile, but what we know is that there are always signs and symptoms of pre-attack behaviors and pre-attack indicators in every single situation, to include Uvalde. And so, that's the one thing that I've heard today that I will take away that I have not heard today that's been most troubling to me. And so, from my perspective, looking at it through these 6 different lenses, we have a lot of work to do, And, from the perspective of sitting with you today to build a program that I think would be very effective, I think that the state of Texas currently has an opportunity to set the standard for a very well-recognized nationwide protocol that can be established throughout the nation. We just have to have the will and the ability and the authority to do that. And so, I've listened to you, Senator, today, and there's a lot of things that I agree with you on, but I believe that there's a lot of things that are in the way in regards to politics, in regards to authority, in regards to the will to allow professionals to do their job. And so With that said, there's a multitude of things that we need to consider. We talk about emergency operations plans, and there's been a heck of a lot of emphasis put on emergency operations plans. And I will tell you, a plan means nothing without action. In most school districts, an emergency operations plan is simply a check the box, and it sits there and it collects dust, and then it's reviewed annually and submitted to the Texas School Safety Center, and there's no teeth to it. There's no one following up on that emergency operations plan to see if it actually can be put into fruition and into action. So a plan without action is nothing. And so do I think we need an emergency operations plan as a baseline? Absolutely, we need emergency operation as a baseline, but it goes beyond that. I can tell you from my perspective of being in the security industry for over 20 years at different levels, what we currently have is not sufficient. It's not sufficient at all. We talk about annexes to these emergency operations plans where we recommend 1, 2, maybe 3 annexes. In the annexes that we wrote at Texas City ISD, we had 24. Active shooter, medical emergency, weather-related incidents, death on campus, communications, platforms and protocols, emergency response protocols. In this position, we have to have someone that has some teeth, that has some gall, that's not afraid of ruffling feathers in regard to saving life and preserving life. And so a couple of the things that I want to touch on, and I'd like for you to ask me some questions on, is, in my opinion, and not in necessarily any order of priority, some of the things that we need to be a little more in depth on in these emergency operations plans or in these protocols put forward is proper planning, communications, as we've all seen that has failed at a high level. Behavioral identification. One of the things that I would like for you to consider is that when we discuss behavioral identification, the terminology or term always comes up that, so the question is, are you suggesting that we profile students? Or not even students, but individuals. And so everyone is afraid to talk about the term profile. What I'm telling you is that the profile in which I believe we need to be looking at is behavioral profiles. I don't care what any individual's race is, and we should not shy away from this conversation because we're afraid that we're going to categorize someone. But like the Secret Service says, there is no profile, but we do know that the behaviors exist. And we want to argue that we can't profile kids, but what we do is we have programs like Child Find, which is, guess what? Profiling kids based upon their behaviors. And so how would this be any different if it was done in an effort to preserve life? Why can't we do it in an effective way? And so, some of the things that I think are important to talk about today are the compliance piece, infrastructure design. At Texas City ISD, we had a $6.5 million budget. The first thing that we did was we hired 8 officers. We bought 23 AR-15s to outfit our deputies to conduct their job and to provide the right tools for them to do their job. We put access control readers on every classroom door so that we could lock an individual door, an entire campus, or the entire district with a push of a remote button. We built secure vestibules. We added access controls on all those vestibules. And one of the things that we don't talk about is that I and my team, we designed on every building that's being built currently, this is the 4th one, we were able to put ballistic walls in every classroom at a very low dollar amount. And so some may say, how did you do that? Well, we did it from the eyes of a true security professional. And the average cost of our new buildings were about $30 million. The average cost to put ballistic panels in those buildings was $375,000, including installation. So minimal, less than 1% of the total cost. So with that said, I'll turn it over to you, the committee, to ask questions.
Okay, I appreciate that. Some of your thoughts of what you would suggest we do in some of these different categories, we would appreciate it if you put them in writing.
Yes, sir.
Get them to the committee, and we'll share them with all the members.
Sure.
Okay. Anybody?
I have a quick question.
Senator West, raised his hand first.
Okay, in terms of emergency operation plans, it appears as though that you are working outside the state of Texas also.
I'm sorry, sir?
Are you working outside the state of Texas also?
Not currently.
Okay, are you aware of emergency operation plans in other states?
Not in regards to schools.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Senator Kokhorst?
You talked about, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about behavioral profiles.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I think you alluded to sensitivity about profiling, but behavioral profiles. And then you talked about the Secret Service said, well, there really isn't a profile, but you're saying there is. And so are there commonalities with people that have committed mass murders, mass shootings, toxicology reports, behavioral issues, things like that?
Yes, ma'am. I think, not I think, but I know that there absolutely is commonalities between those.
Give me some of those.
Severe trauma as a child, whether it be sexual abuse, physical abuse, verbal abuse, early drug usage, lower socioeconomic status in some instances, not all instances, lower education. There is a link between truancy and those that want to harm students or kids in the K-12 or even university setting. There is a link between mental health, whether it be anxiety, depressions, paranoid schizophrenia, or other various mental health conditions, just to name a few.
And when giving the committee some recommendations, if you could include that or point us to something that would certainly, you know, again, just give us some clues. I know that Director Mccraw today started with some profile of the perpetrator in Uvalde, and you know, he was 18 years old, lived with grandparents. You know, I thought it was interesting that he was killed in the very classroom that he once attended. Very active on social media, a loner, animal cruelty. I'm just right.
Yes.
I'm literally, these are things that I wrote down as he spoke. It was interesting. Dressed like a shooter. I'm not sure what dressed like a shooter meant. It was a long testimony, so I didn't want to go into those details, but I think it, you know, as we look at the commonalities and the markers, truancy, I've asked all day about truancy. Again, from my research and preparing for these hearings, truancy seems to be an issue. I've read things about drug use, and that being, again, something that is a commonality. So I'd like to hear from you on that as you make recommendations to the committee.
Yes. One thing that was startling to me today was to hear that the classroom that was chosen and that the shooter succumbed in was the classroom that he attended. I don't know, but I don't think that was a mistake. I don't think that was a mistake at all.
And so if you go back to the testimony, I believe it was Commissioner Morath who said that he started showing truancy in 5th grade. But in 4th grade, he was fairly consistent on it and understanding what happened at that point in his life, who was acting as the parent while not having the child go to school. Back then, we had harsher truant laws. And why weren't those enforced? What were the efforts there? We talk a lot about identifying these children in school, and we're going to hear a lot tomorrow on mental health and behavioral health and how we can help students. You can't help a student if a student isn't in school. Again, I'm very supportive of homeschooling, but I don't think this child was homeschooled. So I look forward to your insights in these.
I would say, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the United States Secret Service, I'm speaking on behalf of Mike Mccraw, who worked there for a long period of time and have had 20 years of experience. I would say that where I would start from my investigation is between that 4th and 5th grade year, something happened, okay, where we saw this decline in attendance at school. Something happened. It is very well documented that in every one of these instances, there is a triggering event. It could be a death of an individual. It could be a separation or a divorce of parents. It could be, that may be the trauma that might have caused that. So from my perspective and my experience and training, I would start looking there between that 4th and 5th grade year when you see that decline. Okay, and so to get to your question is how do we start examining or following these patterns of behaviors in students closer? I can only base my opinions on what I know, but also what I've experienced. And so having been the executive director of security for Texas City ISD for 3 years and leading a program that didn't exist to rank #1 in multiple different areas, I will tell you that we do have a serious problem in our schools. The senator's correct. Discipline is out of control. We've gotten to where we don't discipline students anymore. And this is why we're seeing a shortage of teachers wanting to leave the profession, is because they don't feel supportive. But let me get to my point, and I'll give you a scenario.
I need you to try to wrap it up.
Yes, sir, I apologize. In 2019, we had a student that was arrested for threatening a teacher. I used this in my testimony in 2019 as well, about Santa Fe. When we went to that school, student was in handcuffs. We walked in, he immediately told our deputy, who, by the way, happened to be the sheriff that arrested the Santa Fe shooter, to take his gun out and shoot him in the head. So we removed that student, or we removed everyone from the scenario, or from the room, and gave him some space. And then I started digging into his discipline record. And so I got into Skyward. That's the student database that we use and most districts use in the state. Once I got into his discipline record, there was 25 incidents of disciplinary issues with this student, and that's a low number. I've seen 80s and 90s within 1 year. Of those 25, there were 11 incidents that were, in my opinion, were assaultive. Only 2 were coded as assaultive. The other additional 9 were coded as code of conduct, okay? Those 9, once I started digging deeper and investigating further and reading the narratives, they were technically assaults, but they were coded as code of conducts. And my argument to the staff was, why are you coding these as a code of conduct? And the answer was because they felt that we would be dinged by the state, which we know is not the case. It's the federal government, and funds could monetarily be withheld if they were deemed an unsafe school. So this is something that I said in 18 and 19 that we in Texas have to fix. And so we're talking about patterns of behavior. Here we have 11 incidents of assaultive behavior, and this student is still on campus, and now he's in handcuffs. So we talk about, maybe the school to prison pipeline doesn't exist, does exist. I used to have a different perspective, but now having worked in the school, I see what that is. And that kid never should have been in handcuffs, because we should have been able to identify that behavior if we were actively pursuing it and not concealing it.
I think you make my point when we talk about the behavioral aspects and some commonalities, because as you said, between 4th and 5th grade, something happened to this young man. And when we talk to personnel, teachers, even parents and administration. They're talking about those support systems that you can identify early and become, you know, kind of a wraparound service. Nothing substitutes the love of a family member and the support of a family member and the discipline of a family member at home. But it obviously is a coordinated effort. And so I look forward to your report, and I think that you're right when you made this statement, I believe, let me get to this, that it is multifaceted. But I think we've made many discoveries today, and there'll be more tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much, Mike, for being here. We appreciate your testimony.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That's okay. You want to ask?
Go ahead.
Call up Texas Police Chiefs Association, Chief James McLaughlin, Jimmy Perdue, Chief Chancellor, and Chief Standridge. There are 4 of you?
Just 2 of us, sir.
Just 2?
Just 2, yes, sir. We couldn't ever get the list right on
Please
there.
state your name for the...
Yes, sir. My name is Jimmy Perdue. I am the Chief of Police for the City of North Richland Hills, and for this conversation, I am the President of the Texas Police Chiefs Association. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you for a few minutes, and I'm joined here at the table by Chief Stan Standridge of the San Marcos Police Department, and we're going to address the issues that y'all brought up in the charges. As the voice of professional policing in Texas, the Texas Police Chiefs Association, representing our 1,300 members from across the state, felt a special responsibility to come to you today to talk about our suggestions and recommendations on improving the tactics and procedures around school safety, training, and social media. In addition, we've been asked to go ahead and cover our mental health charges as well in today's presentation. There's no way in the time we have allotted that we can cover all the information that we'd like to impart on you, so we provided you a short position paper that provides some greater detail on our thoughts. These topics are focused around the issue of prevention, preparedness, response, and review. While there are some specific recommendations, most of the topics are intended to be broad and allow for further discussion. Rather than go through all these points, I'll let you all absorb the information and ask any specific questions that you might have. Just one point of clarification is that of all the topics, social media is the one area that we have the least specific information, and we'll defer that to those that are more qualified. However, we do offer our support for enhanced social media monitoring and online investigation, and we do have some specific thoughts on the meaning of the management of this information, and would be glad to discuss this at your direction. I've also provided you 2 additional documents that we provided in 2020 for the House Committee looking at mass violence. While they have many recommendations, most were never implemented but are germane to this conversation. I know I've been a Texas police officer for 40 years, and I believe that this is one of the most critical issues that we're facing in my career. Law enforcement plays a special role in our society, and particularly in Texas, and we're blessed here to have an overwhelming support of our communities. Our testimony today and the information we provided will hopefully will seek to honor that relationship and support this legislative body in addressing this tragedy. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Chief Standridge and let him cover the topics that we have in his unique and exceptional skill level, and I'll look forward to answering your questions and providing some clarifications. One advantage of going near this late is listening to all the presentations all day today. There's some specific questions that you ask that I believe I can answer some of those and address some of those issues going forward. Thank you very much. Stan.
My name is Stan Standridge. I serve as the police chief for the city of San Marcos. Additionally, I'm an 18-year adjunct instructor for ALERT and Texas State University. So I've had the honor to travel all over the United States to prepare peace officers for active attack management. And I'm actually going to start with apology. Out of all the testimony today, I have yet to hear one person testify and say, I'm sorry. And I'll start by saying I'm sorry to those parents who have lost the unimaginable, to those spouses. Jim and I would submit to you that our profession failed on this day. So I begin with apology. Now, you all have asked for very specific action items. What can we do differently? I'll give you a very specific list. First and foremost, we must stop checkbox training. Checkbox training is the idea where a chief sends an officer to training and then 2 years later expects the officer still to be competent in what they were trained. Training has to be topical, but it has to be recurring. So we would submit to you that one of the things that needs to come out of this is alert level 1 operator course, which is 16 hours long, must be part of the basic Peace Officer Academy. You heard testimony from TCOL that active shooter training has been trained for the last 10 years. So I fact-checked. In the Basic Peace Officer Academy, section 35.23, there is 1 page of active shooter, and it's related to active shooter concepts and principles. It's high-level information to include what the officer might experience during an active shooter event. It's woefully inadequate, so we would submit to you that we must have basic peace officers graduating with at minimum a 16-hour level 1 course. You've also heard testimony about course 2195, which was mandated by Senate Bill 11. Please know that myself and John Cornutt, who you heard testify earlier, he's the Assistant Director of Alert, he and I were actually invited to Austin to help develop the school curriculum for course 2195. We asked the obvious question. This is an 8-hour class required by Senate Bill 11, specific for school-based law enforcement. Why are we reinventing the wheel when we already have a 16-hour course taught by the gold standard in our state, that being alert? Why are we doing this? John and I were both told this course could not be taught exclusively by alert certified instructors, and alert would not be recognized as a course equivalent. In fact, that decision was not reversed until last week. Alert is now finally recognized as a course equivalent for course 2195. You're asking what needs to change? Those things need to change. At our level, there is 0 requirement for command level officers to go to active shooter training. That needs to change. There should be a minimum of 8, ideally 16 hours required for chief executives as part of active shooter management. School marshals, there's not a requirement that they complete any type of alert training. School marshals are typically taught by local peace officers, whether they're deputies or officers, who believe they have the skills necessary. School marshals are not taught by alert. Consequently, there's no consistency within the curriculum across the state of Texas. That has to change. You've already heard a lot about truancy. The school behavioral threat assessments, there's been a lot of testimony about those. So I asked at my level, I'm the retired chief from Abilene, I've been in San Marcos now 18 months. I asked, how is it actually done? The truth is there are so many threats that come across the school districts that they receive the written threat. They usually always visit with the student. Then they refer the student for discipline, remove the student for 3 days from campus without ever actually triggering the full behavioral advisory team. That has to change. Let's talk about mental health. There is it's called a CARES system. CARES stands for Client Assignment and Registration Entry. Anytime a Texas citizen receives inpatient treatment at a state hospital, or they receive services from a local mental health authority, they are entered into the CARES system. CARES is administered through the Health and Human Services Commission and DPS. Your officers cannot run a query, what's called continuity of care query, a CCQ, in the field to know who is a mental health client at 2 o'clock in the morning who may or may not be in possession of a firearm. We don't have lawful access to the CARES system. Yet, when we make the arrest and we take them to the county jailer, jailers have access to the continuity of care query. You're asking what needs to be fixed? That needs to be remedied. Peace officers must be given access to the continuity of care query so we know when we are dealing with mental health clients so that we can identify the least harm solutions for those persons, which may include not incarcerating our mentally ill. We would respectfully ask that you consider grant funding for embedding mental health clinicians in your 911 PSAPs and within your mental health units. So Abilene became the second city in the state of Texas to embed mental health clinicians with patrol officers. I'm trying to replicate that success in San Marcos now using ARPA funds. We need grant funding to increase the number of clinicians in the field. And then lastly, if you do consider grant funding for breaching, shields, and medical equipment, we ask that you do something, attach it to the certification courses taught by Alert. So when they go through the Alert courses and they actually get certified, then issue them the equipment versus them going to an agency and end up in some closet. Chief Perdue.
Thank you, Stan. So, Mr. Chairman, those are some of the highlights of the comments. The additional ones I'd like to add that are in the information we provided to you, supporting our expanded accreditation. The Texas Police Chiefs Association runs a state accreditation program for police agencies, and we believe that what the accreditation program does, it raises the bar for standards across the state of Texas. And we believe that this is a great opportunity to involve that as well.
We very much appreciate you actually listing your suggestions and stuff. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I found your testimony very informative. I was asking questions of TCLO earlier today about the training standards, whether we had standards that were uniform across the state, and apparently they're not. And you just made a point on the Alert training system, 16-hour course. You were not allowed to teach that to our police officers or school police officers?
The conversation was specific to course 2195, which is 8 hours that's required for school-based law enforcement. Our idea was we already train and certify peace officers all across the nation. Allow Alert to do the course 2195 and at minimum consider it a course equivalent. The answer was no, we cannot contractually allow Alert to be the only ones teaching course 2195, and we're not going to consider it equivalent.
So actually we had two standards for training our police officers to respond to a live shooter situation.
I would say that you have, yes, you have an 8-hour versus a 16-hour. Yes, I would agree with that.
So there was pretty much in place a ineffective or lack of effective training for our school district police officers.
Yes, sir. That is correct, but also not just school district, but for all officers.
And then we have school marshals, and it's pretty interesting that they don't go through this type of training.
The school marshals do not go through Alert operator courses. That is correct. They receive 80 hours curriculum, of which the active shooter component taught by Alert is not included.
And it seems to me that school marshal sounds like a very, I guess, a very well-trained officer. And in practice, they are not taking some of the courses that are very important to respond to an active shooting situation in a public school.
But in fairness, I'm a huge advocate for the school marshal program. I think the school marshal program has shown remarkable merit because it requires biannual training. It requires a psychological assessment. It requires a background investigation. There are specific protocols that have to be developed by the school board of trustees. Plus, Alert was invited to identify the original curriculum for school marshal. Myself and John Cornett also assisted with that one. So you're not going to hear any argument that the school marshal is not a good program. What we're asking you to consider is mandate that a school marshal has to have 16 hours of alert training by.
And that was my point, that right now, until recently, the school marshal were not required to take your 16-hour alert training program.
They are not, that's correct. They have to do 80 hours, but it's not specific to alert, correct.
But they are now required to do that?
No, we're asking you to make that the mandatory piece.
Okay, Senator Bedford.
Thank you.
Thank you, y'all, for your testimony. To follow up with Senator Hinojosa, I feel I'm hearing turf warfare here for some reason. I'm asking a direct question, okay? Why were you turned down? Do you know? Was the reason explained to you? And obviously the fact that it's been reversed a week ago is not coincidental. I'm just, lay it out.
All right, so T. Cole, and you heard him testify, Colum testified that they are responsible for licensing and credentialing. So I'm not sure why there's this lean on T. Cole also for the actual training and application. I don't know that that's necessarily their best arena. T. Cole may have a very good reason why they can't use a sole provider like Alert to deliver a course. But T. Cole's going to have to answer that. I can't for the life of me think of a good reason why Alert could not have been a course equivalent from the onset 2 years ago.
Well, and Chief, quite frankly, what I'm hearing is that we got pushback on school marshals. We got pushback on Alert. I don't like what I'm hearing because these are solutions to problems. And I'm glad you're a proponent of the school marshal program because if they had this last piece, okay, then I think they would be as well trained as we could make them.
I'd clarify one thing. T. Cole was never resistant with the school marshal. What we're saying is we want to add the required 16 hours also for school marshals, just to clarify the testimony.
Well, I'm hearing that there may be some other dampening issues that are on total numbers and timing and training. But at this point in time, we need the right training with as many people as possible deployed into the classroom area or the campuses as soon as we can. And I'm just, you know, when I hear what I consider to be a turf war, I'm just going to ask direct questions because it's got to end because we need to do the right things for the kids, which is get the right people in front of the bad guys as fast as we can with the right training. Thank you for your forthright testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. We had some excellent suggestions, and I know that everybody was very impressed with the list that you provided. Could you tell us, please, to what extent there is communication and collaboration with school personnel in terms of being prepared for an active shooter and in responding to an active shooter?
That is going to be a very locally based answer because they're very different. I know I can speak to my jurisdiction as well. We have a great relationship with my school district. We train in the school district, in the school buildings all the time. We have a great relationship with the superintendent. We call each other all the time, talk, so there's great communication. I also know, though, I've talked to several other chiefs that is not the case, that there is some, to use Senator Baconcourt, some turf wars that are going on between the two jurisdictions. One specific question that came up from technology is we believe that cameras are a great tool, and cameras should be in all the schools, and the police department should have access to those cameras at all times. I had a chief that called me at the email and said he can't get his superintendent to allow him access to see their cameras. Don't understand why, and so we're trying to work through those details. So it's not universal. It's a very unique and locally based issue. But the more that we can work together between ourselves, the TPCA, I know we have the ISD chiefs will be talking in a minute. Our relationship is great. We're trying to continue to push that down every day.
Thank you very much. When the sheriffs testify, we're going to distribute to the committee members a letter from Sheriff Martin Cuellar from Webb County. And he specifically requested more active shooter emergency needed equipment, including ballistic helmets and breaching tools. And he says that one of the huge problems is technical difficulties related to radios. Would you agree with that need, and would you have anything to add to that?
I'm going to let Stan talk about the breaching tools, but on the radios, I want to talk because y'all did cover that a lot earlier. there is a state organization that our operability commission that governs that, and every police department should have that has a P25 compliant radio, should have the ability to get to that interoperability radio. The problem is always that, in the middle of a battle, it's tough to remember which button to push and which one to go to, and it's just difficult to do so. And so while that is there, you can't, ultimately you'll get to that. A good example is when we went down to Uvalde to help them, the San Antonio came in and set up an interoperability channel, and it helped bring all the people together. We sent over 400 different police officers down there to Uvalde over the course of the 28 days. Texas police chiefs kind of coordinated those efforts. And within a few days, first they couldn't talk to each other. It was chaotic the first couple of days. But the third day, they got the interoperability channel set up, and everybody could now communicate to each other. They patched it all together, and it worked just like it's supposed to work. It's that initial foray when you're in the heat of the battle, it's difficult to do so. On the in-building, and I'll let Stan talk about it, just for clarification, the requirement that there be in-building radio coverage is an International Fire Code issue. It's Section 510 of the National Fire Code, and that is something that is governed by the local fire marshal. In my jurisdiction, we require our school district to comply with that 95% within the buildings, 99% in critical areas in all jurisdictions, in all buildings. School districts are a requirement. So we actually make the school district, when they construct a building, do a test to validate that that is the way. If not, they have to put in what is called a distributed antenna system, a DAS system. And that antenna system bolsters the signal into the schools. The problem that's going on right now with new construction, the windows that are being put in are great for knocking out the ultraviolet light, but it also is damaging to the radio signals. And so you have this confluence of construction that's improving that's also hampering the radios. And so the DAS systems are the only way they're going to solve that within the buildings themselves. So that's one clarification information I want to give to y'all from that conversation you had earlier. I'll let Stan talk about the tools.
So you know where I'm located in San Marcos, sandwiched between two large metroplex cities. I will say this. My officers do not have helmets. My officers probably have access to a total of 12 shields for the entire patrol division. My officers probably have access to 10 sets of breaching tools. That is it. But you're not going to sit here, you're not going to hear me say that what transpired in Uvalde was because of a deficiency in equipment. It was a deficiency in commitment, not equipment.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator, I had West and then Birdwell.
Yeah, you've heard me first. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to take you down another line now. How do you represent the chiefs of police in the great state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
How can you help us reassure parents that they should have confidence in sending their kids back to school, and that we have turned over every possible stone in order to look at potential recommendations to make to the governor, lieutenant governor, and other members of this body?
Senator, one of the things I would say is that, as Stan already talked about, we are, I believe, one of the most critically reviewed entities that there is. Law enforcement has reviewed, everything we do is reviewed, analyzed, detailed, and you know what? We're good with that, because all we want to do is to be better at what we do and provide the very best service possible. There is no one that was more upset about what happened up in Minnesota than every police chief around here. And we said so very loudly and clearly to our communities. That is not acceptable behavior.
You're talking about George Floyd?
What happened to George Floyd, yes, sir. That is not acceptable behavior.
Sure.
Likewise here, as Stan's already said, what happened in Uvalde is not acceptable behavior in the eyes of the law enforcement community in the state of Texas. That is not what we've trained for. I've had police chiefs cry on my shoulder because they don't understand how we can spend so much of our lives as police chiefs, stand for 20 years teaching this course, and yet we're still here. We're still repeating the mistakes of Columbine and all the others before. We don't understand how we can beat at that point, but we're committed to finding solutions to it, which is why we're here today. We want to make sure we give you tangible solutions that we believe are actionable things to be done. Not every one of our members agree with everything on there, but we believe that it's important that we take a stand on these issues. One of the other issues that I'll bring out there that I've already been publicly commenting about is I believe that there are reasonable measures and gun measures that we can do in the state of Texas. Raising the age from 18 to 21, I don't believe is an infringement. I believe there are other things on there that should be considered. We as police chiefs believe in the sanctity of life, and we believe in protecting our communities, and we also believe that sometimes that costs us our own lives. I'll just share a quick personal story. When the event happened in Uvalde and I went home that night, my wife, who's been married 37 years, I've been a cop now for 40 years, so that's all she's known. And she told me very clearly, she goes, I love you to death, but I would expected you to go in that door because that is what you're supposed to do. And that is what the commitment of 99.9% of the police officers in the state of Texas, I believe, have. And I assure you, and I assure the community, that that is what the police chiefs of this association, of this state, stand for every day.
So in terms of turning over all stones possible to boost the confidence of parents, you would recommend that we kind of look at not doing away with Second Amendment type issues. Second Amendment obviously can't do that, but also look at some reasonable regulations in terms of when someone can purchase a assault weapon?
I believe that there are reasonable measures that can be put into place that do not infringe upon the Second Amendment, of which I am a strong advocate for. I'm a lifelong gun owner, and I advocate for that. But I do believe, particularly in this environment that we're in today, in the world we live in today, that we should look at every option and consider what we can do to protect our community. And I also think it's important to distinguish between the violence that is occurring each and every day across the cities of this community in the country. What's happening in Chicago, New York, and everything else is not the same thing as what happened in Uvalde. Those are two same basic problem, but two different issues. And we need to make sure that we don't conflate the two and go after a solution that really is not going to have any impact. We're not going to probably solve the issues with gun violence in the streets of Chicago by whatever we recommend. But if we can keep an 18-year-old from going down and buying a weapon and going out and shooting a school, I believe that some reasonable measures are appropriate to do so.
I would add to that, I think we need to consider expanding on a criminal penalty in Chapter 46 of the Texas Penal Code related to straw purchases. Yeah. If Jimmy is ineligible to purchase a firearm, but he comes to me as a friend and he tells me, I can't purchase the gun, would you purchase it for me? And as a friend, I purchase it for him. We believe that in the state of Texas, there should be a state penalty for that. There is not. There is a federal penalty, but it's prosecuted at about a 2% rate. So you need to give us the authority at the state level to look at those types of gun purchases to address those in state courts.
What about red flag laws?
I'm sorry, sir.
What about red flag laws?
Red flags.
Red flag laws are something that is certainly it's more of a political issue than not, but I believe, and we as a TPCA have been supportive of the concept, but we've yet to see a operational method of which to accomplish that. If we can get together and find some operational measures to solve all those issues, conceptually, I think that there's good things about those things given certain criteria. I've just not seen one yet that accomplishes all the things that we would ask for it to do.
And know already that statutorily, a peace officer can seize firearms if a person is taken into protective custody under emergency detention order. Pursuant to the Health and Safety Code, Chapter 573, we can already seize firearms if the person is detained for their own welfare.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I got Senator Birdwell, followed by Senator Creighton.
Not a question, but just thank you to you gentlemen. Chief, I would like to visit with you in greater granularity on the school marshals. I've taken that under my wing, for lack of a better term, with Representative Villalba's departure from the legislature a few years back. We've made some improvements to it, but my concern is okay, we add 16 hours here, which is a great recommendation, but we're adding so many rocks to the rucksacks, and when you're looking at the districts that are generally using these, I've got a lot of rural districts, not to belabor the point, and many of us have those, many of us here at the table have those kinds of counties, particularly Senator Perry. and I want to visit with you about making it, what's the word I'm looking for, user-friendly, not just more and more ornaments on the Christmas tree that functionally make it non-usable.
I'm not advocating that you move it to
No, I know you're not.
96 hours.
I'd like the opportunity to visit with you in greater granularity, not just on the 16 hours, but more broadly. I'd like that opportunity with you. So thank you for your testimony.
Okay, Senator Creighton.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you both being here today. Are you aware of another state that has a central database created like the ones that you recommend in the submittals that you gave for students with threat assessments?
For students, no, sir, I'm not aware of another state that has what we're recommending, no, sir.
So we had quite a bit of testimony today from different witnesses that testified that there's incorrect reporting on code of conduct versus threat assessments and how that does or does not affect the school district. It was implied that it was just there were disincentives because of that, because of federal regulations, but really at the end of the day, if a school district gets a negative stigma as having an unusually high number of threat assessment category students, other parents pull their kids out of the school district, 35 kids leave, that's a $300,000 bill based on basic allotment. So there are disincentives for the state and feds, but based on that assessment. But I just wondered, with making that recommendation for a central database, is that a new recommendation that you have, or has that been in existence for a while?
So I spoke to Dr. Kathy Martinez-Prather about this very question and asked the question, and she said she believed that there had been an effort to pass a legislative bill related to creation of this repository. If there is not an independent repository, then it could lie with the TEA. The issue that we have as it relates to these threat assessments is if the parent disagrees with the actions of the school district, they simply take their child out, put them in another school district. The threat assessment does not follow them to the new school district. That's why you have to have it centralized where there's information sharing with the school districts to protect everybody else.
Well, school districts don't really know where a lot of these students are when they leave the school district. In fact, the burden is placed on the school district by state law that unless they track the student and understand where they have actually landed as a destination, then there's a penalty for that. So, yes, I don't think the assessments move from district to district. That's because correct. A lot of times the district really doesn't know much at all about where these students end up, and their conduct doesn't travel if they do know. So I just wondered, how much thought and how much development and time had been put into that recommendation. And I see the last point that you made was the system, the database itself and the student data would be purged once the student turned 21, but that administrators for the district would have access to that information until that time.
Yes,
So
yes, sir.
Is that how you understand it?
Yes, sir, that's how we suggest. And we look at it somewhat like what has been tried to be, what is continually worked on we've talked about peace officers and the fact that trying to avoid the peace officers, bad peace officers from going from place to place. There has to be some sort of central place, and you put the burden, as y'all have done, put the burden on the police chiefs to go and find and identify, before I bring somebody in, identify somebody and make sure that they understand their history. Similar sort of pattern.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Senator Perry?
Just real quick. First of all, thank you for your honesty. It's been real easy for you to sit there and tell the company line, and you didn't. And that's admirable in days where that's hard to find sometimes. So 2 men of integrity and responsibility, and you give me encouragement that there are people of uniform that, and I know there are, but for the representation of those. Mr. Chairman, I've been pretty silent on the Second Amendment side a little bit, but I think it's a good time to interject very quickly that the argument that my Second Amendment folks will make, and you alluded to it, I think indirectly without knowing you did it, but is it fair to say that our world gets a little bit more unsafer every day?
Say that again?
Is it fair to say our world gets a little more unsafer every day?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I would. Yes, sir, I would.
I mean, we allow criminal elements to walk across unabated. I'm not making a political statement, but statistically, there's a percentage of people that walk up the border every day over the line that are here to do harm. The Second Amendment isn't designed specifically for defense of my person against that element, but the reality of the day, there's 83,000 of you guys across 2,750 agencies, be it sheriff, municipal, all forms that have sworn to uphold and protect and serve at the highest cost and sacrifice possible. But 83,000 is not many when you consider just 1 year alone of a migration up is going to outnumber you guys. So there's that element. The Second Amendment was for protection against an overreaching government. And so that's the conversation that we need to remind ourselves. It really wasn't deer hunting or self-defense per se, but it was against an overreaching government. Thirdly, I think as colleagues and members, what we have to remember why there's such a hesitation to move on that is we know whatever we decide today, which may look and act and be right, in the day's terms, it never stays there. So my point, I guess, is if a semi-automatic today with a large magazine is the target, and I take the plug out of my semi-automatic shotgun tomorrow, and with buckshot, I can cut a person in half from 20 yards out, and that becomes a weapon of choice. What's to keep the conversation from moving there? And so I just think there's two sides to every conversation, and I have a role to remind people of both, and I think we're all mindful of that. But it's the fact that when we make a policy today, it will not be the same policy 3 years from now or 5 years or 20 years from now. And it's that incremental piece that my rational Second Amendment people are talking about. So if it's 21 today, we don't let people be presidents till 35, so why not 35? Where do we cut these off in these conversations and where we go with it? So I'm not suggesting to you I have the answer. I'm telling you there are legitimate, rational thought on the other side of the conversation. And on a red flag law specifically, we're actually potentially would be talking about turning over to a judiciary that arguably we can all, if we're honest, say has been politicized. Our judiciary is politicized. Either side, right or left, however you want to call, turning that decision of whether I get to keep my Second Amendment rights at a judiciary level. So I know that we've kind of teetered around a little bit of it, but I think you made a point that it's not Chicago that we're trying to fix here. Is there rational steps in the middle? Yes, but my folks on the Second Amendment aren't heartless people. They have legitimate concerns that we have to be cognizant of as we have these conversations where it could go. Thank you.
Thank both of you very much for being here, for the work that you do in your communities, and the work that you're contributing for the state of Texas as well. So we very much appreciate it. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Call up our next panel, Sheriff's Association of Texas, Sheriff Hawthorne and Sheriff Mills. And they'll be followed by the Texas School District Police Chiefs Association. So whoever, are you both going to speak, or you have one that's going to speak?
Chairman, we'll both speak. I'll start, and then Sheriff Mills will finish up.
Okay, thank you.
All right. First of all, the Sheriff's Association would like to follow the same sentiments as the Texas Police Chiefs Association. There is no doubt that the children, the teachers, and the parents deserve better from law enforcement on that day. There is no question about it that there were a number of problems. Some of them were leadership, some of them are training. I'll touch just very briefly on them, and then I'll let Sheriff Mills wrap it up.
But I need to get you to state your name. Even though I stated your name, I need you to state your name.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Okay.
I'm Brian Hawthorne. I'm the Chambers County Sheriff,
Yes, sir.
and I'm the Legislative Chairman for the Sheriff's Association of Texas. I think it's important for everybody on this panel panel to know that as a sheriff, I would have expected my deputies to essentially perform in a similar manner as long as they weren't the ones that initially engaged. The officers that initially engaged should have continued engaging and should have immediately pursued. There are clear-cut guidelines, what we call solo officer response to active attacks. There's training that can be provided. It's can be part of alert, or actually is part of alert, depending upon which level of alert you are operating in. And I cannot say enough about alert and the systems and the things that Chief Standridge and them have done. I'm one of those that I have 5 alert instructors myself in my sheriff's office. It's a wonderful program. The officers should have pursued the ones that engaged initially with him outside. Maybe they could have kept him outside. But either way, if they could have engaged, may have been able to reduce the loss of life that took place. From a leadership perspective, from the deputies and the troopers and everybody that showed up upon the 911 call, we are trained. I'm retired from the Department of Public Safety. Many of you know that. We're trained from 1984 when I was in the DPS Academy that we respect jurisdiction and command. So I fully understand the troopers, the deputies, everybody looking to leadership from the police chief of the independent school district. So that leadership for the independent school district, that's really on the school board and the superintendent. Bottom line is, I would think the voters would remove me from office if I don't show the leadership necessary to be a good sheriff and to keep the right people in my command to make sure that we have the training necessary for those men and women to engage. Multi-jurisdiction responses are very unorganized. They will always be unorganized. And until we get some better radio operability processes put in play, this is all about networking with sheriff's office, police departments, ISD police departments, and then also training together, not just chiefs having breakfast together, but the officers that are responding, training together. And that's a rare thing. We all know each other, but we rarely train together. I think that from a Sheriff's Association perspective, you cannot harden your schools enough. And then as you start moving forward and you're looking at different budgets and grants, I would strongly suggest that you're going to find that many of the sheriffs that you represent already have officers, SROs. I have them in 2 school districts in my county. Buddy's very familiar with it. I'm sure he'll speak on that. We contract, I currently, right now, I pay the salary for those SROs. But it is not uncommon. I like Texas City, where you just heard the Director of Security speaking. The Galveston County Sheriff's Office provides those SROs that work under his guidelines, and then they also work under the Sheriff's Office policy. The system works. It saves money. The reason it saves money is because the Sheriff's Office already has the infrastructure. You do not have to go in and recreate an entire police department infrastructure, whether it's the law enforcement software, whether it's the fleet operations and vehicles. I strongly suggest that police departments and sheriff's office look into contracting with their ISDs to try and minimize the cost of what it's going to cost if you're going to start adding police officers into schools, which obviously I strongly recommend it. The Sheriff's Association would recommend it, but we also think hardening the schools may be what might be the best line of defense in the beginning. Emergency operation plans. I've been a sheriff for 10 years now, state trooper for 28 years. I've never seen a school's operation plan, and I have officers into schools as the SROs, and I personally have never witnessed or signed off on one. So if you're going to work on emergency operation plans, I strongly suggest that that school district needs to be able to review that operation plan with the jurisdictional law enforcement agency that will be responding to their 911 call. And even if they have an ISD, police department, usually they're small, so the sheriff's office or the police department of that jurisdiction is probably going to be responding right with them. So I think it would be good for everybody to have a copy of that emergency operation plan. And with that, I will close. I think it's very important. I have an expectation of every deputy that works for me, including myself, that when I go to work, I put that badge and that gun on, that I realize I am doing it as a service. I am a servant to the community. They need to be a servant to those students. They need to be a servant to those teachers. Somebody has to step up. Somebody has to take the bullets for the kids. Thank you.
The operating plan should. All right, thank you, sir. Well, we're going to catch both of them and then ask questions. Would that be more expedient?
Would that be fine? Thank you. I'm Buddy Mills, the sheriff of Gillespie County, currently setting first vice president of the Sheriff's Association, and here in about 30-something days, I'll become the president of the association. And I just want to reaffirm from the association and as the incoming president that we will diligently work with the legislature in this upcoming session here to help y'all on our behalf and y'all's to help you rectify some of the problems that we have seen that have occurred. And I just want to let you know that y'all have our full support. I'll be a very active sheriff. I'm just down the road a little bit. You'll see me a lot here. And I want you to know that we're here to help and to try to rectify the problems that we have all been talking about today. And I want you to know, like Brian said here, the hardening of the schools and the training that the officers get and the ability for everybody to work together, because there's not any difference when you all arrive at the scene except the color of your uniform. Other than that, we're all dedicated and sworn to protect and serve. And yes, the actions that you take when you're running down the hall, the last thing you want to be thinking about is your family. You should have all of those things taken care of. You should be prepared to end your life or have it taken by that person, and that all you can hope for is that the rest of them behind you get the job done.
Senator, thank you. Senator Hinojosa?
Thank you.
You were first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank both of you for your testimony. And Sheriff Hawthorne, I've known you for many, many years. Out of your testimony, I agree with you, except for one point. And I agree that when you come into a chaotic situation and there are 2, 3, 4 different officer departments, from DPS to local sheriff department to police department to school police, initially, yes, the people there on the scene and the side are in control. There's a police officer in command. But after you can't be there for an hour and a half and understand what's going on and not take any action to try to, again, rescue, especially children, they have nothing to fight back with but crayons. So with that portion of the testimony, I don't quite agree with it. I think initially you're right. Once you assess the situation, you got to take action. You can't wait for an hour or 15, 20 minutes while people are getting killed. And that's the only thing I would disagree in terms of...
I do not disagree with exactly what you're saying, Senator. I mean, after a while, somebody has to take the action. And I think that some of the Department of Public Safety employees and some of the Border Patrol agents and others, I think, wanted to.
Yes.
From everything I'm understanding and I'm hearing and being briefed by people. But I want everybody to understand that from a sheriff's perspective, I would never want my deputy to take over the scene of a jurisdiction in which there is a chief of police, whether it's of the city or of the school district or of the hospital district or of the municipal. I mean, y'all have allowed a whole lot of police departments, and there's a lot of them. And the last thing I want is a sheriff's deputy that is working under my name and an extension of my arm to take over something unless it becomes, at this point, ludicrous. I fully understand. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony.
You bet.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a quick question. In terms of the local threat assessment teams or security teams for school districts. I know they have a lot of different persons on those committees. And my question specifically in the multi-jurisdictional area, do the sheriffs and other law enforcement officials normally sit on those committees and have input into the security process?
So the answer to that is yes, many of us do. And I will tell you that the 2 school districts that I personally have deputies assigned to, although we've never seen the plan, we regularly, every summer, we do alert training and we use our simunitions in the schools. Just so we understand the layout of the schools, we do our training and practicing there. So schools work very well with sheriffs and police chiefs. I just don't think there is probably enough memorandum of understanding and contractual agreements that are put together. So that would be something I would strongly suggest that I think the Sheriff's Association could truly endorse, and that is having a better network between superintendents and principals and the jurisdictions within that school, and then that outside jurisdiction like a sheriff's office that may be responding for that backup or to assist.
Sure, and I understand it, but I would really think and would recommend highly that if sheriffs are sitting on that committee and developing security plans, safety security plans for our schools, that you see the plan itself before it's sent back to the center in San Marcos, because again, you need to know what all the moving parts are, because it's real clear that everyone didn't know what the moving parts were in Uvalde, and if everyone's not on the same page, unfortunately, these are some of the results that we get.
Yeah. Senator, could I answer that, please? I actually do sit on school board committees where they do the safety plans. The police chief in Fredericksburg takes care of that. We're a small county. We don't have a lot of officers there, and we support each other wholeheartedly in our endeavors. And so by setting on those, we do make, or I do, and listen to the recommendations that they make for fencing, for security, for access, and all that. I've got the ability to open any of the doors throughout the area.
It would seem as though that before the plan is sent back to the safety center, that the board or the committee would have signed off on the plan, saying, we take a vote, saying this is what we're going to do, and then send it back to San Marcos to the center, safety center. Is that not the procedure?
No, sir, I have not done that at this time. We're going to have another meeting here in August to be going over that, and I'll ask them at that time if there is a deal where we all sign off on it in agreement of that plan.
It seems though that would happen before you send it back to Safety Center. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kokorsz and then Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along Center West line of questioning, when, again, I met with a lot of different personnel and superintendents, that was one of the questions I asked. Who is the incident commander? It was very interesting. Every school district kind of answered it differently. If you had a police chief, I mean, one of my larger school districts said absolutely the police chief is the incident commander. But if you look back at Uvalde and a little bit along Center West lines, I think this has to be really delineated when we're talking about alert training. Sheriff Hawthorne, you talked about how we all know each other, but we don't always train together. So just if I could, the police chief from Uvalde, this is in a Tribune article, assumed that some other officer or official had taken control of the larger response. He took on the role of a frontline responder. He said he never considered himself the scene's incident commander and did not give any instruction that police should not attempt to breach the building. And so all of the conflicting reports, you heard Director Mccraw today, one of the things that was chilling to me, when we know that one of the reporting law enforcement officers had a wife in the classroom, and I had asked myself, how did that that spouse not go into that classroom. We learned today that he was disarmed when he attempted to do that. I believe my ears heard that correctly. And so I you know, we talk about the 1 hour and 14 minutes. You've apologized. And we love our law enforcement, but I think preventing the repeat of this with some of our bravest heroes, which wear the badge, is the effort in these questioning center hosts, myself, each one of us have played around the edges on that. And I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if we need to put that in statute to say each school district must identify an incident commander, keeping in mind, and I'll ask this as a question, personnel change. Personnel change.
It's part of your plan.
It's a part of your plan, but as you say, you haven't seen the plan.
So I think one of the things that
Personnel
we...
changes, you know, like we have promotions or they go to another jurisdiction. I think it's complicated.
So I think one of the things that makes that very complicated is you could very easily be a day that the chief of police of the ISD is on vacation or he's off to training somewhere. So it really drops back to kind of what Director Mccraw said. It's really our indoctrine in law enforcement. We're paramilitary. Chain of command is extremely important. I mean, we terminate people for violating chain of command in law enforcement, right? And so it all boils down to that jurisdictional boundary. And what I will tell you is that I'm a sheriff's office of 135 personnel, 75 sworn. And when something is bigger than I can handle, I know to turn to Baytown Police Department or the Beaumont Police Department's tactical team to come in and relieve my tactical team. And I can honestly say that this ISD chief of police should have yielded his authority and said, I'm not prepared for this. Somebody else needs to take this over. Mm-hmm. This was a leadership problem, truly a leadership problem.
Thank you both for your testimony. And I appreciate your last comments because I couldn't read that timeline from 12:21 to 12:46 with 14 comments of who should have been the incident commander without just a mixture of emotions that I expressed earlier. And I'm glad you all would repeat that because I think the citizens of Texas and everywhere from Uvalde, everywhere deserve a better response, but more importantly, a recognition of the obvious, and I want to thank you for that. You also made a very interesting point, Brian. You talked about SROs and having a memorandum of understanding. Mr. Chairman, I think you know that, and you mentioned MUDs as well, so you triggered a comment. We're on the local government committee. We have templates that we use for MUDs. Senator Colcourse is a great recipient of that, okay? And maybe what we need to do is a template for an SRO so that we have, so because we have over 4,000 taxing units in the state, 1,000 ISDs. It's a complicated place with, you're right, a lot of police forces. I think maybe something that would be a benefit would have a template for a school resource officer memorandum of understanding. I think that would be a big help, and I hope, Buddy, you guys would help us write that.
We'd be more than happy to. And just a little follow-up there on the incident command deal. By the time, unless I'm right there around the block or Brian or somebody, we're going to be way behind on what actually happens and occurs. And as it was stated earlier today, the action has to be immediate. And I don't care if he's got 2 weeks on, 2 years on, or 27 years in active law enforcement, that in a threat situation like this, the action has to be immediate. And if feelings are hurt later on because somebody didn't lead and you have to get them out of the way, well then unfortunately, hopefully you can mend that later. But the primary thing is to save lives and to get in there immediately. That's what you have to do. It's what we're sworn to do.
And, and I'm glad to hear that's the leadership you all represent. I want to thank you for your comments, but I think maybe a standardized memorandum would help. And It would also help with identify costs too. But more importantly, I appreciate y'all's leadership and your direct response to it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Setting the example.
Your comment about making sure the emergency operating plan for the school, they go over it with the local law enforcement. I wrote that one down. That does several things. One is it gets y'all understanding how the plan works, and it also assures we've actually got a plan, and the school understands how it works.
Yes, sir. And most, I can speak for most sheriffs, and I think same for the police chiefs. They know their superintendents well, but the problem is we're probably not communicating with the most important things we need to, and that's the safety network of the children.
Thank y'all very much for what you do and the service to your counties and to the state. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I call up the Texas School District Police Chiefs Association, Chief Solomon Cook, Humboldt ISD, and Chief Bill Avera, Jacksonville ISD. And the next after them will be the Texas Association School Administrators. Whichever one of y'all wants to start out. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Solomon Cook, Chief of Police for Humboldt ISD, and I have here Chief Bill Avera, Chief of Jacksonville ISD Police Department. I want to thank you all for allowing us to be here today representing the School District Police Chiefs Association and the officers of the ISDs. I really hate the reason that we're here, but I'm glad that we have an opportunity to talk to you. I have served as a Texas peace officer for the past 46 years. Out of that 46 years, the past 26 years has been mostly, almost 20 of it, as police chief of a school district police department. I want to read something to you real quick, please. First responders to the active shooter scene will usually be required to place themselves in harm's way and display uncommon acts of courage to save the innocent. First responders must undergo and accept the role of protector and be prepared to meet violence with controlled aggression. The priority of life scale is used to guide the first responder during critical decisions making process that is required to efficiently neutralize any threat. A first responder, we must recognize that innocent life must be defended. A first responder unwillingly to place their lives over the innocent and above. They do this without consideration and their own safety should be considered. If they have any concerns of their safety, they should consider another field. As a school district police chief, I've had an opportunity to work with a lot of agencies in my area. I'm in the Houston area, and I also serve as the Houston representative to the Texas Police Chiefs Association on the executive board. I work with these gentlemen that just left previously. In our area, we have collaboration. We work together for the safety of our children and the staff in the Houston metropolitan area. My district covers 2 cities in Harris County and a tidbit of Montgomery County. We never have an issue over who's in control. We always work for the benefit of our citizens. I'll now turn it over to Chief Bill.
Thank you very much. I'm Bill Avera, Chief of Police and Emergency Manager for Jacksonville ISD, and also First Vice President of the Texas Police Chiefs Association. And I too want to add my profound sorrow and say I'm sorry, as well as the TPCA, for what transpired in Uvalde. This has been very difficult for all of us. It's been difficult for me personally because Uvalde looks a lot like Jacksonville. There's about 15,000 people. There's 8 school campuses. There's about 4,000 students. So it looks a whole lot like what I do every day. This is my 46th year in law enforcement too, and I have had the pleasure of knowing the distinguished chair of this committee for over 40 years. And it's sad that we have to come here and have these conversations, but we will get better. I would agree with everything that's been said today in the last almost 10 hours for all of us, and for y'all especially, to have to sit here and listen to us sometimes ramble a little bit. But this is important work. And I'd like to just address some of the things I've heard today and maybe make a couple of new points as we go along. Questions were asked a little earlier about a bill that has a database for following threat assessments. That was submitted last session of the legislature. It ran into very fierce resistance because of the implications that students moving from one district to another could be somehow profiled. That also would help us when they come into our district to know that they have had issues. So that was one of our members in the Houston area worked with his representative to sponsor that legislation, but it did not pass. And so that would be very helpful. In terms of school marshals, I'm an ISD police guy. I like police officers. I'd rather have police officers, but I understand that I've got to do what I've got to do to protect my school, my 4,700 students, and my 1,000 staff members, of which one is my wife. And there's no way in the world that I wouldn't do anything humanly possible to protect her in her classroom. And I'll tell you straight up, for a 24-year educator, she said, "Honey, please don't make me carry a gun in my classroom." And I said, "I'm going to do everything I can do, dear, to make sure you don't ever have to carry a gun in your classroom." But school marshals, I love the idea of adding alert. Should have been there all along. It's an 80-hour curriculum. It needs to be added to. But here's the issue with the marshals. TCOLE has controlled who can teach that course since its inception. There are 2 providers in this state that can offer the marshal training. That has to change. I've had 4 police academies in East Texas call me in the last 4 weeks wanting to know how they can get their hands on a copy of the marshal curriculum. I visited with Superintendent Craig Besant of the Abilene-Wiley ISD, who is the state school marshal guru, if you will. And he reminded me about the issue with the availability of that curriculum. So that is, I think, a statutory thing that needs to be addressed, and I hope that you will encourage them, TCOLE, to relax those licensing provisions. Another area where we could get immediate help is retired peace officers. Retired peace officers are out in our communities, whether they're from cities, counties, ISDs or DPS or others. The process to get their license renewed through TCOLE is onerous, to say the least. It takes forever. And so, I understand that they need to be current in training. They need to have a current psychological, and we're happy to do that. But we do have those people. Talking about, we had a lot of talk about social media and a lot of talk about threats earlier today. I'm going to tell you the biggest problem I see is the breakdown in the family. We don't have 2-parent. I grew up in a 2-parent household. If I got in trouble at school, the little birdie called my house, and I was in trouble when I got home. I was a young police officer when I finally figured out who the little birdie was. I called a friend of mine and said, "Sir, your son is doing some very, very dangerous things that's going to cost him his life." And he thanked me for that. And it ultimately did cost the young man his life. But Dad knew about it, and he at least had an opportunity to correct it. So we don't have those things going on anymore. Well, we do have a lot of trauma amongst our students. I'll tell you an instance of what happened in Jacksonville recently. We had a young male in our middle school, very hard time in life, going through puberty. I understand that, going from childhood to adolescence. This young man had had several referrals. The school administration kept telling me, Chief, we're having trouble getting a hold of that student's parents. You know what we learned? Senators, the parents the child had blocked the cell phone numbers in their cell phones of the schools. So mom couldn't get a call from the school to even be able to address that. So that's something we need to have addressed. Social media is the scourge of the world, I'm convinced. I like to keep up with my friends and family's pictures on Facebook as much as anybody, but I'm going to tell you this. These young people, I've seen those kids have 6 or 8 or 10 accounts with different names, and they're doing all kinds of things on social media, and they have it blocked down to their very specific realm of friends. So unless someone sees something and says something, we can't do something about it. Because if you start looking at that stuff and trying to take screenshots and doing that, it lets the person know. And I don't think either one of my district judges wants to be woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to sign an evidentiary search warrant to make TikTok or Instagram or Snapchat happy so that they can release that information to me. We have to have some additional help there. I've heard a lot of talk about access to buildings. Every police officer in the Jacksonville Police Department has a key fob that opens every exterior door on our campuses. I spoke to my maintenance director and superintendent while I was here today, and I told them, we are going to make sure by the time school starts that every door on our campuses is opened by one key. That has happened for the most part. We do have an older building that has to be rekeyed, but you know what? That can get done, and we will do that. The firemen also have fobs. They can come in. I've heard a lot of talk about cameras. The police would like to have access to cameras. The biggest issue to access to cameras in my district is we had to get everything converted to video over IP or internet-based. Hardwired, like many of our buildings are hardwired from the camera to the DVR to a monitor. No, they cannot be monitored by outside agencies. And when the IT people tells them, well, we can't do that, it's because they haven't converted over to the modern technology. We are, and we are continuing to make that access available. Now, mental health and behavioral threat assessments. The teams exist, they work, they need to be strengthened, I think. All of us can have more training to those kind of things. But there's a lot going on in our kids' lives that we're, you know, the school, I watched a gentleman make a presentation yesterday, and he says the definition of in loco parentis has changed in our society. Because used to the school district was in loco parentis. They took care of we took care of their children for 8 or 10 hours a day. In this picture that the gentleman showed were, you know, police officer, paramedic, firefighter, doctor, nurse, school, teacher. So in loco parentis looks a lot different. Do we need more mental health counselors and professionals in school? Absolutely. Absolutely we do. We could follow those kids better if we were able to do that, if we had that support. I live in a county, in Cherokee County, where I share a mental health authority with Anderson County. And since 1976, the state of Texas, unfortunately, hasn't adequately funded mental health services in this state. That was when we started moving people out of mental hospitals, out of the state hospitals, into community-based mental health. And we didn't adequately fund it then, and we've not adequately funded it for many years until the recent infusion of the $100 million for creation of the Mental Health Consortium. So hopefully we'll be able to have more mental health professionals that will be able to serve our schools. Now, I'm going to mention two other things, and then I'm going to stop. I've heard a lot about radio interoperability. It would be nice if all school districts had access to P25, but unfortunately, at the time that P25 came out, many districts had gone a different direction, not knowing what the standard was going to be. And all of a sudden, some of us end up with DMR and some other radio platforms that are not compatible with P25. And to convert ours over to P25, we're going to need some help, because I just put $25,500 in adding repeaters and antennas and things to ensure my radios work in all my buildings, that now I've got to pull all out and replace with P25 because the local agency just upgraded a few weeks ago. So that's going to be, there are going to be a lot of small school districts in rural East Texas and rural West Texas. Senator Perry, I've worked in Brownfield for a while, so I'm familiar with your part of the world. Love it out there. And Senator West was, I spent 12 and a half years in Dallas ISD, so I get it. I get all this. Finally, about truancy. I got dressed down by Appleseed one time and didn't care much for that. Got accused of all kinds of things, none of which were true, but I got accused anyway. But I understand the pipeline to prison, and I do understand where the conversation comes from about the lack of discipline in our schools. The school district police used to be more actively involved in discipline, and we passed a couple of laws a few years back, Senate Bill 393 and 1114, that pretty much decriminalized all school offenses. To a certain extent, we can still do school offenses, and my agency does, but it's a more onerous process. We have to write an offense report, we have to take witness statements, and we have to go file the report with the city prosecutor or the JP or whoever it is. We can no longer just write that citation. But I watched a lot of people ring up $500 citation in Dallas, and they couldn't pay it. And it didn't change. Writing 6,000 tickets in a year didn't change a lot of behaviors. So if you ask me, am I in favor of going back to writing tickets in the classroom? Not really, because I've seen it where we wrote 6,000 a year, and I've seen it where we've written 0. And so we do have to have some more interventions, though. We've got to figure out ways to make discipline work better. Truancy doesn't get filed because most judges don't want to take it. We have kids that miss 30, 40, 50 days in a year. Our administration prepares packets. I carry it to the judge to be reviewed. That's the last I hear of it. We can't hold the students accountable for truancy until they're 17. So we're at a catch-22 about what it costs the school district money for them not to come to school. So we don't know. We have our hands tied. We really don't know what to do about truancy. We have 311 ISD police departments in Texas that comprise almost, I think it's 3,500 officers, 3,456 officers. We teach our officers that you may be the only person going in. You're a single person on a campus, you've got to go in until the next officer gets to you. We got to get 3 to 5 minutes. That's how long we got to keep them out. Statistics have shown that's how long we have to keep them out. That's all. We can take care of it after that. I will close with this. 90% of the people that are going to shoot up our schools, we know. They're internal. They've either students, former students, or someone connected to a student or former student. We know them. We know them very well. And we've got to figure out a way, even in rural Texas, where money may not be as plentiful as it is in some of the major metropolitan areas, to get that trauma-informed care all the way from pre-kindergarten through the 12th grade. And then we have an opportunity with school psychologists, behavioral specialists to know and learn what was the trauma and when did that happen? Was it between grades 4 and 5? Was it between, did someone die? Was there a breakup of the family? So we support our ISD police departments. We support the TPCA and the Sheriff's Association of Texas. I'll tell you about my Safety and Security Committee. All those people are on it. They show up every time we meet. They are part of our plan and part of our response, and I couldn't operate without them. We're about to host 5 days of alert training put on by the DPS in one of our buildings, and the local police department SWAT team just practiced in another one of our buildings before I came down here last Thursday.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Senator Campbell has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have a lot of highly trained veterans. What do you think about putting them on campuses to?
Well, that's, volunteers present some, it would depend on, I wouldn't have a problem with it as long as they can pass a psychological and either get, the marshal, they're still going to have some training and have some authority. Otherwise, you're going to have a huge liability issue. So I have no issue with retired military.
I'll respond to that too, ma'am, if you don't mind.
No,
in some areas, it's very appropriate. West Texas, where law enforcement response would be almost hours sometimes, it would be very appropriate. My area, I'm very fortunate. We have 50 officers, and we have supporting agencies that will be to us within a matter of minutes. And there's been a question today about equipment also. 90% of my vehicles have ballistic shields and ballistic helmets. We also have long rifles and shotguns and some specialty equipment that we're ready to deploy in the event of a situation.
Thank you, but that's happening after the fact. That's 3 minutes. If we have veterans, just some schools have fathers that just walk around and they're looking for suspicious behavior and things.
Correct.
But we've got a lot of veterans.
We do.
And I believe that's a huge cohort of highly trained veterans who would be willing to go through whatever training would be reasonable. So,
and I think all you have to do is authorize that in statute, and I'd be good to go with that.
Yeah, I would too. I'd like to do that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, Chief Averill, let me ask you a question. First of all, let me just say I never thought we'd be sitting on the opposite ends of the table in the Senate chamber.
We've usually sat beside each other.
He was on the police force when I was mayor, way back there.
Way back.
Yeah. Anyway.
Correct. Way back.
You were listening to the previous testimony.
Yes,
you heard the Sheriff's Association mention, which a lot of us commented, thought that was a great idea, to have the school emergency plan officer go over that with the local law enforcement.
Which we do every time. Yeah, I'm all over that.
Police department, I'm assuming Sheriff's Department as well. So y'all do that?
Yes, we do. And there's been a lot of talk about memorandums of understanding. Chapter 37 requires an ISD police department to enter into those, and we have them, memorandums of understanding, both with our city police and our sheriff's department.
A lot of the local agencies, we also share with them the floor plans to our schools and facilities. And in my area, we even give them jump drives so that the officers can insert them into their computers.
So if I go over to the high school or one of the elementary schools and start checking door locks, are they going to work in Jacksonville?
I would say that there could be an issue or two that we're addressing, but it's the human element gets into it. Now, do they have the proper locking hardware? Yes, they do. Did someone put a rock under it? Yep. I don't know. I'll have to go. Now, I will say this. We have some old buildings, a high school that was built in '59 and added on to 5 times that has 7 buildings.
We used to call it the new high school.
That was called the new high school. And humidity, dry, doors warp. Sometimes they don't close quite right, sometimes they do, but it's not for a lack of the proper hardware.
Okay, members, any other questions? This panel, thank you all very much for coming
Thank
here,
you.
being with us all day. Your work is very meaningful, and I'm sure you help save some of our kids.
We appreciate it, Senators. Thank you very much.
So I'll call up the Texas Association of School Administrators, Keith Bryant and Jay Kilgo. Next after that is DPS again, which would be Chief Dale Avent and Lexi Quinney. So, Keith?
Mr. Chairman and members, I am Keith Bryant.
There you are.
I am the
Good
superintendent.
to see you again.
Good to see you, sir. I'm the superintendent of Lubbock Cooper ISD, used to be at Bullard out in Senator Nichols area, and I'm in my 18th year as a superintendent, and I have a perspective. I was a high school principal when Columbine happened back in the 90s, and that has defined my administrative career and the decisions I make. With that said, I will tell you that we're a fast growth district of 8,000 students, one of the fastest growing in the state. But our number one goal that we publish everywhere, that our parents know, that everyone knows, student safety. And I would tell you, I can't speak on behalf of the 1,000+ superintendents in Texas other than this. I don't know one, and I know hundreds of them, that would do everything they could to lay down their lives for their kids as well. So I would tell you that in forefront of our minds as superintendents, student safety. There's a couple of things that I want to visit with you about today. Our district, before I got there, back after the Newtown situation, our board voted to put an officer on every campus. So we have a police department of 12. We have a police chief, a dispatcher, and 10 officers, an officer on every campus. There are not a lot of districts in Texas that have done that, and that's an individual decision that our district made based upon our community's desires. But I want to talk to you about what they do. They do three things. First of all, their presence is a deterrent to bad things happening. Seeing the officer, I get emails all year long thanking me for the officer out front in the morning helping kids unload, being visible during the day, checking doors, walking around the campus, being involved in when there's a school activity. So their main duty, and they know this, and I'm sure these gentlemen that have spoken previously mentioned this, but within 30 seconds is to engage a bad guy and take the bad guy down. That is their job, within 30 seconds on that campus. The second thing they do is to build relationships with students. And the reason I bring that up is because I'm going to talk about something in a minute called the human factor component. It's so important for our law enforcement on our campuses, as well as our school administrators, to know our kids. The school shooters in the 30+ schools that have happened in the last 20 years have all been kids that fit a certain behavioral profile. They're unconventional and they're fearful, and they meet that profile. And our officers, along with our administrators, can identify those kids, can build relationships with other kids. We get so much information from our students about other students that is irreplaceable. And so not only are officers enforcing the law, they're building relationships. And thirdly, anytime our facility is open for any after-hours use, doesn't matter what the event is, school-related or non-school related, we have an officer there for safety and security. So our district PD is pretty important to us. Hardening. Certainly, you've talked a lot about that today, and I share the same belief that you do, in that our classrooms should be locked at all times. Our exterior doors are all fobbed. You cannot gain access. You cannot dumb the door down, as we call it. You cannot lock the door down from the inside to allow it to be open on the outside. It has to be electronic fob to get in. Once you're in the building, there's multiple layers of security. As we built new buildings, some of them have 5 layers before you get to a classroom. Some of our older buildings don't, but our expectation is that every single classroom door is locked all day long. It's a challenge because kids come and go for dyslexia, speech therapy, the nurse, kindergarten kids got to go to the bathroom about every hour.
multiple things happen inside and outside of a classroom, but that is the expectation. We have, every teacher has an app on their phone. Every one of our kids and teachers have an iPad. They have an app. They punch a button. It gives a GPS coordinate. It notifies all of our law enforcement. It's tied to DPS, the sheriff, and the city police, so they can respond immediately should a situation occur that gives them the exact priorities. The human factor component, I mentioned it a moment ago. It's so important to identify kids whose behavior causes you alarm. And then what do you do with them? Well, there's 4 or 5 things. Sometimes it's something like a trauma-induced issue where we can use some peer tutoring. We may use some mentoring from some of our staff or some of our volunteers, and then there's certainly the professional counseling that comes in as well. But we've got to focus on that. The hardening, the police presence, all those things are important, but please remember that the things that we can do to make sure that we are engaging with our kids and walking them through their issues to help them get through those problems may prevent issues from happening in the future. There's a point I want to make as well as we go through this, and certainly you have a right to know everything you're discovering, and our parents have a right to know everything, but we've got to balance that with some confidentiality so that we are not exposed when we have a weakness to a bad guy seeing that. For instance, we don't need to publish our floor plans of our buildings. We give those to law enforcement, but the general public doesn't need to know where every nook and cranny is. And the reason I bring that up as an example, that may be a dumb example, but there's things you're going to have to do and we have to do in our community to be accountable, but there should be a measure of confidentiality we're allowed to keep as well in order to protect our kids. Finally, the only other thing I want to mention is the school safety allotment. Fully supportive of Senate Bill 11 in 19. I know a lot of work went into that. Really good bill. Have no problem with it being a separate allotment. You do need to know that it's, as you know, it's $9.72. We have 8,000 kids, we get $73,000. My police department, all in, salaries, vehicles, benefits, equipment, training, $810,000 a year. Our district has made that a priority, but there would be a benefit to increase that allotment. I think the original discussion, if I remember correctly, was somewhere between 125 to 150 per kid. We've had those discussions in previous weeks as well with some members of the legislature. Every district is different. I have districts near me that have guardian programs and marshal programs because they have no ability to hire school police, and they're 30 minutes from a sheriff's deputy responding. There needs to be some flexibility based on size and location to be able to do some different things. But overall, the ability to handle these bad guys in multiple different ways is of great importance to your schools. And I want you to hear that on behalf of a superintendent.
Sir, Jay Kilgo, Superintendent at Vidor ISD. Thank you all for having us this evening. I've been at Vidor for 15 years, 5 as high school principal, 10 as superintendent. Want to begin by saying our hearts and prayers go out to the community of Uvalde. So we're different from Lubbock Cooper. They're fast growth. We're slow decline. That presents a different set of problems. Our student enrollment is declining slightly each year. We were at 5,000 at one point in time. We've dropped down to 4,200. I would say the main reason is we've been affected adversely by hurricanes. We suffered with some flooding of campuses and just the lack of housing. But to give you some facts and figures, we have a $40 million budget for our school district. $570,000 was spent on safety and security in 2021, and our trend is looking the same way for this year. We have 4 officers. We have 6 security guards. We have 6 campuses. So we don't have an officer at every campus, but when we don't, we have security guards there, and we have an officer at another campus in close proximity. Our newest campus was built in 1970. So we are building 2 new ones right now that were flooded during Hurricane Harvey. They will have a single entry point, but the older ones, there are wings to each one of them, and we've utilized fencing to keep that reined in and provide security there. We emphasize the locking of doors. We run all the required drills plus more. After each drill, we reconvene and we talk about what we did well and what we didn't, and we use that information to improve our plan on a regular basis. We have security foyers. We do visitor check-in, as many do. We've moved elections off of our campus. That's something else that a lot of school districts host elections that we've heard concerns from our parents, and we've been successful in being able to move those off of our campus. We started a mental health program after Harvey. We saw a need with our students and with our community members. We used grant funds to hire 3 mental health counselors. We expanded that and contracted with communities and schools. We've seen success there, and we expect to continue to utilize that. What began as grant funded, we've absorbed into our district budget, and we just see that as a need at this point in time. Another just factoid, $113 per student is the state average spent on safety. I pulled this from a report last night on TEA's website. We spent $141. So we go above and beyond. That is an expectation of our community. We've had the police force for over 15 years. That's how long I've been in the district. I think it existed prior to that for at least 5 years. So I would say we were one of the first districts to have an ISD police. We've grown over the years. We're going to look for improvements. We have a safety and security committee meeting next week, and we're going to listen to those on that committee and look at ways to improve and continue to provide that sense of security for our community. So it's an honor to be here, and we're ready for any questions you guys might have.
Members, do we have any questions? Senator Campbell, then we'll go to Perry, and then West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to ask a quick question. Did you both receive the audit request from the Texas School Safety Committee?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we've submitted successfully.
I mean, do you feel like that really has value? I mean, you're doing it. It's your own self-assessment. Is it just paperwork? You're already doing things. You have a committee set up. Is it of value?
I think it is of value.
How?
I think because it's another entity that helps maybe give us some pointers of something we're missing. You know, when it came about in 2019, we were then faced with 2 years of COVID. And during that time, we probably got off the charge of making sure everything was in line. But since we're hopefully past the COVID issues, anything that they can suggest that would be helpful to us, why not look at it, is the way I see it.
Feel like that needs an audit?
Do I feel like it needs an audit?
That really needs an audit, not something you can do, or just your safety committee couldn't figure out?
As far as an audit such as the governor's proposing?
No,
or
just what we have right now with the Texas School Safety Center.
I think it's okay to turn something in and see if there's any holes in it, but we truly feel like with what we've explained is way ahead of
Yeah, I think it sounds like it's ahead of the game,
ma'am.
too.
I think there's value in another set of eyes, always. And so we're doing it. We're going to submit it, and we're going to listen to suggestions. So we have no problem with it, and the process has value, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see Superintendent. I'm privileged to have him in my district, and he's quality, and he's a good person, and has a great background. And I think it can be an example in a lot of ways. I'm going to ask specifically the 30 seconds response time of meeting and engaging the bad guy. Is that something that's tested, or is that on paper we think we can get there, but from the furthest part of a building to the end, you can meet that from the access points?
With the exception of one building, we can, and it's been tested during our drills, but that building has 2 officers in it, which is our high school.
So you've accommodated, you believe it is a realistic goal?
We really do, yes, sir.
I know we talked a lot about hardening classrooms, and I know that you have a lot of new construction. And so y'all have picked one to where the magnetic strips are available so that the teacher's not constantly interrupted with kids going back and forth to bathrooms and things. So I would just ask, as you go through new buildings, because you're a growing district, housetops out there, I can leave town for a week and go back and there's a whole new development. It's just crazy. And he's responsible for making sure they got a place to go. I used the example today, I can lock my door from the inside in the restroom and nobody can get in. I can open that door from the inside with little effort to get out. I don't know why the magnetic strip route is picked, and it's picked in several districts. It's not just y'all, but I would reevaluate the type of door so that there's not an opportunity for it not to be accessible from inside, preferably digital panic button, like some conversation we've had. Sure. But most importantly, so that there's not an opportunity for complacency, apathy, it's not going to happen to me, sets in and we have an event. Because I will argue today, we were going to have another incident. Our success or failure in keeping that from being successful shooters is going to be contingent upon, did we keep him out of the facility first? And if he gets in the facility, did we keep him out of the doors of the classrooms? So it gives me a little concern that there's a magnetic strip that allows that. But that said, we'll move forward on it. Final question, you and I have had multiple conversations. In your tenure as a superintendent, have you come across kids that, no fault of their own, maybe environmental, maybe trauma, maybe they just are antisocial, don't belong in a classroom?
Senator, as you know, my heart is that all kids can learn and succeed, but we have definitely come across students that the traditional public school setting is not working for them, and there needs to be a place for a kid that is perceived to be a danger to go outside of our school.
And I'll just ask this open-ended, and you don't have to answer it, but I know we have a requirement, a compulsory education that kids are in school through 18. Is it fair to say that you've come across kids that out of sheer frustration of being in some environment they don't want to be in would be better served to let them move on in life?
Yes, sir. I mean, I think...
Not that I agree that that's the best plan for them, but for that individual, they're never going to be in that classroom in a way that is conducive to learn and for others, but they may have other options. Are we being a little short-sighted in requiring that to be an 18-year-old event? Or is there times when that kid don't even need to go to alternatives?
Sure.
They're just not made for public school for other reasons. Should we consider letting them go?
Well, I've said all along, we don't have a kid problem, we have a parenting problem. Kids are kids, they make dumb decisions, but some of the environments that they're coming out of now would probably be better served were they not in our schools, just to protect the safety of other students.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Always look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony also. I've got several questions for you. In your respective school districts, when asked questions about increasing the age that a person has to be in order to purchase a assault weapon, what is the overwhelming consensus?
Did you say, sorry, I can't hear very well.
I'm sorry, I'm not speaking.
You're good.
What's the consensus in your district concerning increasing the age a person has to be in order to purchase a assault weapon?
Senator, believe it or not, I've not heard a lot of dialogue about that. I've heard a lot of dialogue about what are you going to do to keep our kids safe.
And so there's no dialogue about increasing the age to purchase?
I am certain there is. It just has not been directed at me.
Okay, and as superintendent, would it be the same thing for you, sir?
Yes, sir. You know, this happened late in the school year, and so many of our staff is gone. We're having a safety meeting last week. You know, I've had a few conversations just on the side personally, but it's been more about the tragedy of the incident and not. Yeah, I haven't heard much. I haven't had much dialogue about the consensus. I wouldn't be able to speak on how our community feels about changing that age.
So if what we did here in Austin was to deal with the training, looking at the local committees and making sure we have compliance, hardening of the schools, shifting some money around, do you think that just doing that would satisfy the parents in your school districts that we've done everything we could in order to make them feel confident that their schools are safe and their children will be safe?
I think it would go a long way. And I will say this, there are 5 school districts in our county, and we met about this shortly after the Uvalde incident, and everyone is at a different place. So if there was a mandate as far as you've got to do X, Y, and Z, my district already has police officers, and there could be a concern that others don't. They feel like they're better served with what they have. I know there's one district that has the Marshal program. I do like the idea of local discretion, and with additional funding, the school district can come together and decide how that would best be used.
Okay.
I would say, Senator West, that parents don't pay as much attention to what money's put in. They pay attention to what I'm doing with the money we have. And so with our police department being funded, as I mentioned, we have that checked off. So the next step for us is, do we need to do some hardware replacement of doors of our older buildings? Do we need to do some other things, equipment for the police, training for them, what have you? And I would think that they just look at that rather than the amount of money. They just really, in Lubbock, they pay attention to what's happening in Lubbock Cooper.
Has your association taken a position on increasing the age that a student has to be, a person has to be in order to purchase an assault weapon?
TASA has not yet taken any position on that, no, sir.
Is there a discussion going on concerning it?
I'm not aware of one if there is.
Okay. Let me ask another couple of questions here. As it relates to the emergency operating plan, in the various school districts that you represent, to the extent that you know, are the multi-district law enforcement agencies a part of the local safety committee? And conjunction, does the committee also sign off on the plan before it's sent back through the audit process to the state?
As far as I'm aware, the vast majority of districts have involved their other entities. As far as sign-off, I do not know the answer to that. In our district, we actually have them vote to move forward with a plan. So there is sign-off in our regard.
But you don't know whether that is a uniform practice?
I do not know that, no, sir.
There are certain, with the district safety committee, there are certain personnel that must be represented on that committee, and local law enforcement is a required membership of that committee. So we do the same thing. There is local law enforcement involved. There's also counseling. There's, board officers have to be on that also, yes, sir.
Well, and I understand that, but in terms of local law enforcement, is that like, can it just be one entity, i.e. the Uvalde Police Department, or is it the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department?
Yes, it's just one, and that's how we have followed protocol with that. But, I can certainly see value in including more and involving other entities more in that process.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How can we hold school districts accountable if they don't adopt or don't implement active shooter policies and plans?
Well, Senator, with all due respect, I think every school board in the state is going to hold their superintendent responsible if they don't do that. Unfortunately, because of Uvalde and what has happened and what happened in Santa Fe a couple of years ago, I would imagine local communities and local boards are going to hold us responsible for not doing that.
But what if the school boards don't adopt a plan as part of the emergency operations plan?
And I think that's where the school safety audit, the school safety center comes in.
And how do we hold them accountable if we find that they have not done that?
I don't have an answer to that. I think that's something you as a body would have to figure out.
Well, speaking of what we as a body need to figure out, what recommendations would you like to see this committee adopt and include in our report that would help parents feel that we are doing our best to keep their children safe in our schools?
You know, there's, when you go on TEA's website, you can pull up district reports, and I certainly wouldn't say to publish the safety audit, but maybe check off certain things that are required that parents could search and find out, was this properly addressed, yes or no, would be a good place. And that's, you know, that there are reports similar to that with academics on TEA's website, and that could possibly be incorporated into TEA's or even with this Texas School Safety Center.
Sir, do you have something to add to that?
I would only add this, that when we go through these processes and when the information's published, I'll go back to the confidentiality, there has to be a measure of confidentiality to protect districts. If we're short in one area, we need to be aware of that, but it does not need to be publicized until we have an opportunity to rectify it. That's very important in order to protect. So I think as you move forward with recommendations, please consider that aspect of confidentiality in order to protect kids.
Thank you. How do your school districts collaborate and communicate with law enforcement officials at the local, let's say city, county, and state and federal levels to ensure that there is a state of preparedness for emergencies such as an active shooter?
We collaborate with the city of Lubbock, the county of Lubbock, FBI, DPS, game wardens, and conduct drills multiple times a year. They do them on our campuses. They do them in Lubbock ISD. They do them around the area. They collaborate on the emergency operations plan. There's constant communication that occurs. And we allow the professionals, the police chief of Lubbock, as well as our police chief, as well as the DPS sergeant, the sheriff, to work as professionals to handle that. But it is documented. It is well known. It was all over recently the Lubbock News about a drill that took place in Lubbock ISD. So they really handle that themselves. The expectation from the superintendent, which is me and the other superintendents, is that they do that.
I don't guess you have Border Patrol in Lubbock.
We may have an officer or two. We don't see him very often.
Yes. Do you have anything to add, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I was going to reiterate, drills are conducted with other entities in our local region, and the safety committee is really a valuable tool for school districts. And we meet 3 times a year, fall, spring, summer, and extra as needed, and I expect that there will be extra meetings upcoming. But that is extreme. It formalizes the process. We post agendas 72 hours ahead of time, and of course, when we're talking about sensitive information, that's done in executive session, but that is an important aspect.
Thank you. What safety equipment do your school security personnel have? Do they have shields? Do they have ballistic helmets? Do they have any equipment like that in case of an active shooter?
We do not have shields, but we have a plethora of other equipment, an amazing amount of equipment. Certainly after Uvalde, I sat down with my chief and he went over everything with me. I can't repeat it all, but I can tell you that we are well equipped with the exception of shields.
Firearms, we're looking into rifles, shields. We don't have at this point in time. We're looking into that. We're also looking into devices to be able to break down doors if necessary. So there is a definite process right now in place to be able to look for upgrades, and a safety allotment would go a long ways toward aiding in that effort.
And finally, do you have an opinion regarding whether teachers should be armed?
With a district that has a police force, the answer in our district is no, because we want the trained officers to be the ones carrying. But I certainly could see the benefit of that if you're in a more rural area.
Thank you.
Yeah, my opinion is no, and that's me speaking. So I would certainly talk to my committee about that. We have looked at arming other employees. We look at security guards. We look at administrators. I have heard the concern from teachers when this happened that they were concerned and I'm not talking committees or anything. I'm just talking individual conversations about their concern about that. So, we would look in other directions before we did that.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, members, any other questions?
Just one other question, Mr.
Senator West?
In terms of making certain that parents feel comfortable that we're doing everything that we can do in order to make our schools safe, would you support a grading system of A, B, C, F for our school districts, school safety plans? And so by doing that, parents would know whether you're a gold star or whether you're failing.
Senator, it would take a lot of convincing for me to support that, and here's why. If we're deficient in an area, give me a chance to correct it before you put a label on me that would give a bad guy an opportunity.
Okay, so if given a chance to correct it and you didn't correct it, would you support it? Given a chance to correct it and it was not corrected, would you support such a grading system to give parents an idea of what the school safety programs thought of the state as it relates to the school safety program?
I don't think I would support a public record of a grade for school safety, because I think that opens you up to a lot of issues. Certainly communication with your board president, things of that nature, absolutely.
I worry about, I certainly want parents to feel comfortable. I worry about the complexity that would be involved in developing a system like that, because districts have such a diverse set of needs and situations. So that's...
Well, and my colleague just said what I was going to ask you. It comes down to whether the district is safe or not, and parents should have some third party here at the state, preferably our school safety center, to be able to take into consideration some of the issues that you're raising, but ultimately, just like TEA does, give you a grade in terms of what you have as it relates to accountability. Parents have a right to know.
That would certainly push us further.
Yeah,
so, and so I don't deny that. That would create a sense of urgency. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bettencourt. Gentlemen, let me request that you reconsider that answer. The entire school accountability system is based on an A through F type of program to be able to notify the public. So my senior colleague, Senator West, is correct with the assumption that we are trying to get that information out to the public so they can understand what they're dealing with. And quite frankly, nothing would motivate people to make a change if they got a score that they think was too low. And there would be a lot of public introspection about it, and I think that number would be fixed rapidly. And I also want to point out that when you're looking at the Marshall program, understand that at least half the employees are in non-teaching positions, and there's a tremendous pool of people that are in administrative jobs, service jobs, et cetera. So remember that, again, trying to get the right people to the right place at the right time in 3 to 5 minutes should be the key. But I really want you all to think, because I'm of the mind that we fought to restore the A through F and pass that bill last session. So that's going to be part of the landscape in educational transparency and accountability for a long time. So if you all need to visit with your boards, et cetera, please do, and we'd be happy to help with that.
Sure. Sure.
Senator Koch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent Bryant and Mr. Kilgo, Superintendent, thank y'all for your remarks. It echoes so much of what I heard from my superintendents in our district, my district throughout. I quoted two superintendents this morning. One said, we tend to blame the institutions, but don't hold, or we tend to hold the institutions accountable, but we don't tend to hold the individual committing the crime accountable. I thought that was very poignant when we were discussing on one call. And then another superintendent this morning when I was driving here from the southern part of my district talked about parent involvement. You opened with your remarks, I believe it was. I know the police chief from Jacksonville talked about parent involvement. What do you mean by that? Parents being involved in their children's lives and this, social construct that we're dealing with. Senator Perry talked about a more dangerous world that we deal with. What did you mean by that?
We have parents that are very involved in their kids' lives. They know exactly what's going on. They know what they're posting on social media. They know what activities they're involved in. Then you have some parents that aren't involved to that degree, but they're aware of where their kids are. And then you have another group of parents that it's almost like the latchkey kids of my generation, that the parents aren't there, they're checked out. And it's all over the state of Texas we're dealing with that. I will just tell you that what I've seen in my 30 years as an educator, from a teacher now to a superintendent, is that the greater the parent involvement, the more productive the kid is in every single case. Doesn't mean kids don't make dumb mistakes if they have both parents involved, or it doesn't mean that someone with an absent parent can't do great things. But generally speaking, there's a correlation. And I just think it's important that schools do everything we can to involve the parents so that they can partner with us and they feel like we're partnering with them, not only in academics, but also student behavior for student safety purposes.
Well said. Thank you. I wanted to follow up just quickly on the perpetrator in Uvalde. We obviously knew he was truant and also no longer lived with his mother. I think the father was never involved. Don't know that yet. We're finding out a lot of details now. And so your thoughts on truancy quickly. We've heard the police chiefs. Is it an indicator of a child that's struggling to be there, obviously to keep up with academics, but what would y'all want to see as tools of helping us with truant children?
Well, I would personally, I'll give you a short answer. I would like to see us return more to how things used to be, with the ability for us to pursue criminal charges for some of these issues. Not in every case, but give us the ability to do it. I've seen a marked increase in that behavior since the ability for us to pursue criminal charges was taken away.
Which was 2015, I think that law was passed.
I agree. Same. It's much more difficult. We've also seen a decline in attendance post-COVID. Students and families where school was not a priority, it became less of a priority. We need them back in school. We need them engaged. And, unfortunately, we need to be able to have that legislation to back us up whenever we want to move forward with those things.
And then tomorrow we'll be more focused on this, but I ask all my superintendents, mental health. Do y'all use your LMHA? Do you use T-Chat? I know up in Lubbock, y'all have I think it's called the Twitter.
It's now called Cater, C-A-T-R.
I'm sure there was some violation there. What do y'all use on your mental health tools?
We use a variety of things. We have 2 LPCs on staff, not school counselors. They're LPCs. They see kids all day long. That's their job. We use Cater. We use, there's an agency in Lubbock, Star Care, that we turn to. So we use multiple agencies to help us with those kids when we identify them.
Is Star Care your LMHA, local mental health authority, or is that just a?
It's a private entity. It's community funded, but it's a private entity.
So we were fortunate after Harvey. We received several grants, Red Cross, Texas Children's did a grant, gave us a grant in which students can do telemed mental health support. We have students that can't afford to make that travel and can't afford the supports that go along with that. So we've been able to bridge a gap there, but you know, we've poured a lot of resources into that. We're hearing very positive returns. You know, weather issues hit our community hard, then COVID. And these, you know, like the tragedy in Uvalde, those kids internalize that, and all of that is an issue that affects them. And just the family structure on a day-to-day basis is tough.
Neither one of y'all use T-Chat.
Teacher, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We do use it. Yes.
You don't? Okay, great. I've heard great things about it. I look forward to the discussion tomorrow, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anyone else? I've enjoyed working with both of y'all in the past.
Sir.
Kind of unusual. But I do appreciate the work you've both done. You've gone to Lubbock. Your predecessors and, your replacements here in the building for Bullard. But Dr. Kilgo, we're going to be seeing you again in the fall, as we usually do, probably in September, early October.
Sounds great.
Tours. Looking forward to it. Thank both of y'all for being here all day and for the work that y'all do. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you all. Appreciate your work. Yes.
Now call up Texas Department of Public Safety, Chief Dale Avant, Intelligence Counterterrorism Division. I was going to talk about the Fusion Center, and then Lexi Quinney. There she is. I watch support. So however y'all have it set up, whoever wants to go first.
With your permission, I'll start off, Chairman.
Sure.
Good evening. Chairman Nichols, Vice Chairs Creighton, Colcourst, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dale Avant. I'm the Chief of the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division for the Texas Department of Public Safety. I'd like to thank you for providing Director Quinney and I the opportunity to testify before you on this critically important issue of school safety. My opening testimony will briefly touch on the role of fusion centers in protecting our schools, and to the broader role that recognized fusion centers play in protecting and responding to threats in our community. So the first question we usually get is, what is a fusion center and what do you do? The Texas Government Code defines fusion centers as multidisciplinary collaborative efforts of two or more agencies that combine resources, expertise, and intelligence, and other information with the goal of maximizing those agencies to detect, prevent, and respond to criminal activities, to a terrorist attack, to natural or man-made disasters, or to extraordinary law enforcement emergencies such as a school shooting or another mass casualty criminal event. The broad mission of fusion centers is to serve as the central point for the collection, coordination, analysis, and dissemination of information and intelligence to first responders, to law enforcement, and to the private sector. Fusion centers bring together personnel from multiple disciplines and multiple jurisdictions to understand local implications of national intelligence and to add state and local information and context to federal intelligence, thus enabling local, state, and federal officials to better protect our communities. So another question we get, when were fusion centers created? So fusion centers were created by state and local governments across the nation in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks in 2001 to assist in the identification, prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery to terrorist acts and other major threats to public safety and the lives of every citizen of our country. In 2003, not long after the 9/11 attacks, the Texas legislature directed DPS to establish what's known today as the Texas Fusion Center. Currently, in-house participating agencies in our center include the Texas Military Department, multiple components of the Texas Military Department, the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, the Drug Enforcement Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, Texas Parks and Wildlife, U.S. Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, U.S. Customs and Border Protection's Office of Field Operations and their Office of Intelligence, and U.S. Border Patrol. In 2011, Governor Rick Perry formally designated 6 additional regional recognized fusion centers in Texas. And in 2019, Governor Greg Abbott formally designated Texas's 7th regional recognized fusion center. Today, there are a total of 80 recognized fusion centers in the national network of fusion centers. The list of the 8 designated fusion centers in Texas include, obviously, the Texas Fusion Center for the states, the primary center, and 7 regional centers. There's one in Austin, the Austin Regional Intelligence Center, that's managed by Austin Police Department, the Dallas Fusion Center, that's managed by the Dallas Police Department, El Paso Metrics Fusion Center, that's managed by the El Paso PD, Fort Worth Intelligence Exchange, managed by Fort Worth PD, the Houston Regional Intelligence Service Center, managed by the Houston Police Department, the North Texas Fusion Center, managed by the Collin County Sheriff's Office, and the Southwest Texas Fusion Center, managed by the San Antonio Police Department. So what has Texas Fusion Center done specifically to address school safety? Following the Santa Fe High School mass attack in 2018 and the domestic terrorist attack in El Paso and active shooter attack in Midland, Odessa in 2019, the Texas Department of Public Safety expanded a team of analysts and supervisors in the Texas Fusion Center that is responsible for conducting enhanced online proactive threat monitoring in support of the department's counterterrorism mission. These analysts are responsible for proactively seeking, assessing, and monitoring domestic terrorism and other mass casualty threats, coordinating with their counterparts who conduct similar analytic tasks focused on international terrorism, and coordinating with partners from federal, state, and local agencies to counter these threats. Their work also includes monitoring of criminal or threatening posts and behavior as documented on social media, and deep web platforms for potential terrorism and mass casualty threats. This team's efforts were recently recognized by the National Fusion Center Association for stopping acts of mass violence, including their crucial role in preventing a school shooting last September in Ingleside, Texas. A brief paragraph kind of outlining those events. On September 15th of 2021, the Texas Fusion Center received a suspicious activity report, which is essentially a tip and lead, related to an online post by an individual threatening to kill his family and himself. The social media user also posted photos of what appeared to be his deceased family members, apparently shot to death, and posted online. Texas Fusion Center analysts conducted open source intelligence research and collaborated with multiple law enforcement agencies to help local authorities positively identify and locate the suspect at his home in Ingleside, Texas. And when I say that was no small feat, there were quite a few things that had to happen for that to occur. Some legal process that had to be served on some social media providers, much coordination both within our own agency and with local agencies in the region to actually get officers to this individual's door and make contact with him. During the early morning of September 16th, which is, we got the tip that evening, so this is early the next morning, local authorities attempted to make contact with the subject at his home. The subject refused to surrender and killed himself inside his trailer house. Upon entering the suspect's home, the local authority discovered the suspect had shot and killed his mother, his father, sister, and family dogs. A search of the subject's vehicle revealed a large quantity of firearms and ammunition, as well as other evidence that indicated the suspect was likely planning a school shooting attack that day. And those are the things that don't make the news, like obviously the catastrophes that we've recently experienced in Uvalde. But they're important events that happen behind the scenes, I won't say every day, but more than you might think, that show there is a way to mitigate the likelihood that these events happen in the first place. In addition to those additional analytical resources that I mentioned, the Texas Fusion Center, after those events in 2019, amended our suspicious activity reporting platform called iWatch Texas. Hopefully you've heard of that platform, to offer a statewide school safety reporting system to better ensure that tips from different parts of the community are better reported back to the schools to allow for the appropriate interventions and enhance school safety. And at this point, unless you have specific committees of what I've shared with you right now, I'd like to take the opportunity to conclude my opening remarks and pass it to Ms. Quinney to continue on.
We'll do that. I usually like to try to finish all of it and then ask questions, but Senator Hinojosa has got a question he wants to ask.
No, I'll wait till they finish.
Okay.
I was just wondering what we have on the list of, long list of events. But I'll ask my.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Good evening, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chairs Creighton and Colhorst, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Lexi Quinney. I am the Director of the Support Directorate for the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division within the Texas Department of Public Safety. I would also like to thank you for this opportunity to testify to you today on the critically important issue of school safety. My prepared testimony will focus on the Texas Suspicious Activity Reporting Network, also known as iWatch Texas. Suspicious Activity Reporting, or SAR, programs have been identified nationally as an important tool for detecting threats, pre-operational planning and preparations for attacks, or other criminal activity. SAR programs are most valuable when networked, allowing for real-time information sharing that can identify threat patterns between distinct reports of suspicious activity that came from more than one source or location. The use of a single statewide reporting system ensures that tips from different parts of the community are all integrated to link critical data. The Texas Fusion Center began using a technology platform and solution designed by a company called Trapwire for our suspicious activity reporting program in January 2013 with the launch of iWatch Texas. The program has an all crimes reporting and threat detection capability, as well as the capability to export reporting directly to the FBI eGuardian system. Each of the 7 recognized regional fusion centers have their own site on the Trapwire platform, creating the Texas Suspicious Activity Reporting Network. The Texas Suspicious Activity Reporting Network is designed to create a comprehensive collection, analysis, and response to terrorism and crime-related activity, which assists law enforcement efforts to detect, deter, and disrupt criminal activities. The collection of suspicious activity reports is guided by the Texas Fusion Center privacy policy and the Information Sharing Environment SAR functional standards approved by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. This means that suspicious activity reporting is done through a behavior-focused approach. Following the Santa Fe High School mass attack in 2018, a school safety capability was added to iWatch Texas. A list of schools was used to create a site for each of those individual school campuses on the Texas School Safety Network. There were still schools missing from iWatch Texas, but TEA has provided a comprehensive list, or what we believe is a comprehensive list, of public and charter schools in Texas, and Trapwire is currently comparing the current sites on iWatch Texas to ensure that our list is as comprehensive as possible. New campuses are being added daily. School safety activities on the School Safety Network include bullying, cyberbullying, self-harm, suicidal ideation, and planned school attack, as well as others. iWatch Texas has a unified reporting capability through the website, apps, and 24/7 phone line monitored by the State Fusion Center. Reports are quick and easy to make, but even more importantly, these reports are all analyzed against all other reports on the Texas Suspicious Activity Reporting Network and on the School Safety Network. Every Fusion Center and school site on the network controls their own data, meaning the owners of that site control who can see the reporting, what they can view, and when, without revealing sensitive information, while still being part of the network. Traditional suspicious activity reporting and school safety reporting are separate and data is protected, but the reports are still able to be analyzed with one another in order to identify threat patterns. Threat patterns are made through matches on the system from multiple sources of information across geography and time. When a person or vehicle appears in more than one report, the system links those reports together, creating a threat pattern. In 2021, there were approximately 1,700 matches made on the network that created approximately 800 threat patterns. That was a match in 2021 of one match for every 4.06 reports. This matching and threat pattern detection includes school safety data, but the school safety capability has not been fully implemented in schools throughout Texas. For example, we didn't have a single report for Uvalde ISD at the time of the incident. So in 2021, there were approximately 300 school safety related reports made to iWatch Texas. This is a very low number considering the number of school districts in Texas. Protecting Texas students, faculty, and schools requires everyone's support and engagement. Using a single statewide reporting and repository system as opposed to a school district specific system ensures that tips from various parts of the community are all integrated, enabling school districts and law enforcement to better identify threats and take steps to prevent rather than respond to mass attacks in our communities and our schools. This concludes my prepared testimony, but I am available for any questions you may have.
And Hosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier today, I was asking a question about whether a fusion center could help in the situation up in Uvalde, where the shooter was, I guess, setting Instagrams and notifying people, or at least giving notice that he was planning to do a shooting and involved in violence. My question was at that time whether a fusion center would have helped in that situation. I guess the answer was no, because it's private communications. Is that correct?
Well, we would not have been able to help without additional help from the community.
Yeah.
The same is true with the Ingleside example that I provided. So the pictures and the information that was submitted to us in a SAR was submitted by someone that was in one of these groups that's a private group that this individual was participating in, and had claimed, hey, I'm about to kill my family, I'm going to do all these other terrible, nasty things. And it was only to the people within that group that knew about it. Someone within that group notified law enforcement, who eventually ended up at the Texas Fusion Center. And this is within an evening's period of time. We're talking hours. And it was from that information we were able to pinpoint and confirm the person was in Texas. We had to, through trying to get IP addresses and find out who the internet service provider was. There were additional challenges that the ISP and way he was hitting the internet was actually through a wireless hub that was in a trailer park that wasn't assigned to a person, so multiple people had access to use it, and they had to pinpoint down which trailer is it, who is it, and working with local officers, we were able to help determine it was that person.
In the Rio Grande Valley, we have not a fusion center, we have an intelligence gang center. That's really been very helpful in coordinating communication and sharing information with the local police departments in the Rio Grande Valley. It's been very effective identifying threats, cartel gang members, and right after the Uvalde situation, there were a whole bunch of copycats in the Rio Grande Valley. And there was a very quick response by local police departments by sharing information and intel and arresting the actual students who are posting these threats on social media. So fusion centers can be a very effective tool. And while you may not have access to private chats in terms of Instagram, for whatever reason, they still share a lot of that just in the general public domain. Because I know there were certain, how should I say, prosecution indictments taking place where the FBI picked up most of the information. I think sort of the Texas Rangers from Instagrams were being used in communicating with different conspirators in criminal elements.
Essentially, it's all information and intelligence sharing. It's not a new concept. It wasn't something new that was really identified when they created fusion centers after 9/11. What was new was how state and locals interacted with federal agencies and how we opened up those communication lines in both directions. So we were able to see what the feds were seeing as it related to threats in the homeland, which also opened the door to state and locals sharing even more information that had a local context, but fed a larger, in some cases, national intelligence issue. But to your point, yes, there's a lot of intelligence centers in many of your communities. It's the intelligence function goes back decades, and many agencies have an intelligence component within their departments, and they're very helpful, especially in today's age, in helping identify and fight crime.
Well, thank you for the work you all do.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quickly, to be sure I understand, you take referrals from anybody, correct? General public, anybody?
Anyone. There's various ways to receive a report, but
So
yes, anyone can submit a report.
do you get referrals from social media companies?
We do on rare occasion. What usually is unique in the quality of, or the issue when we get notification from a social media company is it is interpreted to be an imminent threat. Not they're thinking about doing it, not they've seen a gun, not that they've done anything.
Safe to say you don't have a fairly active.
We do not, no.
I mean, they have 40,000 people, I'm told, in one social media platform that their job is to root out problems like this. But you would think you would be getting more. Along the same lines, you said there was 300 basically reports through iWatch from districts. Now, would you take, and I know this Pandora's box, but would you take a referral from a district that says, Johnny is someone we're very concerned about, would you monitor Johnny's Facebook postings? Would you put a tag effectively on that individual going forward? In other words, we just have this feeling based on behavioral, based on counselors, based on attitudes, we think this guy. So if this guy is raised to your awareness level, do you have the capacity to kind of track that guy through the system?
If there's a predicate to some type of criminal behavior that is consistent with what law enforcement has historically done with criminal intelligence, there are things that we could do to make sure that we don't continue to observe what is potentially criminal behavior, but we don't per se monitor.
I know you don't chase, but it would be an option if someone said, I have a concern, this guy may do something, here's what we know about his social media platforms. You can, with that information, legally or whatever that is, make that.
If the behavior itself met the appropriate threshold for us to, one, maintain that report, yes, we could continue to determine if that behavior continues.
But I will say that if they're saying something along those lines, there's been some behaviors that are pointing to that would probably fall in the threshold of a school safety report.
And you could do it.
Which could then go into...
There's a way, there's a path.
This system.
Specifically, I hate to say it, I've heard of iWatch, I'm not familiar with iWatch. How do you get the word out to the district specifically, and just as important to the general public, that platform exists?
In a recent letter, both TEA, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and DPS received from the governor, we received a charge just to do that very thing. to market I Watch Texas as a platform that should be used and verbalized, communicated, shared within.
Pre-K through 12 and higher ed, because higher ed coordinating board is higher education, so you get the directive for pre-K through 12 awareness also?
Yes.
Have you contacted the 1,200 districts and said, here is a platform you can use when you have a problem?
We've been directed, DPS has been directed, TEA has been directed.
Okay.
The Higher Education Coordinating Board has been directed in the same letter to do that very thing and take on that effort in a very recent letter we received from the governor's office.
Okay, other questions? Senator Coker?
Just to follow up, and I like the line of questioning. My staff and I were kind of working about, like, when when you find troubling information, where do you report that other than just Facebook? We feel like that kind of goes off into the abyss, it's not acted upon. So is iWatch where you should report that? And like Senator Perry was saying, do we market that? And are y'all beefed up enough to handle that?
Well, the unknown, of course, is scale and scope. So
right.
I have quite a few analysts. I have a number of analysts that are dedicated to this purpose, but what I've also committed to the governor's office is that whatever the volume of reporting ends up being, we will initially retask analysts that are doing other things to ensure that we don't get receives that sit in this box for more than 24 hours.
Well, and I think to this particular Uvalde tragedy, there was warning signs, and I think Director Mccraw spoke of that today. Some people went ahead and blocked him so that they would not receive that, but when 10 days and counting, different things. So if the public is listening tonight, is iWatch where they report that?
That's where we would request and recommend that they report that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and that was not yesterday, it was this morning. It seems like yesterday. Yeah, okay. What opportunities do you all recommend that how we can maximize the effectiveness of what you're doing?
Following the questions that you've just posed to us about, how to get the word out, how to increase the reporting, the system is very capable. It doesn't require an individual analyst to remember 2 weeks ago this report came in, and I need to link it to this report we just got now.
Do y'all advertise?
We have done some advertising on social media, but I also know that they are looking at other aggressive ways to do that, especially given the governor's recent.
I would think you're going to have to advertise.
Yeah.
Part of the
kinds of other products out there.
We have received some feedback that I'll call challenges from school districts. Lexi may be able to elaborate some on what those were. I know I've heard concerns about other school districts, other entities having ideas or knowledge of problems that exist within the district.
I bet if you work with the school districts, they would probably, they're in a position to help you quite a bit on that. Be my guess.
Those are example of things that we've taken away from
with the amount of reporting that you do have, although we hope to maybe expand that. Is that mainly coming from students, from parents, or from faculty?
I would say that we don't get a lot from students or even faculty. It's more community member reporting, just the general public, and then through the threat monitoring that our analysts are doing and identifying those threats online. Now, it's a lot to search through, so we're not finding all the threats. So reporting from social media would be beneficial, companies, but not a lot from, a lot of school districts have their own in-house reporting systems. I talked about like the school district specific reporting systems. So we don't really know how many reports that internal system is getting.
Well, if y'all can come up with some recommendations to this committee on how to expand that, we certainly are open to ideas. Anyone else have a question? If not, thank y'all both very much for being here today, all day. Senator West?
Are there similar systems in other states, like Texas?
No other state, to my knowledge, handle suspicious activity reporting the way the state does. We have 8 centers.
Okay.
All of our systems are connected. There's also the option at the federal level, there's a number of agencies that use the same type of software to identify pre-operational surveillance, and DOD uses it on some of its military facilities to identify people that are trying to surveil. And there's a way to share information threats within people that use that platform. Of course, you have to agree to share, and sometimes it's just a pointer, but sometimes that pointer is enough to know I need to go talk to this person because it appears as though there may be a link. But there are other schools, there's other solutions. It's not the only one, but other states have not done it the way that we have done it. We are very much unique in how we've implemented this.
Thank you very much.
Mike back on. Okay, no other questions. We appreciate what y'all are doing, and I think there's an opportunity here to continue to expand it. So thank y'all very much for being here, and we'll call up our next witness panel. TechNet Servando Esparza, Executive Director of Texas in the Southwest. And so please state your name for the record and lay out your testimony.
Yes, sir. Chairman Nichols, Vice Chairs Creighton and Colcourse, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Servando Esparza, and I'm Executive Director for TechNet in Texas and the Southeast. TechNet represents 97 member companies, each with their own community standards and internal policies. Therefore, my remarks will focus broadly on the tech industry's commitment to identifying and removing violent content and strengthening the partnership between industry and law enforcement. Before I begin, I want to take a moment on behalf of TechNet to express our shock and horror regarding the tragic shooting in Uvalde. Each technology platform has a specific and unique set of policies that define which content is allowed and which is not allowed on the platform. This is an effort to prohibit harmful content and content including hate speech and inciting violence. These standards evolve over time as platforms are working to meet new challenges and improve their platforms. When platforms find content that violate their standards, it gets addressed. To identify harmful content as quickly as possible, TechNet's member companies utilize both technologies such as artificial intelligence, or I'll say AI, as well as humans for additional review. Platforms' technological investments include AI and machine learning, which is a specific AI application that provides systems the ability to automatically learn and improve from experience without it being explicitly programmed. These tools allow platforms the ability to run automated checks to detect content that violates their community guidelines and to do so at scale. Improving these capabilities is an ongoing process. In the testimony, and I provided it to the committee, there's a couple of examples of the scope of the content that promotes violence. For instance, from January to March 2020, this year, one platform took action on 21.7 million pieces of content. During the same time, another platform took action on 2.7 million pieces of content, and another platform took action on over 10,000 accounts for promoting violence and violent extremism. These figures are based on publicly available transparency reports that the platforms already produce and make available on their websites. Platforms do not rely on technology alone, as context can be extremely important. Platforms have human reviewers who work on safety and security, as well as the platform's users themselves, who are empowered and encouraged to report accounts and content. These reports are then assessed by human reviewers to determine whether that content should be removed or not. In 2017, several tech companies formed the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism to improve the industry's ability to address online terrorism content. This industry-wide effort has focused in part on improving the capacity of a broad range of companies independently and collectively to meet this threat. For example, they're leveraging technology such as shared industry hash databases of violent terrorist imagery and propaganda. How that happens is there's essentially a unique digital fingerprint on these photos or videos that allow the platforms across to work with each other to identify those and share how to identify those. and they can, before it's even posted, scan for it. If they find it, they can remove it so it won't get posted altogether. And this is part of kind of global cooperation. I'll move to collaboration with law enforcement. So communication and collaboration between tech platforms and law enforcement at the federal, state, and local level is essential to protecting our communities. First and foremost, platforms encourage users, and I'm going to stress this because I think this is critical. First and foremost, platforms encourage users to immediately reach out to local law enforcement if they believe a person is in immediate danger or a threat to others, as law enforcement will be in the best position to respond without delay, relying on the information from a third party. Platforms have specific teams that are tasked with working with law enforcement. These teams include not just content reviewers, but also teams of engineers, technicians, attorneys, former law enforcement, and counterterrorism experts whose focus is safety and security. When they identify a credible threat of imminent harm, platforms will often reach out proactively to law enforcement. And I know that's counter to what you just heard, but I'm explaining why. Platforms are able to provide information to law enforcement in cases of emergency involving danger of death or serious physical injury to any person. Other times, law enforcement officials will reach out to the platforms with requests for information either during an emergency, as described above, or part of an investigation where they're building a case against a criminal. The disclosure of communication or records is regulated by the Federal Stored Communications Act, which is part of the Electronic Communications Privacy Act. This federal law requires governmental entities, including law enforcement agencies, to secure legal authorization, such as a subpoena, court order, or search warrant, to require platforms to disclose user information. Respect for privacy and security of data that users store on the platforms underpins their approach to producing data in response to legal requests. When platforms receive such a request, their teams make sure to review it and it satisfies privacy and legal requirements. Generally speaking, for a platform to produce any data, they often require the request to be made in writing, signed by an authorized official of the requesting agency, and issued under an appropriate law. Once it is determined that those requests satisfy applicable legal requirements, then platforms each have internal processes to work with law enforcement to then report that information timely. Some platforms have encrypted systems or portals that allow law enforcement to securely submit legal requests for user data, view the status of that request, and download the responses. Platforms provide resources, including in-person and virtual trainings for law enforcement officials so they can learn how to submit legal requests for information and how to coordinate in emergency situations. In conclusion, technology platforms help users build communities across the world, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, Senator Perry?
Yes, sir. So I get the due process aspect. How long does it take you to turn a request?
For emergency requests, I've heard, well, let me explain this. On the proactive reporting from a social media platform, if it meets that standard, like I mentioned, imminent harm to an individual and another person, the social media platform can provide that information directly to law enforcement. Typically, when they do that, they provide it to the FBI which I've heard sort of travels down through the Fusion Center. When it's a request that law enforcement makes to the platform, if it meets that standard, I've been told, and there was testimony back with the mass violence hearings, that is typically about 30 to 2 hours. It depends on if the information is available, how much information, and typically that information is the name of the individual, the date of birth, any sort of hometown or where they live if that's available, and then IP address or any other sort of geolocation information.
So it's not days?
I'm sorry?
It's not days?
It's not days, no. The emergency ones, no. For traditional non-emergency requests, that takes about 10 to 14 days regularly.
I guess who determines it's an emergency or not? You or the law enforcement?
So the Law Stored Communications Act describes specifically what an emergency is, which I read was the imminent harm. Let me just pull it up. I do not want to get it wrong. If the provider in good faith believes that an emergency involving danger of death or serious physical injury to any person requires disclosure without delay of communications relating to the emergency.
So if someone says, I'm going to go shoot my family with no time certain, is that an emergency?
Arguably, someone could say that would, if there's no sort of timetable, unless there's any other sort of information that would make it seem like it was imminent, then someone could argue that it isn't.
The Facebook or whoever, social media company would likely respond as a referral to the, you heard iWatch say we don't get many. When we get them, it's imminent. But that would qualify under TechNet's version of what would be allowable to give to law enforcement.
For a social media platform to proactively provide that information, that would be a questionable scenario. If, let's say, law enforcement has information from iWatch or another source to say, we saw another platform, or he posted, or he texted his friend, and we have a copy of that text message that provides that there is an imminent a threat, then I think that would help make the case for
So
information
to be clear then, and I just want to be clear and we'll leave it alone and move on, but it really requires an initiative from the law enforcement community to you guys that are all in about monitoring neighborhoods and all in about community standards and all about removing certain things that are not in line with corporate culture. But yet, when you see a potential imminent threat, no time certain, but clearly someone's unhinged, talking about killing family members, et cetera, that's not an event that y'all feel comfortable reporting to an iWatch.
I would say that there's not enough context there just on that example. If it says they will work with law enforcement to
give me an example of what qualifies as context for the initiative to come from the TechNet group to the law enforcement versus law enforcement having to request it.
If there's essentially someone post publicly that they're going to attack so-and-so tomorrow, or that they're going to attack them as soon as they find them, that would be enough of a threat that you could essentially refer it to law enforcement.
Well, I would make this based on other data points I have, that y'all as an industry have a more responsible to make that judgment call, if you will, in those situations than you're making today, and probably not waste as much time on the things that are not life-threatening.
Okay, Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it goes into effect, what impact would House Bill 20 have on companies' ability to monitor, investigate, and address content that may signal potential violence, including hateful speech and bullying?
If I understand your question, it was about House Bill 20, and how it would potentially. House Bill 20, TechNet opposed that bill. At the time when that was being debated, what we said is there are some exclusions in the bill that allows the platforms to remove content. The problem is there's those questionable content where it's not illegal to say something racist, but platforms don't allow it to be posted on their platforms. Most of them have content moderation standards that remove that. If the way that House Bill 20 was structured, if there was a question mark, the question on that content, someone could sue and argue that their rights were sort of that there was damages that because they were not able to post it and it was removed, or someone was not able to receive that expression. I think it was the term in that bill, and so. I think in that context, I think it makes it a little bit difficult when the default is, should I not remove something for fear of being sued, or leave it up there and sort of make that argument? I think it's those times when it's on the fence of what the question is. I think that is what we highlighted when that was being debated.
Thank you. What can we do to ensure that law enforcement officials can work more effectively with social media companies when it comes to such dangerous and threatening language?
I think some of the ways are sharing intel in terms of what threats are. I know that happens. That's part of the global group that I mentioned, being able to see some of those trends or seeing content that users are going to try to cross-post in different platforms. I also think that one of the complications, and we're just having that discussion with Senator Perry, was on the timing of the non-emergency ones. That can take 10 to 14 days. A lot of the lag time there is some law enforcement officials that submit that information just have never submitted it before, don't know exactly what they need to upload, that a court order of some sort of subpoena or some of that information needs to be on there. So the platforms have provided, some training to law enforcement to explain how their processes work so they can expedite that information.
Do you believe that law enforcement officials need better training regarding how to report this language to the social media companies?
How to submit the request for information so that there's no lag time, yes. They can get that information as soon as possible.
They need training specifically in that, because it's a complicated process.
It is, so I asked the platforms, why would a request not be fulfilled, or what would take a while? A lot of it was they don't submit a legal order, or they submit a request that's too broad, and so the amount of work it'll take to sort of provide that, or the request, either they requested information on a person that's not a user, or so there's sort of that information. The platforms have provided some information in terms of here's usually why there's a delay. Here's sort of the cheat sheet of how to essentially fill out this form so that you have this information and there's no delay.
Thank you. I have a very long article here published by the Washington Post, and the headline is, "Before Massacre, Uvalde Gunmen Frequently Threatened Teen Girls Online," and it goes into great detail about the different messages that were posted by the Uvalde shooter, and yet people dismissed him because they seemed so outrageous that they lacked credibility. How can we increase people's sensitivity and their understanding of what really poses a threat? Is that possible at all?
That's a very difficult question, especially looking at everything that was posted, and he seemed to have posted, and I don't have any other intel than what has been published in articles, but that he posted at very different places. A lot of those were private messages, but there were some folks that testified earlier this morning that in interviews with individuals, teachers or others, that they sort of said, like, this guy had something sort of wrong. And I think someone earlier said either he looked like a shooter or that type of information. I think the way that the iWatch system was just explained, if a lot of that information had come from a lot of different sources, I think if it came from, if there was a threat that provided some additional context, like the iWatch report, that would help make the case for, hey, we need to take this post that I think there was a post that said something about like in 10 days or something sort of similar. It's very vague, right? I mean, in retrospect, we see that and say, of course, like it makes it very obvious, but in that moment, and it's not. And so having that cross intel, I think would be incredibly helpful. So I'm glad that I learned about iWatch a second ago.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I go to Senator Hughes, is there anyone else who has a question? If not, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many companies did you say make up your organization?
We have 97.
Any we might recognize. I don't want you to have to pick your favorite or least favorite, but
they're all my favorite.
You love them all. I understand. I mean, Google, Meta,
yes,
Twitter.
No Twitter. In sort of the space, we have Pinterest, Nextdoor, You mentioned Google, what shows YouTube, there's Instagram, Facebook, and Twitch.
I'm going to hand you a document, let you take a look at it.
Sir.
I'm glad you talked about House Bill 20 with Senator Zaffarini a little bit. For some more context, House Bill 20, that was Senate Bill 5, House Bill 20 from the second special session last year, this same legislature, right, 87th legislature last year.
That's right.
I'm going to read some language from that bill, and I want you to verify that I'm reading it correctly. Now, as you see, you have a document with some language from that bill, and so in section 120.053, it says biannual transparency report. You see where I'm reading?
Yes.
As part of a social media platform's acceptable use policy under section 120.052, the social media platform shall publish a biannual transparency report that includes, with respect to the preceding 6-month period, quote, section 1, the total number of instances in which the social media platform was alerted to illegal content, illegal activity, or potentially policy-violating content. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Skip down with me to section 2. It says, subject to subsection B, I'm going to quote, the number of instances in which the social media platform took action with respect to illegal content, illegal activity. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
You remember that language from Senate Bill 5, House Bill 20?
Yes, sir.
Under that bill, obviously a low-numbered bill, a priority for the Senate and for the House. You'll recall also for the governor, we required you to report illegal, we required your members to report illegal activity. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
You had to report the number of instances, the nature of the activity, and the action taken against it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Of course, you, in fact, you personally, on behalf of your members, testified against that bill. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Sitting right there, as I recall.
Yes, sir.
Not only testified against the bill, but then sued us to keep us from receiving these reports. And now, by one vote, you've succeeded in getting the U.S. Supreme Court to temporarily block this law and stop the enforcement of those sections that I just read. Isn't that correct?
So TechNet did not sue, and all of our opposition was never on this report. I never testified about any issues with that report. I was even deposed in the case on this, and that never came up. The policies that we focused on in the lawsuit that TechNet was not a part of, but was a declarant, and we signed on to several amicus briefs. This reporting part, I did not ever sort of talk about that.
But you're aware, well, let's back up. Now, I don't want to split too many hairs here, nor do I want you to. Is the language that I read from House Bill 20, did I read that correctly? Is that in the bill?
Yes, sir. Out of like an 11-page bill, yes. Or 13, I can't remember what it ended up being.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And you remember that language being in the bill?
Yes, I do.
Did you testify against the bill?
Yes.
If not TechNet, did TechNet's members participate in the lawsuit against the state of Texas to block implementation of the bill?
Participated against like a declarant or an amicus, signed on as an amicus?
Not just TechNet as an organization,
so, yes.
But your TechNet members?
Yes, some did.
Some did. Now, you realize that the injunction granted by the district court in Austin blocked parts of House Bill 20, but not all of them. You realize that?
Yes.
And you know the injunction blocked the parts that I just read, didn't they?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that, sir. I need to come back and check.
So you don't know whether that part was blocked or not?
I don't.
I can represent to you that the position you took and your lawyers have taken have done that. So here's my question, because the record speaks for itself. Here's my question. Does TechNet and its members believe that law enforcement could better prepare for and respond to events like the one that brings us here if they had a clearer picture of illegal activity going on in Texas and social media, and as well as those specific instances? Couldn't we do a better job if that information were made available?
Yes, and a lot of that information is already published in a lot of the transparency reports that companies provide.
All that information is published in a lot. Now, let me make sure I understood that correctly.
Not all of it.
Not all of it.
No, I reviewed several of the transparency reports in preparation to this, and a lot of it has a lot of the statistics in terms of the type of content that was removed and the reason why.
So let's talk about House Bill 20 and the language I read, which you agree is in House Bill 20. Do you not agree that law enforcement could do a better job of preventing and responding to events like this if they had that information?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree that policymakers could do a better job of preventing and responding to events like this if we had that information?
I think it would be helpful, yes.
TechNet's position has already been made clear here and in court, so I'm going to ask you, as a representative of this organization, will you push your members to provide this information to help prevent this kind of thing happening again?
Personally, yes, because a lot of them are already doing it, and I myself, or in my job as TechNet, did not engage in any opposition to this. I don't think I ever shared any feedback on these provisions or testified specifically about these.
Hopefully you can persuade your members to come around to your way of thinking. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for being here all day. We very much appreciate it. We're down to our last invited testimony. Office of Attorney General Brent Dupree. And let me also say, after this, we will go to our public testimony. We have a number of cards. I don't know how many people. There weren't that many cards to start with. But if any of you are here for public testimony, I would invite you to come on downstairs and sit in these chairs here, and we'll call your name. Okay. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me to speak today, and thank you to all the committee members for your hard work on this committee. My name is Brent Dupree, and I'm the Director of Law Enforcement for the Office of the Attorney General. I have some prepared statements on social media and how my law enforcement officers interact with social media companies. And I just want to say that all my officers at the Office of the Attorney General are committed to protecting children in school and at home. The way that we impact that most is through our Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which is known as the Southern Texas Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. What we do there is we investigate and save children from people who would utilize the internet to commit crimes against our children. Our children are receiving threats and are threatened in places where our parents think that they're safe. Our Child Exploitation Unit is designated, as I said, as the Southern Texas Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. And as part of that task force, our officers rely on relationships that they have built with the social media platforms and internet service providers. They rely on them in this relationship to serve legal process in order to gather the evidence that they need to work their cases and to charge people with these horrific crimes. Now, I would like to say that these crimes, in most cases, have already been committed. So therefore, we are utilizing our relationships with these social media companies to serve this legal process to gather evidence for these cases, data that already exists. These are things that we ask and we work with social media companies about what tools we need to do our job and to do our jobs effectively. And it's important to note that even though we have these strong working relationships with social media companies, we still rely on that legal process that they require us to serve them before they will provide us with this information. Now, some of the information that we seek, most of the information that we seek is information that these companies are required to provide per federal guidelines to report on certain crimes, such as child sexual assault material. So I'll say that again, they're already required to provide this information to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So therefore, I would like to see, more data from, Mr. Esparza, who provided testimony before me about these social media companies providing. This one provided 2.1 million records, and this one provided another 2 million records. I would like to see how much of that is information that they're already federally required to provide, such as child sexual assault material. I think that would be useful for us. In all cases, we have to know what we're looking for. And I know that some of the questions that you have asked were surrounding, well, what information, what if we don't have quite the right amount of information? We generally will construct our legal service to the internet service providers and our social media companies to help build our case, and a lot of that contains the probable cause that we're building for this case. But those results are not immediate, as already been testified to. 10, 14, sometimes longer days to get that material back, and sometimes due to the volume of that material, it can take longer. I understand that you've heard a great deal of information on this previously, and I'll open that up to some questions, but I'll also state that in my prior career, I was blessed to serve as the commander of the Austin Regional Intelligence Center and as the assistant chief over that same center. So I do have experience with some of what Mr. Avant testified to, and can say that there are circumstances and where we have served exigent legal service which the social media companies did not agree was exigent. And so I believe when you asked one of the senators, excuse me, I'm not sure if it was Senator Perry, you asked if they determine exigency or if we do, it's been my experience that they determine that. So I will close my brief comments, brief testimony, and open up for some questions.
All right, thank you very much. Members, are there any questions? Any questions? Guess not. You did a great job. Laid it out.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming so very much.
Thank you.
And so now we're going to go into public testimony. I've got 10 cards here. I think there's only 2 or 3 staged. Stephanie Looper, Bullard ISD Board. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Stephanie Looper, and I am a trustee with Bullard ISD. And Senator West, I recall that during the public education hearing on May 24th, you said, "We've been hearing the same old problems for some time now. We've poured millions of dollars into education. Why are we still having these problems?" Considering in 2018, after the Santa Fe school shooting and the formation of the Senate Select Committee on Violence in Schools and School Security that you and Senator Crichton were on, I have to agree with you after listening to a lot of testimony today, we still have the same problems facing Texas public schools today. I would like to, however, bring your attention to what millions of dollars looks like for Bullard ISD. In 2019, Bullard ISD received $41,860 from the School Safety Grant Program. Per the findings of the safety audit, Bullard had well over $500,000 worth of immediate needs and over $1 million worth of wants. Our desperately needed middle school vestibule cost $232,1917. The board at that time dedicated a large amount of budget monies to fortify our buildings and put in place programs, trainings, and protocols to increase our school safety, even though, due to tax compression, our per-student funding decreased from $12,010 to $11,758, which resulted in a loss of $670,824 of revenue. We chose the safety measures over giving our employees decent raises and retention bonuses that year. Bullard ISD has gone to great lengths to install vestibules, fencing, secure doors, windows, film on glass, and our school safety director has created a consortium with local law enforcement agencies that include our local PD, Sheriff's Department, DPS officers, and we even train together. More importantly, our district has made the commitment to addressing the mental health issues that are truly the underlying reason for all these incidents, The gun is the method used. It is not the reason why such acts are committed. Our employees are trauma-informed trained, and I say employees because it's not just our teachers who've received this training, because you never know with whom a troubled child will connect. And research shows a child who feels connectedness to a school is less likely to commit such an act. Bullard ISD has also entered a contract with a local counseling agency, and now through a local grant, we have also hired a full-time LPC for our district. We're committed to these measures at the expense of quality teacher pay raises and teacher retention measures. This committee will release its recommendations, and schools will do their very best to follow them, because we know the greatest responsibility we have is the care and education of our children. I do ask whatever measures you recommend, you commit to providing full state funding for them. Districts should not have to be put in a position where they have to choose between safety measures and better teacher pay. I welcome any questions from any senators.
Questions, members?
Yeah.
Senator Kokhorst?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for coming nearly 200 miles and staying over 12 hours with us today, and for your input. You know, the $9.72 that accompanied SB 11, I think I said earlier in the day, was proposed initially at $50. You know, through the process, it got reduced greatly. What you described is very typical of what I've been able to ascertain from our school districts, the school districts in Senate District 18, that, you know, of all the cost, you know, paid for a third or less, which is always, they were very grateful for it. Yes. But I know not just the hardening of the schools, but the recurring expenses. We've talked about school resource officers and having officers at the different campuses, and